Data cultivation. I test longevity in the Temple of the Five Elements. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 551 True Dragon Elixir, Nirvana and the Law of Space. No, that guy is fine. There were golden runes flowing in the pupils of the strong men. They swept across the illusion, noticed something was wrong, and then reminded everyone. Fall. Facing the barrier blockade, Luo Yan did not dodge, but used the thunder magic to resist. With the 5 elements and the thunder secrets, a total of 6 kinds of lock power, how could he escape without a fight? So there was endless thunder in the sky, lightning in pieces, 5 colored runes flashing, reflecting a world of beautiful mountains and clear waters. At this moment, it was as if a real world had come, invading with a breath of destroying everything. It was extremely terrifying. Those order runes and golden thunder were entangled together, constantly making a buzzing sound, and finally overwhelmed and exploded like a bubble. The cage blockade suddenly failed. Such means are feasible against ordinary people, but in front of Luo Yan, it is still a little bit hot. Damn ants! The black mountain ape roared. The roar was earth-shattering, emitting a magnificent infinite light, dyeing the sky into a dark color, rushing forward and attacking Luo Yan. The momentum was extremely fierce. Thunder. Luo Yan aimed his eyes at the sky, and the energy and essence of his body permeated, turning into thick clouds one after another. These dark clouds covered the earth, and the thunder power accumulated. Not long after, the thunder that had accumulated enough energy fell from the 9 heavens and collided with a dark light. The dazzling light boiled and drowned all sights. Such a terrifying divine power of heaven and earth, like two innate sacred beings, bombarding each other with holy laws. Such a scene, such momentum, stunned the onlookers. Whether it was the black giant ape or the mysterious Thunder Master, they were both powerful enough to make people palpitate, and possessed supreme divine power that ordinary people could hardly resist. The two sides were deadlocked again, and the light of the collision swept across the sky and earth, flattening everything in this mountain range. Yin. At this time, after the surrounding mountains were broken, a magical creature emerged from the ground. It has 3 legs, a prominent head and horns, a crystal and shiny body, and its scales are shining with cold light. It is only 3 feet in size and looks very cute. But its overall appearance is like a mini dragon. It is not a flood dragon, but a real dragon-shaped creature. At this time, it floated in the air, yawned gently, opened its round eyes, and scanned the surroundings, as if it had just woken up. What is this? Many people were attracted by this battle from afar, and some saw this strange dragon-shaped creature at a glance. Is it the offspring of a real dragon? No, no, someone whispered, but soon shook his head. How could the offspring of a real dragon, such a terrifying existence, be lost to the outside world? Moreover, the breath of the little guy was not right. There was no blood pressure of the real dragon clan at all. Many people were confused, but it did not prevent them from breathing rapidly. Because it was very likely a creature with dragon blood. Or such a powerful creature that has reverted to its ancestral form, almost identical in appearance to a real dragon. Who among the people present could calm down? Magic medicine. Finally, someone recognized the true identity of the mini dragon, and his pupils were shocked. This person could no longer sit still, and turned directly into a bright light, like a sudden rainstorm, and was about to snatch it. When the rest of the people heard this word, they were all completely excited and rushed over here. They wanted to join the battle for the magic medicine. At this time, Luo Yan, who was closest to the mini dragon, also reacted. The body of this little thing was surging with a surging auspicious mist, with a tangy fragrance, containing a vigorous vitality that rushed straight to the soul. The most important thing was that on its body, there were countless divine patterns of heaven and earth interwoven, some of which had sharp auras, some were explosive, some were gentle, and some were all-clearing. Luo Yan had seen these auras many times, on Xiao Yun'er's body, and on the water elf's body. It's just that the law aura on their bodies was far less rich than that of the dragon-shaped creature in front of him. Divine medicine. Luo Yan was also shocked, because if this little dragon was really a supreme treasure, the whole little true dragon realm would probably be in an uproar. Ordinary spiritual medicines, after a long period of growth, may give birth to a trace of spiritual wisdom. Like the Shaoyi plant that Luo Yan treasured. It stayed in the small secret world for nearly 2,000 years, and then was cultivated in Luo Yan's hands for a period of time, and finally gave birth to a trace of spiritual wisdom. It is conceivable how difficult this road is. Then the spiritual medicine with spiritual wisdom will transform into transformed spiritual medicine like Shaoyuner, or like that water spirit, which is bred by heaven and earth. But it is actually very difficult to do this, because the spiritual medicine needs to be sensitive to the laws of the great Tao and comprehend a certain level of realm. This is the second grade. Above this, it is called divine medicine, immortal medicine, and holy medicine. There is actually not much difference between these three. They belong to the top treasures of the human world of the same grade and are extremely precious. They correspond to the three types of soul, spiritual power, and physical body. If you can take any of these three precious medicines, you can directly make a cultivator whose cultivation realm is below the Mahayana venerable realm perfect instantly. For example, if Luo Yan wants to transform his body now, the number of 5 elements essence used is so huge that it is unimaginable. The further you go, even hundreds of millions of drops are needed. It's simply shocking. But as long as you take a fairy medicine, Luo Yan can achieve instant perfection of the physical body. No longer have to worry about the problem of insufficient 5 elements essence. The same is true for this magical medicine in front of you. As long as you swallow it, you can be flawless and ascend to heaven in one step. This is the real reason that attracts many people's heartbeats. A group of cultivators whose cultivation realm is still in the nascent soul realm and the God transformation stage suddenly saw such a magical object. As long as they swallowed it, they could reach the cultivation of the upper 3 realms. How could this not make them crazy? Therefore, even Luo Yan's own expression froze and was extremely shocked. He was a man who was rarely blessed with good fortune, but now he has also had a turn of events. Damn it! That's mine. The Black Mountain Ape was also anxious at this time, and as momentum soared into the sky, the mountains resonated, and the earth trembled. The reason why it cleared the field before was that it sensed a trace of the aura of a treasure. Although it was not sure what it was necessary to clear the field. It just wanted to enjoy it alone. Who would have thought that at this time, it would meet that annoying Taoist in green? If he hadn't intervened, he might have already taken this true dragon divine medicine into his pocket. But now it's too late to say anything. The Black Mountain Ape is closest to this true dragon divine medicine, so naturally he was the first to make a move and wanted to take it into his arms. But the Taoist in green on the opposite side just flicked his sleeves, and countless layers of lightning came together, and golden lightning danced, blocking its forward movement. You dare to stop me? The Black Mountain Ape was furious, and the overwhelming dark light gathered into an ocean, sweeping over, colliding with those thunders, and bursting out a most conspicuous light. The two sides have been in a stalemate. The battle never stops. On the periphery, a great cultivator of the transformation spirit rushed in at the first opportunity and grabbed the true dragon divine medicine. Suddenly, silver light flashed, as if millions of birds flapped their wings at the same time, shining brightly, mixed with runes, and attacked. At this time, Luo Yan and the Black Mountain Ape turned around at the same time and attacked the man. At least at this stage, if others want to get close to the divine medicine, they must ask them first. This great cultivator of the transformation spirit was hit by 2 intertwined rule forces, and his body was instantly blown up. In this demon world, a high level of cultivation of the main body does not mean anything. Because everyone starts from the same starting line, they all start from a basic wild beast and slowly improve their strength. If your secret skills are not strong enough and your understanding of the law power is not deep enough, you will naturally not be the opponent of those proud children of heaven. Luo Yan's strength is not outstanding enough, that is compared with the top geniuses like the young man in white and the reincarnation of the immortal. How could an ordinary practitioner comprehend the power of 9 laws at this age? This is far beyond what ordinary people can do. Therefore, Luo Yan was naturally fearless in the face of these opponents. As for the demon race, although they could enter in their original form, those upper-level true spirit races and more powerful guys had already run into the restricted area in their own ways. There were the supreme treasures that attracted their attention. As for the places outside the restricted area, it was the competition area between the human race, whose strength was limited, and the demon race. In this way, there were fewer opponents who could threaten Luo Yan. At least the group of people in front of them did not have the ability to suppress Luo Yan. Boom! The people on the periphery, looking at the 2 stumbling blocks, took action one after another, with endless secret light, forming a large lawn net, and attacked Luo Yan and the Black Mountain Ape. In an instant, the might of various magical powers was shocking, like stars in the sky, uniformly trying to put them to death. Because the cultivators also saw that if they didn't deal with these two troublesome guys, it would be impossible for others to get the true dragon medicine. Even approaching that area became a big problem. After all, no one could withstand the joint attack of those two guys. Therefore, various rune magic powers and supreme scripture secret arts were superimposed together, trying to blow up Luo Yan and the Black Mountain Ape. For a time, the power that erupted was beyond the imagination of the world. Yin. However, something happened that surprised everyone. Before Luo Yan and the Black Mountain Ape could fight back, the mini dragon floating in the middle just shook its tail lightly, and a wave of invisible ripples appeared. There was a law of destruction that emerged. After the ripples, whether it was the thunder and lightning in the sky, the dazzling secret light, or the extremely blazing dim light, they were all absorbed. When such a scene appeared, everyone present opened their mouths in shock, full of disbelief. Yin. The divine medicine rippled again, and the mouth opened slightly, roaring out another surging dragon roar, spreading in all directions. Luo Yan, who was closest to it, immediately noticed something was wrong through the 6 phases of Heavenly Secrets method. With a flash of lightning, he turned into a spirit butterfly and escaped into nothingness, dissipating here. Roar the ripples swept over, and the Black Mountain Ape failed to dodge in time, and let out a miserable roar. An invisible rule oppression shook its demon body into pieces. In the distance, those cultivators who were preparing to fish in troubled waters were also frightened, and then began to flee. Unfortunately, this invisible ripple spread very quickly, and in an instant it crushed most of the living beings' bodies. It was like a ripe melon falling off the vine. In an instant, all the fruits on the tree fell down. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of the explosions was very crisp, but it made people feel extremely scared. Everyone's scalp was numb. This is not a magic medicine, it is clearly a ferocious evil spirit. Only a very few people reacted in time and barely escaped this attack. After a brief brilliant glow, the entire mountain forest fell into dead silence. The vast amount of essence was extremely dense, as if it had become a substance. The mini dragon opened its mouth and sucked, and all the energy essence gathered towards it. Seeing this, Luo Yan, who had originally run out of the ripples, escaped into nothingness again, with a fierce flash of lightning, and turned back to fight for the vast amount of essence. These energy essences contain tremendous power, which can enhance the strength of his Taoist body. At this moment, he would naturally not miss such a good opportunity. Fortune and wealth are sought in danger. Yin. The magic medicine was angry, as if it saw a thief stealing its things. It didn't care about swallowing the essence, and once again gushed out countless ripples and hit the front. But this moment of effort still allowed Luo Yan to fight for a part of the essence. In a flash of lightning, he left the place. Yin. The true dragon divine medicine was furious and went straight into the void. An invisible wave rippled, and the power of the law manifested. When it appeared again, it was very far away. It chased the little thief in green and killed him. Law of space. Luo Yan was immediately shocked. This power of law that came in an instant was much faster than his lightning. It really made people feel trembling. Luo Yan wanted to escape, but he felt that he could not escape the pursuit of the law of space. So he reacted in a very short time, controlled the lightning, and hid towards other people. He could only try to divert the trouble. However, the speed of the true dragon divine medicine was still too fast. The space was torn apart, across the sky and the earth, and it arrived in an instant. With a sound of Z, Luo Yan's lightning flashed, and a strong man turned his head subconsciously, and then was cut off by the true dragon divine medicine that caught up. The sharpness of the law of space was like a sharp sword cutting through grass and trees, and it went straight through. Puff, the body of this strong man instantly shattered, turning into a ball of majestic spirit, and remained in place. Swish, Luo Yan suddenly turned back again, rolled up the ball of spirit and ran away. Yin, the true dragon divine medicine was angry again, and the law of space was exerted to the extreme, constantly shuttling through, so fast that it seemed like a fish swimming in the void. It did not stay in the real world for a moment. For this kind of thief who dared to steal his things, he must be completely crushed and never be able to turn over. Only then can it relieve its anger. Chapter 552, Prince Dragon. The tortoise-shaped dragon-shaped magic medicine was extremely angry, and all kinds of power of laws were frequently used, including space, devouring, and annihilation, just to suppress the thief in front of him in one fell swoop. But unfortunately, Luo Yan was the one who ran away, and the initiative of running away was in his hands. Therefore, he would not run in a straight line foolishly, but would move left and right, sometimes forward, sometimes backward. There is no fixed pattern of running away. After all, the law of thunder can also be called the fastest in the world. Although it is not as outstanding as the law of space, it is impossible for the opponent to catch him in a short time. Of course, the reason for this situation is that Luo Yan is inexperienced in bullying this dragon-shaped divine medicine. If he encounters an ordinary opponent, he will directly crush the opponent violently, and there will be absolutely no problem. But Luo Yan is not comparable to ordinary people. When he realized that this divine medicine would only use the power of rules in a rigid way, the idea of running away with all his strength disappeared. So during Luo Yan's rotation and maneuvering, those creatures affected by the law of extinction turned into a group of energy essence, which became Luo Yan's target. Therefore, Luo Yan deliberately took this real dragon divine medicine and kept going around in circles. He also borrowed the power of the rules released by the magic medicine to crush all the creatures that had attacked him earlier. He rushed in the lightning and was able to absorb the majestic energy light balls. When the true dragon magic medicine realized that something was wrong and reacted, more than half of the energy light balls on the field had been swallowed by Luo Yan. Yin. The true dragon magic medicine looked at the empty surroundings and realized that he had been fooled. 2 lines of white air came out of his nose and his eyes were red. At this moment, its anger reached its peak. It swore that it would not return to the restricted area unless it crushed this hateful insect into pieces. Chila. The space was torn apart, and the small body of the dragon-shaped magic medicine burst out with the most violent divine power. It chased the green figure and kept spitting out dragon breath. It seemed endless and burned through half of the sky. Luo Yan did not dare to be careless. His Dao body exploded in the lightning, as fast as the wind, and fled into the distance. Yin, the dragon-shaped divine medicine roared, as if to say, "Don't run." But Luo Yan understood and shouted directly, "Don't chase me, you can't catch me." Z. In response to him, an invisible ripple spread out, submerging the front, extremely fierce. One person and one divine medicine continued to fly forward. People along the way saw it and were stunned, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. Is that a dragon? Just as they were stunned, the 2 figures rushed past them. Then their bodies exploded in an instant and turned into a ball of pure energy. This time, Luo Yan wanted to use the same trick again, but unfortunately the real dragon divine medicine was on guard. So he only grabbed a small part of the energy light ball in the end. It seems that during this period of chasing, this divine medicine has grown a lot, and it has become more scheming. With a Z sound, another dragon breath spewed out, and countless runes emerged, like a sky fire burning. Luo Yan quickly fled the area, and the lightning became a residual image. With a loud bang, the light shot up into the sky, forming a vacuum zone, flattening the area within a radius of 10 miles, and all living beings were crushed into light rain. Some people didn't even have time to scream, and they turned into a sky full of light rain in this ripple and were crushed. Luo Yan didn't dare to stay at all, turned into lightning, rushed like a whirlwind, and disappeared in the mist. Behind him, the real dragon medicine was very vengeful and chased him closely. 5 days later, the other party was still following him, and Luo Yan couldn't help but frown deeply. During these few days, no matter how fast he was like lightning and how elusive he was, it didn't work. Can't get rid of it, really can't get rid of it. This dragon-shaped precious medicine is really too vengeful, and it looks like it will never stop until it kills him. Although Luo Yan's Dharma body had broken through to the 4th level by devouring those energy essences, he could not withstand such endless use of the Thunder Dao escape technique, and the energy in his body was consumed very quickly. He began to spend more than he earned. But the true dragon treasure medicine was completely unhindered. This made Luo Yan feel overwhelmed. Moreover, after a few days of chasing, the other party had adapted to his escape rhythm. I believe it won't be long before he can really be blocked. By then, Luo Yan can foresee his fate. In order to get rid of the magic medicine behind him and find that ray of life, Luo Yan's eyebrows burst out with fierce light again, and then reflected himself. Finally, the hexagram god eye pointed to the ground. Seeing the hexagram result of the divination, Luo Yan felt a little hesitant, because he had seen that place before and knew that it was not a good place. After hesitating for a moment, Luo Yan simply gritted his teeth and took the magic medicine to a forbidden place he had encountered before. Not long after, Luo Yan controlled the thunder and lightning and came to the outside of the restricted area. He used all his strength and directly unleashed the five-colored thunderbolt, tearing a hole in the mysterious substances lingering around the forbidden area, and then drilled in. Sure enough, the true dragon divine medicine behind him saw this and stopped in front of this mysterious forbidden area. It wanted to rush in directly, but in the end it stopped, as if it was afraid of something. So it could only roar continuously to express its dissatisfaction. When Luo Yan broke into this forbidden area, the scenery in front of him changed instantly. Countless figures wearing black armor cast their eyes over one after another, and a murderous aura shook the sky. This is a demon clan Taoist soldier, similar to the puppet of human monks, but the production method is very cruel and bloody, and it needs to be made from the living body of a demon beast. Boom boom! The 10 demon clan Taoist soldiers closest to Luo Yan waved the magic weapons in their hands and turned into huge waves. Open! Luo Yan shouted softly, and his body completely turned into a silver shining thunder field, trying to avoid this attack. Bang! The sound of the waves brought with it an extremely surging force of the law. With just one strike, Luo Yan's thunder domain was suppressed. The lightning dissipated, and Luo Yan's figure was exposed. Damn it! They are all composed of 5th level Dao soldiers. Do they want me to fight 10 alone? This time, it's really a big trouble. Luo Yan's face was solemn. The opponent broke through his thunder domain with just one joint attack, which was even more frightening than that magical medicine. Moreover, the opponent only dispatched 10 Dao soldiers. If this number is a little more than the situation, Luo Yan himself dared not think about it. But after the divination of the Guoxiang God, the vitality he wanted was hidden in it. This means that there is something in this area that other restricted areas do not have. But at this point, Luo Yan can no longer think about it. He can only find a way to delay time first, and then find a chance to withdraw. Since the thunder method is useless and restrained, then change to other Taoist methods. Kill! A sound of cracking the sky sounded, and a golden cloud came at high speed, hitting the demon clan Taoist soldiers next to him. Then, a ray of majestic red light turned into a real phoenix and rushed away. The power of the 5 elements of fire, earth, and water was exerted to the extreme by Luo Yan. Phoenix bodies of 5 colors kept appearing, hissing continuously, resisting the joint attack of those demon clan Taoist soldiers. Only more than 10 Taoist soldiers joined forces, which made Luo Yan use all his means and pressured him to breathe. Bang! 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 With a loud bang, Luo Yan was hit by the huge energy and was knocked back repeatedly. He couldn't stop his body at all. At this moment, he no longer had the calmness and composure of the past, and looked very embarrassed. The aura of his body was sometimes strong and sometimes weak, very unstable. Buzz! The 10 demon clan Taoist soldiers saw that they could not take the city after a long attack, so 10 more Taoist soldiers joined in, and then they overlapped each other. Not long after, a huge monster over 30 feet high rose up with a bang. The demon clan Taoist soldiers gathered their strength, and the endless water power surged, forming a sky curtain that covered the sky. Then the water curtain sky pressed down, like a mountain torrent, with a terrifying momentum. Puff! At this moment, Luo Yan felt unprecedented pressure. The water aura that was once extremely friendly has now become his biggest obstacle. It made him unable to move. The power of faith bless me. Looking at the water aura sky curtain that was getting closer and closer, Luo Yan whispered, borrowing the power of faith in the dark to shape the Taoist body, and then taking the place of a dead person, and avoiding this fatal blow. He had just come in, and he used a trump card that was enough to save his life. If there was no power of faith to take the place of the disaster, he would probably have been completely blown up. Luo Yan's eyes were full of solemnity. In the next few times, this huge monster continued to act, breaking Luo Yan's body of faith again and again. It was like dying and resurrecting again and again. Fortunately, Luo Yan had stored enough power of faith over the years, so he could hold on for a while. At this time, a demon soldier wearing light silver armor came out, and a hideous snake head grew on the top of each arm. Then the snake heads began to expand and twist, and they were covered with divine patterns. The 2 snake heads rose to the sky, and then opened their mouths and swallowed everything. In an instant, the sky turned dark, and then a huge suction force followed. Luo Yan, who was in this area, felt a feeling of being unable to move, as if his body was completely fixed. Wow! Luo Yan used the power of faith to replace the technique again, allowing himself to escape. The body of faith died, but his body of law was intact. When Luo Yan saw the silver-armored Taoist soldier appear, the murderous intent in his eyes reached its peak. Because the moment the silver-armored Taoist soldier appeared, the black-armored Taoist soldiers beside him all stopped subconsciously. It seemed that he was a Taoist leader. But it also made Luo Yan realize that the opportunity he had been waiting for seemed to have come. He understood the principle of catching the leader first better than anyone else. Luo Yan no longer avoided blindly, and used the body of faith to suffer the disaster instead of himself. Instead, he burst out with all his strength and displayed the unique skill of the Xinjiao five-color divine light. Suddenly, there was a dazzling five-color glow descending on this area. At the same time, all methods were inviolable and suppressed everything. Looking at the dazzling brilliance, the huge black-armored Taoist soldier aggregate wanted to help intercept it, but unfortunately it was powerless and could only watch the light pass through its body and hit the back. Because the power of the Xinjiao treasure has exceeded the scope of the power of ordinary laws and is not on the five elements. Boom! The five-colored rays of light were in front, and then the white streak of light followed closely behind, all carrying an extremely strong breath of law, cutting through the sky and slashing directly at the body of the silver Taoist soldier. With a bang, the body of the silver Taoist soldier was broken into dozens of pieces, and the red light in his eyes completely disappeared. The rest of the Taoist soldiers also completely stopped their movements and returned to their original positions in the forest. A silver token fell down. Looking at the quiet atmosphere around him, Luo Yan breathed a sigh of relief. He almost couldn't make it. Luo Yan picked up the token, and was instantly teleported to the mountain peak and came to a valley. He subconsciously looked at the surrounding scenery. Near the valley, the blood-colored breath was strong, and there were sparse ancient trees standing in front, huge and vigorous. The trunks of the ancient trees were bare, and only the top layer had some tender leaves. In the middle of the ancient tree, there were countless gray mists floating, but they were flashing with light, as if something was hidden inside. Not far away, there was a purple aura, gurgling up. Indistinctly, there were bursts of dragon roars, and the strange scene was shocking. What is this place? Luo Yan was curious. He looked around, and then walked towards the dragon roar. Not long after, Luo Yan walked over and saw more than a dozen figures standing here in front of him, which made him feel surprised. Someone felt something, and a pair of feminine eyes looked over, and said in a neutral tone with a smile, "Oh?" It turned out to be a cultivator of the human race. "Have we been delayed here for too long?" Behind this young man, there were several aliens with silver hair, burly bodies, and two pairs of wings on their backs. At this time, they all looked indifferent and murderous. "Fellow Daoists, please stop fighting first. Otherwise, as the strength of the human cultivators increases, I'm afraid that more and more human beings will break into this restricted area," an old man said. He was wearing a coat full of scales, shining with cold light, and he was a big demon. Behind him stood several other great demons with shining feathers. It should have been done long ago. At the same time, a young man with horns on his head and eyes as big as a small sun spoke. He was wearing a red satin purple gold robe, and was the only creature in this valley who brought Luo Yan a kind of spiritual pressure. This pressure was not due to the difference in cultivation level, but a difference in blood. Behind this young man, there stood only a smiling hunchbacked old servant, who looked very harmless. Luo Yan looked at the many creatures in front of him. They were all alien races, and faintly divided into three camps. Judging from the fluctuations of the ki around them, they should have fought many times before, but for some reason they finally stopped. Is it because of my arrival? Luo Yan thought secretly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 553, Dragon Bloodwood, A Transaction of Favor. But what surprised him was that the young man with a promising future and the hunchbacked old servant were actually in the most dominant position, attracting the other two creatures to close in. It gave Luo Yan a 2-on-1 situation, and he was outnumbered. This was very telling. A human race has entered our inheritance land. I think we should get rid of him first, the silver-haired young man said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, a magnificent and boundless light filled the sky and earth, surrounded by gray mist, and mysterious demonic texts appeared, rushing towards Luo Yan and attacking him. At this moment, all the light in the world disappeared, leaving only that little divine light, dazzling and brilliant to the extreme. Boom! Luo Yan turned into a blazing lightning and disappeared on the spot, dodging the attack. Thunder magic is his reliance, so it is naturally impossible to be defeated so easily. Unfortunately, the bombardment of those demonic texts has not really ended yet, and it continues to spread, rushing to the sky, and turning into a yaksha elephant with 4 wings and black flames burning behind it. They vowed to suppress Luo Yan in one fell swoop. Okay, stop it. Let's break the formation first. If we continue to fight, there may be more people coming in later. Not far away, the old man with scales and feathers said lightly, stopping this meaningless behavior. The silver-haired young man heard the words, snorted coldly, glanced at Luo Yan coldly, his eyes full of murderous intent. After a simple thought, he figured out the real reason why the other party wanted him to stop. Because their opponent has always been the 9 infants. A flash of lightning, Luo Yan's figure fell far away, and he looked forward. Right in front of him, there was a Sumeru mustard seed space, which reflected layers of ancient buildings, like a ruin. Although many places have collapsed, there are dozens of huge palaces next to each other. You can imagine how magnificent it was in the past. Among the endless and magnificent ancient buildings, there is a treasure tree that is red all over, as if it was poured by a blood river, and it exudes a fierce divine light. It was glowing with light, and the light was brilliant and crystal clear, with a heavy sense of time. There was a real dragon crouching in the air, and its sound resounded through the heavens and the earth. Next to it, there were several tree stumps, which were very thick, but charred all over, and the front half was broken in half, looking very withered. It seemed that it had suffered some terrible catastrophe and then encountered disaster. Only at the bottom of the stump, there was a little bit of green, flashing with brilliance, as if it was reborn again. Dragon blood wood? And after being struck by lightning, it transformed into new lightning-struck wood. Luo Yan was shocked, with an incredible look in his eyes. Lightning-struck wood is not bad. If you spend more time, you can always find suitable spiritual materials in some special places. But the grade of this spiritual material is limited by its own value. An ordinary ironwood, after being struck by lightning, becomes lightning-struck wood. Its true value is naturally not comparable to this top spiritual material. Because the basic nature of both sides is different. Dragon blood wood is similar to phoenix blood wood. They have both absorbed the blood of supreme holy spirits such as real dragons or phoenixes, and then grown. It contains a trace of real dragon power. If ordinary demons get this treasure and stay with the dragon blood wood for a long time, they can even use it to purify their blood and evolve to a higher level. This is like the mortal body of a human cultivator. If it comes into contact with more immortal spirits, its body will slowly transform into an immortal body. Among the demons, the real dragon, phoenix, unicorn and other holy spirits are more terrifying than the real immortal gods. Their blood is naturally extraordinary. At this moment, Luo Yan finally understood why this group of alien creatures gathered here. Even when he saw this treasure tree, he couldn't help but stare at it, wanting to take it out of this demon world and take it for himself. Not to mention these demons. It's just that the area near the ancient building complex is very dangerous, with all kinds of mysterious Taoist patterns densely covering it, isolating everything. It is not easy to avoid those forbidden areas and get in. Everyone, do you want to work together to break the formation, or do you each find a direction and break your own? The old man covered with scales and feathers asked. You black-haired stupid bird, besides the art of flying, do you really have the ability to break these forbidden areas? A disdainful voice sounded. The silver-haired young man retorted unceremoniously. Among the people present, only the 9 infants has the ability to break this area. Because this is his home court. In this restricted area, creatures with dragon blood in their bodies will have a certain advantage. This is also the real reason why they have been pestering the 9 infants before. Facing such a divine object, how could they not come to share a piece of the pie? So, they waited for the 9 infants to break the formation and then sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. But the 9 infants is not a fool, and naturally it is impossible for him to sit back and watch this behavior. So they were deadlocked for a long time, and even a fight broke out directly until Luo Yan arrived. This kind of divine pattern restriction is made of ancient dragon characters. It is also very simple to break. Just find a few drops of real dragon blood and drip it into it to break it. But now, where can I find a real pure-blooded real dragon in my real spirit world? So, your calculations have failed. It's not that this king is narrow-minded and unwilling to break the formation, but with my own strength, I can't break this formation at all. The young man who was rising to prominence said calmly, as if advising the other party not to waste time with him. If they continue to waste time, no one will benefit. Brother Ao, what you said is not honest. When I came in, I saw half of Brother Ao's foot almost stepping in. The young man with silver hair said. And he exposed the other party without hesitation. In fact, this battle was also caused by him. He couldn't get in, but the 9 infants could run in because of the blood problem. Naturally, he was not happy. He must disrupt the situation. What he can't get, others can't get. Anyway, their Yaksha clan and the Jiang clan are both one of the 9 true spirits, and they have always been arguing. Now, it is just a continuation of those disputes. Are you provoking me? The young man who was rising to prominence frowned. You are provoking me. Do you think I am afraid of you? The silver-haired young man sneered and confronted him without any hesitation. They are all one of the upper true spirit races, and no one dares to say that he can suppress the other party. Everything depends on strength. If it were not for the special rules here, if he went to the outside world, he might not be a match for the Jiang. Let's break the formation by force, and everyone should rely on their own abilities. Otherwise, we really have no chance. The old man suggested. He glanced at the silver-haired young man, who was not affected by the other's domineering tone. This idiot is still in a self-righteous and high-spirited attitude. If they had not been there before, I am afraid that they would have been suppressed by the Jiang. Now he is still provoking there, he simply doesn't know how to live or die. This sentence fell into the ears of many creatures present, and they all cast their eyes on the Taoist in green clothes in the distance, their eyes flickering. They knew that this was the best way at the moment. Because of their racial advantage, they could fully exert the full strength of their original bodies and enter here in their true bodies. But as time goes by, the human cultivators will catch up one after another. Isn't the Taoist in green clothes in front of them a living example? If they continue to delay, there will definitely be more human cultivators coming in, and then they may really become wedding dresses for others. Let's start. The young man with outstanding achievement spoke first, and the demonic energy on his body surged, and demonic words were everywhere, and then a dragon condensed, but it had 3 heads. The 3-headed dragon roared, and its body filled the sky, and it kept spewing out terrifying light towards the front, as if it was destroying the world. The hunchbacked old servant behind him also made a move, shooting out a series of terrifying energy treasure lights. Boom! The rest of the creatures also attacked together, creating a hazy halo that enveloped the forbidden magic circle, and then the majestic and surging energy shocked the world. For a moment, all kinds of Dao halos completely submerged this area, leaving only the dazzling brilliance. Only Luo Yan himself was left aside, and no one paid any attention to him at all. That's right, the most important thing now is to break the magic ban. Even if he is a human cultivator, what kind of waves can he make even if he is left alone? Are you a disciple of the 5 Elements sect? At this moment, an abrupt voice suddenly sounded in Luo Yan's heart. Luo Yan's pupils shrank slightly, and he looked forward, and then nodded inadvertently. At this time, he also heard that it was the voice of the young man who had risen to prominence. Have you accepted the mission of the sect? The young man surnamed Ao continued. He had been observing this Taoist in green for some time. The 5 elements of Taoism were strong on him. Although they were not particularly strong, the aura of the endless circulation of the 5 elements could not be faked. The true identity of a Taoist with such an aura was naturally easy to distinguish. Dao Qi. This time, Luo Yan responded with his mind. This was his codeword response. If you were not a disciple of the 5 Elements sect, it would be difficult to know the specific mission this time. The two sides tested each other for a few sentences, and finally confirmed each other's identities. You and I are of the same origin. This time, I need you to help me. Luo Yan remained calm and continued to watch them bombard the formation. His heart was calm. In just a moment, he guessed the other party's thoughts, but he did not show it. What do you mean? In a moment, I will give you a drop of blood essence and find an opportunity to tear open a hole in the restriction. Then I can send you inside and take away all the treasures. The young man surnamed Ao arranged. Luo Yan was silent, and did not choose to respond immediately. After a long silence, he said, "What can I get?" "My friendship." The young man surnamed Ao said proudly. He was born with the blood of the dragon clan, and his future achievements are destined to be extraordinary. Therefore, his friendship, or a favor, is often rarer than a supreme treasure. The disciples of the entire Five Elements sect are proud to have a contract with him. The words of the young man surnamed Ao are to give this Taoist in green a chance to strive for a contract with him. Not enough. Luo Yan refused directly. The friendship of a 9 infant seems precious, but it is actually of little use to him. He is confident that his future self is not inferior to others. Instead of expecting others to help, it is better to rely on himself from beginning to end. As for contracting a 9 infant, Luo Yan has no such idea at all. Xianji is best at the power of destiny. Naturally, he can peek into the strong power of cause and effect on this 9 infant. There are many troubles and entanglements. If it is not necessary, Luo Yan is unwilling to intervene. Hearing the refusal of the Five Elements sect disciple, this time it was the young man surnamed Ao who remained silent. He could feel the other party's emotions, and he really didn't want to get involved with him too much. It seemed that he was afraid of something. But the fact that this disciple of the Five Elements sect could break through the heavy Taoist military restrictions on the periphery showed that the other party was extraordinary. It was definitely not as simple as it seemed. After thinking for a long time, the young man surnamed Ao transmitted again, "The dragon blood wood cannot be given to you, and the branches cannot be cut off, because it will hurt its origin. This is the bottom line of this king. I want the transformed lightning-struck wood. In addition, you owe me a favor." Luo Yan opened his mouth and gave the conditions. Although he also coveted the complete dragon blood wood, he knew very well that it was almost impossible to snatch the treasure tree under the current situation. Therefore, Luo Yan retreated to the second best and set his sights on the lightning-struck wood. The lightning-struck wood that was reborn from Nirvana. Maybe it will transform into a real mutant dragon blood wood in the future. At the same time, the young man surnamed Ao was also very clear that with these guys around him, it would be impossible for him to sneak in secretly. The other party would keep a close eye on him and Prime Minister Turtle. If they couldn't get it themselves, they wouldn't let him get it. Only this inconspicuous disciple of the Five Elements sect had the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. "Okay, I promise you." After saying this, the young man surnamed Ao in the distance suddenly exploded, and the 3 dragons corresponded to 3 directions respectively, spitting out the 3 laws of water, fire, and darkness. For a while, the whole area was filled with the aura of the 3 laws, which was so rich that it was boundless and the divine light was endless. Seeing this, the silver-haired young man in the distance thought that the guy didn't want to delay any more time, and was afraid that something might happen if he delayed. So he also began to explode, and one by one, 4 winged flaming yakshas appeared in the sky, sweeping the void with circles of ripples, shaking this space. Black smoke billowed, burning everything. A faint light flickered, and soon, Luo Yan had a drop of blood wrapped in a dark aura in his hand. The moment he touched it, Luo Yan felt a faint pressure and a very majestic vitality, which was extremely strong. Then, the true form of the young man surnamed Ao appeared and transformed into a 3-headed dragon. The 3 dragon heads roared at the same time, with a strong breath of law, and when they were strung together, the sound of the great way rang out. Under this terrifying pressure, the rest of the creatures had to transform into their true forms to resist the dragon's might. In an instant, all the magical powers and methods became many times stronger. Chapter 554, The Ancient Dragon Blood Tree Gave Birth to Intelligence. After a moment of separation, a shocking dragon roar sounded, which not only shook the 4 directions, but also tore a crack in the forbidden area in front of it. The body of the 3-headed dragon was hundreds of feet long, filling half of the sky. The 3 heads spewed out 3 different kinds of rays of light, and the power was terrifying to the extreme. The divine power of heaven and earth shook the world. Seeing such a powerful 9 infants, Luo Yan thought he was no match for it. However, he didn't have time to sight the opponent's strength, so he saw the opportunity, and the brilliance in his eyes flashed, and then he turned into a ray of lightning and exploded. But when Luo Yan approached the restriction, he felt a majestic and panicking power, which pressed his escape light suddenly stagnated, and then his body slowed down. It was as if he was pinched by something and stuck there and couldn't move. What a joke! With this little ability, you still want to learn from others to fish in troubled waters. Ridiculous human ant. This is the transformation side of my demon race's Holy Spirit. You are a human cultivator with an extremely weak body. What can you use to resist the dragon's power? Seeing this, the silver-haired young man not far away sneered, and at the same time brought a piece of light and hit Luo Yan. I didn't kill this human before because I didn't want to waste too much energy. But now, since the other party is looking for death, he doesn't mind sending him off. He likes to do things that are easy to do. The young man surnamed Dao watched coldly. With his drop of blood essence, this disciple of the Five Elements sect will have no problem with withstanding the dragon's might. But the Taoist in green was stopped by the dragon's might, which made the young man surnamed Dao frown. He seemed unhappy. Considering the cost of that drop of blood essence, the young man surnamed Dao made a move inadvertently, and roared to the sky, just offsetting the extremely blazing Taoist light, preventing others from interfering with the state of the Taoist in green. The silver-haired young man frowned and glanced at the opposite side. He always felt something was wrong and wanted to say something. But when he saw that the Taoist in green was indeed a human, and looked at the majestic posture of the three-headed dragon, he dispelled his doubts. He didn't think the two knew each other. He thought that his attack was interrupted because they didn't discuss it well, and it was not intentional by that guy. So he attacked again. At the same time, other people's magic skills also came over. However, something unexpected happened. Although the Taoist in green was suppressed by the power of the real dragon and could not move, the stream of light that they shot over disappeared in an instant. It was as if they touched the air, there was nothing there. They didn't hit anyone at all. Faintly, there was a layer of white special power blazing, offsetting everything. What is this? Everyone present was surprised, even the young man named Ao showed doubts, and he was even ready to stop the others. But now it seems that there is no need to do anything unnecessary. I don't believe he can dodge all the attacks. Everyone, attack together, kill him quickly. The silver-haired Yaksha shouted. He also transformed into the four-winged Yaksha body, and then sprayed out pieces of rosy light, covering the front. This is the inheritance of their demon clan. A human cultivator actually came here to act wildly and tried to steal the dragon blood treasure tree. How could he bear it? Boom. Clouds and mists appeared in the sky, and everyone present was exploding, like ancient gods and demons, showing their most powerful strength, and they all rushed towards the direction where the Taoist in green was. He was not allowed to enter the interior of that space. However, Luo Yan's faith power was magnificent, and he ignored the attacks behind him. He used the power of faith to replace his Dharma body to fight to the death several times, and finally survived the realm of the power of the real dragon. With a whoosh, he drilled into the gap of the divine pattern. Damn it! Break the formation quickly. Don't let him steal the real dragon treasure tree. Not far away, many powerful people such as the silver-haired Yaksha were shocked after seeing this scene, and then they were deeply angry. They also rushed towards the gap, wanting to rush up, but unfortunately they were blocked by the extremely majestic dragon power domain. The living beings were unwilling, so they could only bombard a divine pattern law band continuously, trying to break the formation by force. Buzz! After Luo Yan entered the medicine garden, he was completely attracted by the ancient dragon blood tree in front of him. This is a golden and blood-red sacred tree. It is not particularly large, but its momentum is very spectacular. Standing in place, it exudes an amazing Daorime, swallowing everything. Before Luo Yan took a few steps forward, he felt as if he was being stared at by something, and his skin was trembling, reminding him that there is a threat. This is an instinct and intuition. The power of destiny, which was originally very active, seems to have become more active after arriving in this area. It seems that it was deliberately influenced by something. Luo Yan subconsciously performed the deduction technique of the 6 phases of heavenly secrets, but the hexagram was hazy, but it was filled with purple air, giving him a mysterious feeling that he had never seen before. It seems to be out of reach. The hexagram is mysterious and puzzled him. Luo Yan stopped divination and did not approach rashly. He just stood in the distance and kept looking ahead. Suddenly, Luo Yan found that there was a grayish-white under the soil of the true dragon treasure tree. He gathered a ball of wind in the air and gently swept away the soil on it. Not long after, half of the skeleton that was not fully revealed was exposed. There was still a faint blood aura lingering on it, crystal clear and bright, and even a blood pressure mixed in it. Corpse bones to feed the treasure tree. Luo Yan was surprised and felt even more wrong. A sacred tree stained with dragon blood is originally a supreme spiritual object. Why does it need to use other things to irrigate and nourish it? It's like someone is deliberately cultivating this sacred tree. You know, for a spiritual object like the dragon blood tree, the dragon power lingering on it should be emitted from the inside out and on its own, instead of coming from the corpse. Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? But soon, Luo Yan noticed something wrong again. Dragons are powerful creatures above the immortal way. The pressure on that kind of existence must be extremely terrifying. Ordinary people can't even get close. Just like the dragon power field before entering. But now, although this ancient dragon blood tree has a powerful momentum, it does not bring too much pressure to Luo Yan's soul. At least it is very different from the descriptions in those predecessors' notes. Luo Yan concentrated his mind, and the content of the biography in the note emerged. I have practiced a great deal for more than 3,000 years. Later, I was burdened by the heaven and earth and could not make any progress in my cultivation. So I traveled through the star fields of the heavens to find a way to break through to the Mahayana venerable realm. I once saw a real dragon in a remote star field. The dragon's body was crystal clear and gorgeous, with horns on its head, 4 legs, and 4 claws. Its body spanned thousands of miles and could not be seen at a glance. There was an aura that made all spirits tremble. I was no exception. This was the content recorded in the predecessor's note, which was stored in the vast sea of scriptures of the 5 Elements sect and was written by a great man. Facing the written description of the sect's predecessors and the precious tree that Luo Yan saw with his own eyes, he felt a little puzzled. A true dragon not only possesses the ultimate power of the law, but is also immune to all attacks from the Taoist level, and has the ability to reach the sky and penetrate the earth. It can be said to be invincible in the mortal world. Otherwise, it would not dare to challenge immortals, Buddhas, gods, and saints. Therefore, even if it is a precious tree, after being watered with dragon blood, it should not have such an aura. That kind of soul-shaking feeling is more like a kind of oppression from a secret method, rather than a real blood pressure. Although the two are somewhat similar, they are actually very different. In addition, this ancient dragon blood tree seems to be alive. Hula! Suddenly, Luo Yan felt a special breath, reaching up to the sky and lingering in all directions. The dragon blood ancient tree, which was originally motionless, actually had a ray of wool floating out, turning into a little blood light, and the bloodthirsty wool appeared, and then began to expand and spread to the surroundings. Luo Yan had already been on guard in his heart, and did not dare to stay for a moment. He turned into a flash of lightning and exploded, and in an instant he escaped to the outermost periphery. But the blood-colored light continued to extend, and with an aura of annihilation, it chased towards Luo Yan. Another law of annihilation. Luo Yan thought to himself, feeling a little heavy. This was somewhat different from the previous situation where he was chased by the divine medicine. At this time, Luo Yan was confined to this small world, with no way to retreat or avoid. Like a turtle in a jar. But fortunately, the invasion speed of these law forces was not particularly fast, so he was able to dodge. Zizzy. Seeing that the law aura devoured it to no avail, the dragon blood treasure tree also stretched out its branches, and then began to grow wildly, also attacking Luo Yan. On the ground, countless bloodlines extended, like a sea of blood. In the sky, blood-colored branches grew, like roots absorbing nutrients. The two worked together and soon forced Luo Yan into a small area. Luo Yan raised his hand and shot out dozens of lightning bolts. For a moment, the lightning was surging, trying to smash everything. But those bloodlines were like the sands of the gangs, wearing away everything, and any energy and light were devoured. At this moment, the opponent's power increased by dozens of times. It gave Luo Yan an irresistible feeling. Thunder Domain. Luo Yan exerted all his strength, and the silver light around him exploded. The lightning in the medicine garden danced wildly, like countless silver snakes wreaking havoc. Z. But soon, these thunders were worn away by those bloodlines, and then everything was wiped out. At this moment, it seemed that any Taoist secrets, the laws of heaven and earth, were all ineffective in front of these blood-colored laws. All they could do was watch those branches gradually close together, waiting for the prey's final struggle. This dragon blood tree has given birth to true spirit. Outside, the silver-haired yaksha and others stopped one after another, all feeling surprised. Can this thing become a spirit? But soon, they became excited again. The value of the ancient dragon blood tree was already amazing, and now that it has given birth to spiritual intelligence, its value is naturally even higher. As for the suppression of the human cultivator, it was because his own strength was low and could not be compared with these upper-level true spirits. Little did they know that although the treasure was good, it still required a life to get it and the ability to fight for it. Thinking of this, the many creatures present accelerated the speed of bombarding the divine pattern Luo Yan. They had decided to take this dragon blood treasure tree. Only the young man surnamed Ao remained silent, with a strange light flashing in his eyes. Without saying a word, he was ready to fight for it. As for the disciple of the Five Elements sect, he no longer had any hope, because the power of the dragon blood tree was far beyond the opponent's reach. The hunchbacked old servant behind the young man surnamed Ao stared at the front with a smile on his face, as if there was something he was looking forward to. In fact, Luo Yan, who was in the medicine garden, also discovered this. Although he used the extreme speed of the Thunder Law and constantly changed his position to avoid the invasion of those bloodlines. But there were too many branches pressing in the void, so dense that it looked like a huge blood cocoon. Luo Yan was wrapped in it and couldn't break it at all. He was completely scared and used the 5-color magic to blast open these dense branches, but it was still useless. Those spreading branches, like big snakes catching the key, continued to move forward and slowly closed the branches. Damn, this trip to the demon world will not end here, right? Luo Yan gritted his teeth, and his thoughts kept flashing in his mind, thinking about the various possibilities that could solve these law forces. But after thinking for a long time, he couldn't find any solution. He had no protective treasures on him, and the great magic of the Xinjiao was not very useful. It can be said that all the backhands were used. Out of helplessness, Luo Yan once again used the hexagram divine eye to find a way out for himself. Soon, the demonstration of the Xianji hexagram had a result, auspicious. Luo Yan, who was originally confused by the bloodlines all over the sky, could not help but stand there in a daze. He was trapped and hunted. How could such a hexagram appear? Luo Yan was puzzled. Wow, just when Luo Yan was puzzled and even doubted his attainments in the way of heavenly secrets, a magnificent voice suddenly sounded in his heart. Humans who have peeked into the power of destiny, we meet again. Hearing this, Luo Yan was stunned and puzzled. But soon, he replied with some uncertainty, dragon-shaped magic medicine. At this time, the dragon-shaped creature glowed, and the breath of the law on its body was strong, with space, extinction, and swallowing everything. The moment these auras emerged, the blood-colored branches around it stopped growing after gathering into a circle. With a hum sound, an invisible ripple rippled in the void, and then a miniature real dragon walked out of it. My name is Aogu. The dragon-shaped creature spoke. I want to ask you for a favor. Establish a Dao contract with me and take me away from this world. The dragon-shaped creature said. Are you not the tree in the medicine garden? Luo Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, looked up and down for a long time, and then gave a conclusion. You seem to have guessed my origin. The dragon-shaped creature replied. Your aura is very pure, like the essence of plants and trees, single to the extreme. But these branches outside are filled with a dark, chaotic, bloodthirsty aura. Luo Yan pointed to the branches outside and explained. The difference in the aura of the laws here is not obvious, but Luo Yan can sense the deepest changes. Chapter 555, Curse of the Demon Realm, Maggots on the Tarsal Bones, and a Deal. The dragon-shaped creature in front of him had a very natural and close to the road aura. Although it was not very obvious, it was still slightly different from the dragon blood tree in the distance. The aura of the treasure tree was chaotic and dark, and even had a flavor of corroding everything. It didn't look like a sacred tree, but more like a source of some kind of evil, which made people disgusted. Luo Yan's strength was not top-notch, but his perception at these subtle levels was clear. That ancient dragon blood tree, and even this divine medicine spirit, should have a big problem. That treasure tree is actually the real body of this king, but unfortunately it is stained with filth. The dragon-shaped creature explained, letting Luo Yan know what was going on. This world, restricted by the rules of heaven and earth, makes the highest cultivation of the creatures living in this world not exceed the 5th level. But the dragon-shaped creature was watered by dragon blood after all, so his strength after transformation was extremely powerful. Understanding space and mastering the 2 great laws of extinction, the dragon-shaped creature is invincible. Even though this demon world has been open many times, there are very few creatures that can pose a threat to it. Because if it wants to run, almost no one can stop it. With a law of space in hand, The world is so big that it can go anywhere. Later, the dragon-shaped divine medicine met a group of creatures with real dragon blood flowing in their bodies. They said that they were of the same race as him and wanted to take him out to contact a wider world. The dragon-shaped creatures believed it. Later, the dragon-shaped divine medicine realized that something was wrong. The other party was coming for his body and wanted to refine his body to purify his own blood. So a fight broke out between the two sides. In the end, although the dragon-shaped divine medicine blew up the group of creatures, he himself was stained with a layer of curse. In this way, it is really not easy for you. Luo Yan did not comment, and had reservations about this story. He neither believed nor doubted it. He just wanted to know the real purpose of the dragon-shaped creature in front of him. Later, I thought of countless ways, but I still couldn't solve this curse. So I got deeper and deeper, almost irreversible. The branches of the dragon blood treasure tree not far away turned red, and then mixed with black air and yellow, as if it had encountered the most terrible thing, and the law of the breath became extremely chaotic. Sometimes it was violent and shocking, sometimes ethereal, and sometimes bloodthirsty, and the state was extremely unstable. It was as if it had been cursed to destroy the world. This curse was very mysterious. It seemed to be rejected by heaven and earth and used as a curse power specifically for blood beasts. The more powerful the blood creatures, the more terrible they would be after being infected with this curse. He is a magical medicine, belonging to the spirit of plants and trees, not a demon creature, but he still can't avoid it. It is conceivable how terrifying this curse power is. Therefore, for many years, the dragon-shaped magic medicine has tried countless ways to solve this problem, but it has not been able to solve this problem. But as time goes by, the power of this curse has become stronger and stronger, and it has even affected his true spirit. Therefore, getting rid of the curse on his body as soon as possible has become the top priority. Otherwise, he will be cursed to death. So, this king wants you to take me out, leave this world, and be reborn. In return, you can get this king's following, and help you soar to the sky on the road of cultivation," said the dragon-shaped creature. "He is a divine medicine, a real supreme treasure, and any creature who sees it will be moved. Taking a breath can gather boundless spiritual energy. If you can take a little bit, it is not impossible to directly break through a small realm. Faced with such a divine medicine, will there be a human cultivator who can bear the heart and not want to take it into his pocket? Now you only need to sign a Taoist contract to take his divine medicine away, which is tantamount to a great opportunity." Faced with such a temptation, the dragon-shaped creature does not believe that anyone can resist it. The dragon-shaped divine medicine quietly floated on the opposite side, waiting for the decision of the green-clothed Taoist. In his perception, the breath of this human cultivator is very special, with a breath of the innate 5 elements, and the emergence of many laws such as thunder and swordsmanship. It was as if he was a collection of Tao. Even if he had lived for a very long time, he would not have seen many such people. Not to mention the special aura on the other party. For dragon-shaped creatures, it was definitely a very suitable target for signing a Dao contract. Because in order to break the curse, only by mastering that kind of mysterious power can there be a chance to break it. This is why, when he was in the outside world before, he deliberately chased the Taoist in green for so long. The purpose was to sense the aura of the Luo on the other party to see if it was suitable. "Why are you looking for me?" Luo Yan looked up and asked seriously. "The whole demon world is open, and there are many people with higher talents and stronger strength than him. Luo Yan doesn't think that he is the lucky one. This point is applicable to Yang Zhao, and opportunities will automatically come to him. For example, when he goes out every day, that guy can pick up spirit stones and so on. But Luo Yan doesn't believe that he has the good luck to make a magical medicine follow him willingly. This kind of good thing that falls from the sky, even if the other party delivers it to his mouth, Luo Yan dare not eat it carelessly. The pie was too big, and he was afraid of being stuffed to death. "I think you are compatible," the dragon-shaped creature said. Luo Yan, who was opposite him, remained calm and just looked at him straight. After a moment, the dragon-shaped creature changed his words again. "One of the special powers in you is Qi, and the other is Qi. Since the birth of my spiritual consciousness, in addition to the power of the laws, I have also mastered a method of looking at Qi. As long as the creatures I have seen are not more than the 5th level in real strength and do not have any powerful protective treasures, I can see through them at a glance." After asking, Luo Yan finally figured out what was going on. The true spirit of this magical medicine awakened a technique of looking at ki, which can see a person's luck and even cause and effect. This is actually the key looking technique mentioned by human cultivators, and there is not much difference between the two. You can see good and bad fortune, avoid trends, etc. at a glance. I know a little bit about the art of looking at ki. You old demon are not telling the truth. Your real purpose is definitely like this. Luo Yan shook his head and exposed him bluntly. Although this is just a magical medicine, a plant spirit, it does not prevent him from using his body advantage to deceive others. Luo Yan has been with Xiao Yuner and the water spirit for a long time, and he is definitely good at sensing the emotions of these heaven and earth spirits. This king always keeps his word. As long as you sign a Dao contract with this king will help you practice. Even if you want to comprehend the avenue of space, the avenue of extinction, the clouds and rain, etc., this king can help you. The dragon-shaped creature painted a very beautiful picture, which was very attractive. When ordinary cultivators heard it, they wanted to respond immediately. Their faces were full of joy, and they thought they had a great fortune. Only Luo Yan himself knew that this dragon-shaped precious medicine concealed a lot of things. Now he seemed to be standing on the edge of a whirlpool. After a long silence, the dragon-shaped divine medicine looked at the Taoist in green clothes opposite him, who was still indifferent, and threatened him coldly. It seems that you don't want to agree to this king. The dragon-shaped divine medicine shook its body, coiled in a row, and descended from a high place. Suddenly, a shocking momentum enveloped Luo Yan, giving him great pressure. Unparalleled divine power. The blood-colored branches on the periphery also swarmed over, like the sublimation before the rage. As long as the dragon-shaped divine medicine's mind moved, Luo Yan's Taoist body would inevitably be robbed in an instant. I never like to be oppressed when doing things. Maybe you can try to see if you can make me change my mind. And this should be far from as simple as signing a Taoist contract, but a transaction. It's impossible. It's a request. Your precious medicine should be asking for something from me, right? Luo Yan opened his mouth and gave his own explanation. At the same time, a strong power of faith emerged from his body to prevent the other party from taking direct action. Judging from the current situation, Luo Yan can only try to use the power of faith to replace his true spirit body to fake death. Then repeat it little by little, cycle, kill time, wait for the outer divine pattern law band to be broken, and then find a chance to escape. This may be his only way to escape at present. The benefits of the power of faith are finally reflected at this moment. As long as the power of faith is sufficient and Luo Yan's true spirit is not destroyed in the first time, he can use the power of faith to continuously condense the body of Tao. In a sense, this is the immortal body. Can be resurrected infinitely. In fact, the blood-soul method of the demon monks is the same principle. As long as the blood energy they store does not dry up, they can continue to revive. This is also the real reason why those old demons, after causing a lot of trouble, are wanted by countless sects, but in the end they can still be safe and sound. Because the sea of blood does not dry up, their lives will be guaranteed. Today, Luo Yan is also trying to take such a path. This is his trump card, a powerful trump card that can prevent himself from dying. But the power of faith is like a delicious poison. If you keep in contact with it for a long time, you will inevitably be affected by faith. In the end, you will drift further and further away from the path of ki refining. But at the critical moment, Luo Yan could not care less. The power of faith on his body was strong, emitting a white light of Taoism, which was extremely gorgeous. Since it is a deal, you have to be honest, and what can I get? Taking you out is a small matter, anyone can do it, and there are few people who will not hurt you, but it should not be difficult to find them, right? Looking at the Taoist in green in front of him, the posture of the Taoist light, and the words spoken by the other party, the dragon-shaped creature was silent. If he really wanted to go out, how could he not find a simple-minded creature to sign a Dao contract? However, a Dao contract is a matter of life. How could an ordinary creature be in the eyes of the dragon-shaped magic medicine? He would rather do nothing and stay here than find someone to sign a Dao contract. However, during the previous opening of the demon world, dragon-shaped divine medicine had dealt with several great sects and knew that they were a group of people who would not release their eagles until they saw the rabbit. It was difficult to deceive them with ordinary words. But when he was honest, the other party saw such a complicated curse and resolutely refused. Because the power of this curse is too strong, ordinary people can't solve it at all. The most important thing is that it also has the ability to infect others. If I'm honest with you, can you sign a Dao contract with me and take me away from this world? The dragon-shaped creature said. Although he was rejected many times, dragon-shaped divine medicine decided to try again. Because there is a wisp of real dragon blood flowing in his body, he is unwilling to go against his heart unless he has to. I can't guarantee that. But since it's a deal, we need to put equal weights on the scales. If the requirements you give are not much different from my conditions, I will naturally agree. After all, you are a magical medicine, a supreme medicine that everyone in the world covets. Perhaps touched by Luo Yan's words, the dragon-shaped creature hovered in the sky for a long time, as if to sort out his thoughts. Finally, he floated in front of Luo Yan, and then said in a deep voice, "This king needs you to help me break this curse, because this thing is like a maggot on the tarsal bone, and it has contaminated my true spirit." The dragon-shaped creature spoke, and then no longer concealed the power of the curse. When he released the suppression of the curse power, in just a moment, the rich life energy on the dragon-shaped magical medicine disappeared in an instant. The original natural, ethereal, and almost Taoist aura began to become decayed, black, yellow, and stagnant. Coughed the dragon-shaped divine medicine coughed, and a wave of ripples appeared. It was still the law of extinction, but this time it was mixed with a trace of curse power. It was constantly destroying the power of the law of extinction. It didn't take long for these ripples to dissipate, far less than the supreme power that chased Luo Yan all over the sky before. It was like an old man, also waving his hands, but like a castle in the air, with no power at all. In addition, the body of the dragon-shaped divine medicine was full of black stains, and the curse power on it was constantly eroding his true spirit. It seemed to completely assimilate it. In this state, the state of the dragon-shaped divine medicine at this time became extremely bad, and there was a kind of deathly aura slowly condensing. If it continued, the true spirit of this divine medicine would probably really die in the curse. This surprised Luo Yan. What kind of curse was this, and it actually had such a terrifying power? It directly caused a rare divine medicine to fall into an endless abyss, as if it was about to die. No wonder there are those monster bones mixed with dragon power piled up under your body. Are you trying to transfer the curse on your body in this way? At this time, Luo Yan finally understood that the corpses of the big monsters buried under the land of this medicine garden might be far more than just used to cultivate the dragon blood tree. Chapter 556, Great Fortune, Great Terror, Instant Death. The power of curse is a very special power. It is easy to make people sink without knowing it, become confused and forget what they were before. Therefore, creatures that suffer from curses often need to bear a huge threat to their lives. So many methods of transferring the power of the curse were born. Obviously, using the lives of other creatures to transfer the curse by stealing the life of other creatures did not succeed. Otherwise, this magical medicine would not have fallen into such a situation. After continuous attempts by this king, I finally found a way to break these curses. That is to form a Dao contract with others and share the burden together. To be precise, only creatures who have the power of destiny can do this. The dragon-shaped creature said very frankly, with black spots all over his body, densely packed, very creepy. But at this moment, he seemed to be particularly sincere, revealing everything, with a sense of weakness. Luo Yan was silent. Sure enough, behind such a shocking opportunity, the hidden crisis is also very unusual. This magical medicine is actually under the idea of asking him to help share the curse. If he really signed this Dao contract in a confused state, Luo Yan would really be burdened by this powerful curse in the future. After all, the Dao key is equivalent to connecting everything of the two creatures together. Although it is not as exaggerated as living and dying together, if one party dies, the other party will definitely be greatly affected. At that time, Luo Yan had to pinch his nose and admit it, and he would try every means to break this curse. But then again, this is a top-level divine medicine after all, and you can bring it to the outside world at a little price. This is more reassuring. Because both parties have paid a price, and a certain amount of time and energy have been spent on it. You old medicine, Luo Yan laughed and cried. It was clearly a very dangerous act that could easily cost someone their life, but the words spoken by this dragon-shaped creature became a great thing to help him practice. He never mentioned the risks that needed to be taken. If it weren't for his continued questioning, I'm afraid this guy would continue to conceal it. Even though he felt jealous of this dragon blood divine medicine, Luo Yan always felt that something was strange, so he still controlled his temper and continued to observe. After a brief thought, Luo Yan decided to check it himself to see if he could resolve the curse. After all, this is a magical medicine. If we only talk about the grade, it is even higher than Xiao Yuner. It is really tempting. Luo Yan nodded slightly and motioned the dragon-shaped magical medicine to move forward. He wanted to observe it closely. Under Luo Yan's gaze, those black curse powers were like strange flower buds, parasitic on the true spirit of the dragon-shaped magical medicine, and constantly absorbing nutrients. The flower buds were still spewing black juice from time to time, and then the true spirit of the dragon-shaped magical medicine would dim a little, like a piece of filthy thing. These black flower buds are tangible but intangible. They can be observed, but they have no entity. It seems to be rooted in nothingness, on the dragon blood true spirit, and belong to the parasite between the two. Looking around, the body of the dragon-shaped magical medicine is covered with these black spots, which makes people feel numb. This scene is really a bit scary and creepy. Luo Yan's eyes were shining, and there were countless blazing rune lights jumping, shining, dazzling, and carefully observing this special curse power. Then, he stretched out his finger and gently tapped the black flower bud. Suddenly, a strange corrosion and burning feeling came. With a desire to devour everything, the flower bud opened and swallowed, but it did not spread to Luo Yan. It seems that this curse power is not contagious. Faintly, it is even more with a monstrous resentment, as if the world is disgusted. But this feeling is very weak, so weak that it is almost inaudible. Luo Yan carefully touched it, and after noticing this, he couldn't help but frown secretly. This curse power is really too strange, and it is very different from the curse power he had experienced before. These black flower buds are more like living things, with an evil nature. If they had not spread to his body, Luo Yan would have begun to suspect that these black spots were strange creatures. Despite his doubts, Luo Yan was still sure that this curse power acting on the soul and true spirit had a certain activity and was mostly related to some triggering medium. Unfortunately, there were too few reference materials at present, and it was still impossible to determine what kind of medium it was. Luo Yan observed it again and was sure that this strange curse, although very powerful, did not have the ability to infect others, at least not to infect himself. Suddenly, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Luo Yan's eyebrows opened and closed, and a void divine eye appeared. A trace of fate mysterious power was connected and entangled with the black flower bud. Not long after, the fate mysterious power was consumed, and the black flower bud also dimmed a little. Very weak, but really useful. It just proved that what the dragon blood divine medicine said was not false, and only the power of fate could offset it. Observing here, Luo Yan finally had a glimmer of enlightenment. No wonder this dragon blood divine medicine wanted to find and peek at the creatures of the power of fate to make a contract. This is indeed a solution. How is it? I didn't lie to you, did I? After feeling the mysterious power of the Taoist in green dissipate, dragon blood divine medicine couldn't wait to ask. Many things, as long as they are verified by hand, cannot be false. As long as what is said is true, there is a possibility of further discussion. In an instant, dragon blood divine medicine became excited. As long as you sign a contract with me and help me get rid of the curse, the dragon blood tree will be yours. Moreover, I can also help you practice and lead you to comprehend the laws of space, the great way of extinction and other supreme truths. As long as you agree, I can sign a contract with you now. Hearing such an urgent voice, Luo Yan retracted his gaze. His eyes were clear, he sorted out his thoughts, and then said meaningfully, although these black flower buds on your body are similar to the power of the curse, I feel that it is very much like a disease caused by a problem with your body. Generally speaking, the power of the curse has roots and a gathering point. It will not be generated out of thin air, and it has the characteristics of corroding everything. Like a big fire, as long as the living creatures in this area will be burned, and they can't distinguish between friend and foe. But these black spots on your body have a very obvious repulsive force, which is only aimed at you alone, and they turn a blind eye to my touch. This does not conform to the expansiveness and erosion of the power of the curse. Hearing such words, dragon blood divine medicine felt a little confused, and didn't understand what the Taoist in green was talking about. There was a feeling of drowsiness when listening to him speak. He understood the meaning of such a long string of words, but when they were put together, he felt that it was unfathomable and completely incomprehensible. Luo Yan didn't care about the expression of dragon blood divine medicine, but continued to explain, just now, I did use the power of destiny to help you check those black flower buds. Although it can play a role in offsetting, it has little effect. If you want to completely cure it, I'm afraid you need a huge amount of destiny power, and you need to offset it persistently to do it. The threshold for entry into the power of destiny is very high, and it is very difficult to collect it. It has been such a long time since Luo Yan entered the door, but he can't even condense a destiny body. It is conceivable how difficult it is to practice this mysterious power. According to the meaning of this dragon blood divine medicine, once the two parties sign a contract, they must cure the curse power in him, and then they need to continue to use the power of destiny to fill it. With Luo Yan's current attainments in the way of fate, even if he used up all the power of fate, he couldn't destroy a few black flower buds. The problem is that these black curse powers are almost all over the body of the dragon blood divine medicine. Even if Luo Yan spent a lot of energy to solve a small part of them, with the ability of these strange flower buds, it won't take long for them to grow again. In the long run, it will only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. Unless Luo Yan's attainments in the way of fate can be improved again. This king knows that this is difficult, but your attainments in the way of fate will continue to improve. At your age, I believe that it won't take long for you to make a breakthrough in this area. At that time, wouldn't it be much easier to solve these curse powers? This king's body is a magic medicine that can help you break through the realm, and my true spirit can also help you comprehend the laws of the Great Way. Come on, sign a contract with this king. This will be the greatest opportunity you have ever encountered in your life. While Luo Yan was thinking, the dragon blood divine medicine continued to bewitch him, and his words were full of attraction. Just like a kind elder, he was thinking about Luo Yan. Because it is a magical medicine, one of the top treasures in the human world, anyone who sees it, as long as there is a desire in their heart, will have a desire to monopolize it. So at this moment, the dragon blood magic medicine seemed full of confidence. Signing the Dao contract is one of the prerequisites for him to transfer the power of the curse, and there can be no mistakes. Hearing this, Luo Yan's sense of uneasiness intensified. If you look at it from the surface, consuming a certain amount of destiny energy and delaying a period of practice time can be exchanged for a top magical medicine. This deal, no matter how you look at it, is worthwhile. But I'm afraid someone has bad intentions. Before, I was still wondering, what kind of person would curse a magical medicine? In this world, there is never a love-hate collusion without reason. Such a powerful curse power, I'm afraid the other party must have paid the price of his life to exert it. You are a magical medicine born in this world. If you didn't do something that angered the heavens and the people, how could you be hated so much? At first, Luo Yan always felt very strange. The dragon blood tree is such a supreme spiritual object. Who wouldn't regard it as a treasure when ordinary people see it? Even if it is not caught this time, the specific information can be collected, and then the younger generation who comes in next time can catch it. This is the normal psychology. But the magical medicine in front of him is like being abandoned by the sky. The strange power all over his body is deep, like a group of evil thoughts. Such behavior is absolutely abnormal. In short, who would be fool and run to curse a spiritual medicine deeply? I guess the real spirit of the dragon blood divine medicine has been devoured or eliminated by you, right? You are occupying the nest of the magpie, taking over this supreme precious medicine, expecting to become it, but you never thought that you would shoot yourself in the foot and eventually be eaten back. So, at this point, is there any need for you to continue to act? Luo Yan whispered, with terrifying lightning jumping on his body, crackling and ringing in his ears. In a short moment, all the fragmented information can be connected after unraveling the mystery. Damn it! Do you mean that you are not going to agree to my request? Seeing that the matter was exposed, the dragon blood divine medicine showed a ferocious face and let out a loud roar. The dragon roar was earth-shattering and made a muffled sound like thunder. His mood was filled with anxiety, his eyes were bloodshot, and he seemed crazy. The dragon roar tore through, and the waves that rippled out wiped out the thunder on Luo Yan's body. Then, the power of faith continued to condense, and the invisible ripples were wiped out again. Dragon blood divine medicine leaped up and rushed forward, trying to kill the Taoist in green clothes on the opposite side. However, Luo Yan had a lot of faith power. As long as he maintained his immortal spirit, he could revive continuously through the power of faith. He looked like a rogue who said, "You can hit me at will, but I can revive continuously." In an instant, the two sides fell into a weird stalemate. This is the little true dragon realm. Although there are tremendous opportunities in it, these opportunities themselves are often dangerous. If you are not careful, If you really sign a DAO contract with the other party, you may even implicate the original body and truly fall. The so-called great fortune and great opportunity are far from being as easy to obtain as imagined. No matter who encounters it, they will have to endure more disasters than others. If you can get through it, it is an opportunity, and if you can't get through it, it is a disaster. Luo Yan passed this level. Crack. Soon after, the outer divine pattern band was broken and exploded like a bubble. There was a huge sound and the sky was full of rosy clouds. The young man surnamed Ao and the strong men of the Yaksha clan rushed towards the dragon blood tree at the first moment. Their eyes were burning, and their speed increased to the extreme. As a result, before these big monsters approached, the blood-colored light that enveloped the medicine garden launched a magnificent energy light and indiscriminately attacked the surroundings. Yin. A ray of blood light flashed, and a big monster failed to dodge in time and was stained with a little. Then, what shocked everyone was that the blood-colored light was blazing, and then black flower buds grew. The flower buds were like gates, spraying some black juice, which fell down and made the body of this big monster rot. Soon, this big monster died completely, and its whole body rotted and turned into a pool of dirty blood. Now a powerful big monster died completely in just a moment, and even the corpse was not left. It was simply horrifying. Chapter 557 Monsters, Descendants of the Grey Dragon, surrounded and killed Luo Yan, who saw this scene, and his pupils shrank. The curse power of these black flower buds might only be ineffective against energy bodies, but it could have an alienating effect on the real flesh and blood. If you touch it, you will die. Not far away, the young man surnamed Ao and others saw this and stopped their steps. They stopped rushing forward, fearing that they would be entangled by the blood-colored light. Obviously, the previous horrific scene scared everyone. Isn't this the ancient dragon blood tree? Why has it become like this? A big monster was shocked, and then roared to express his fear. Even if such a magical medicine was placed in front of him, he would not have the courage to refine it. Worried about something unexpected. Because those black flower buds are extraordinary at first glance. Could this magical medicine have transformed into a monster? The creatures present were terrified. Legend has it that a real monster has supreme power comparable to that of a fairy god, and can suppress all the spirits in the heavens, which is very scary. According to the records of the sect's scriptures and laws, the rarity of this creature is not inferior to that of the great creatures of the sacred class. It is also transformed from the human race, the monster race, or other alien races, and is extremely difficult to provoke. If immortals, gods, and saints represent light, or the extreme of a certain rule, then demons are representatives of another path of cultivation, strange and powerful. For example, there was once a venerable in the upper three realms, whose mind was eroded by a demon, and then he turned into a demon directly, causing all the creatures in a star field to be slaughtered. There is also a Mahayana venerable who is closest to the realm of immortals. He once found a phoenix egg with colorful patterns. As soon as he touched it, the egg automatically hatched and became a real demon. By devouring other creatures, in a very short time, he actually grew to a 7th-level existence that defied the heavens, equivalent to a great cultivator in the fusion realm of the human race. In the end, if it weren't for the Mahayana venerable's action, I'm afraid that the creatures in that Dao domain would have been slaughtered unimaginably. It is normal for all the creatures in that land to die. This is a demon, a holy spirit that exists only for killing. Killing other creatures and then plundering the origin is their instinct for survival. Destroying everything is their ultimate destiny. What on earth happened here? A good old dragon blood tree turned into a monster. The silver-haired Yaksha looked ugly and extremely angry. Because the big monster that just died was his clansman. When the divine pattern band was broken, they and the 9 infants rushed the fastest. They wanted to fight for the ancient dragon blood tree in the first time, but they didn't expect to be directly hit. On the contrary, the group of old men, worthy of being the scale-feathered monster clan, not only mastered extreme speed, but also had sharp eyes. After discovering something was wrong, they withdrew some of their strength. Now it seems that it is just right. Damn it, look at the bottom of that sacred tree, there are actually a lot of monster corpses buried. Which wicked guy did this? A sacred medicine treasure tree was turned into a monster. A strong man cursed in a low voice, his expression was very unwilling. A proper spiritual plant was nourished by blood and soul power. It would be strange if it didn't turn into a monster. Normal spiritual plants absorb the essence of heaven and earth to strengthen themselves. This dragon blood tree relies on absorbing the power of other monsters to strengthen its body. How can this not cause abnormal changes? After all, this dragon blood tree is a spiritual plant, not a monster. It has different innate races and naturally cannot strengthen itself by devouring other monsters. Everyone quickly moved away from this area. They came here excitedly and delayed for so long just to find a great fortune. But they were broken by a magic tree. Doesn't this mean that they came here in vain? Obviously, such a great opportunity is just around the corner. But the fact is that when those blood-colored rules shine in all directions, any living creature present needs to avoid their edge. Because it represents the extreme in a field, which is not something that everyone can contend with at the moment. In other words, even if all the cultivators present work together to destroy this magic tree, they will not do it. Because the effort is not proportional to the reward. Monsters are not like other spiritual plants. Even if you don't need them, you can trade them for other spiritual objects. But the magic tree is not the same. Unless the magic monk is in front of you, ordinary creatures will not have any demand for them. Its true value is greatly reduced. Seeing this, Luo Yan knew that it was impossible to do anything at the moment, so he turned into a ray of lightning and disappeared in the blood-colored cocoon. Of course, the agreement between him and the young man surnamed Dao was naturally invalid. The ancient dragon blood tree has mutated and has abnormalities. It is a monster that cannot be resisted by the power of a few of them. It's not that he doesn't want to pick it, but that he can't pick it. This is not a violation of their agreement. Fortunately, Luo Yan still has a drop of the blood of the young man surnamed Dao on his body. This was originally used to resist the dragon power field of the divine pattern Luo Yan, and it was an advanced subsidy from the young man surnamed Dao. But Luo Yan relied on his own ability to enter the medicine garden, and this drop of the 9 infants dragon clan's blood was naturally left. It is impossible to return it. Once it is in Luo Yan's hands, it means that it has taken root. It's his. Maybe he can use it to study the real powerful secrets of the 9 infants dragon clan in the future. Therefore, Luo Yan will not choose to return it before the study is complete. He chose to withdraw quickly, and this was also part of the reason. After all, they belong to the same origin and are all members of the 5 Elements sect. There is no need to argue over such a small matter. It's better to leave as soon as possible. Hundreds of miles away, Luo Yan stopped and finally escaped. Even with the protection of the Thunder Dao, he still seemed careful and cautious. This small demon world is worthy of being passed down from ancient times to the present. While there are many opportunities, it is also really terrible. Along the way, he encountered countless dangers. He had encountered several powerful creatures that were not inferior to the dragon blood god tree, chasing a large group of monks to slaughter. Those powerful creatures have their own domains. Any monk who sets foot on this territory will inevitably be attacked the most violently. Seeing this, Luo Yan could only avoid it carefully and did not dare to get too close to avoid getting burned. Boom! Suddenly, a vicious dragon appeared on the top of the cliff in front of him. It was more than 200 feet long. Its body crushed a mountain peak. It was red-gray in color, and it spewed out a faint light from its mouth. Its attack power was terrifying, and it smashed the forest into powder. Even from a long distance, one could feel the anger and the roar, which was a rage of sin. Around it, many powerful figures flashed, constantly using energy magic to bombard it, as if to consume it. Grey Dragon. Luo Yan was surprised. This was a sub-dragon species, with part of the blood of the real dragon flowing in its body. It was very powerful and one of the top creatures. If this guy could be caught and taken to the outside world, thousands of years later, there might be an extra big monster on the Baybird Island. In fact, this is how many sect's guardian beasts were obtained. In terms of loyalty, monsters are much more pure than human cultivators. Therefore, even on the 5 Elements Mountain, there are some auspicious beasts with the blood of gods and demons living there. Such as Kilin, Kingin, Shanayan, Xianlu, etc. Only these purest bloodline monsters are qualified to live on the 5 Elements Mountain. Ordinary spirit cranes, or small monsters like snakes, can't even get close to the 5 Elements Mountain. Yin. The dragon's roar shook the sky and resounded throughout the area. The heaven and earth were trembling. The gushing Dao light turned into the sharpest sword light, cutting off everything in the world. Many creatures who wanted to subdue the Grey Dragon by relying on joint efforts were all cut into pieces. The Hua and Hua energy light rain shone in everyone's eyes. Such a powerful Grey Dragon, the advantage of numbers in front of it, seemed to have no effect at all. Even Luo Yan couldn't help but feel fearful when he saw it, and then stopped to watch. But after observing for a while, he found that the group seemed to have spare energy. Buzz! Suddenly, there was a bright silver light flashing on the top of the mountain ahead, and a small gray dragon less than 10 feet long was sleeping in the cave. Luo Yan sensed that special breath, and then gathered his divine eyes to look at it. Faintly, a tiny phantom of a dragon was hidden in the mountains, shining with divine light. It was constructed by the innate runes of the heavens, condensed into a charm, suspended in the sky, mysterious and bright, a powerful innate magical power. However, the spiritual light on the body of the small dragon was dim and very weak, and its condition was very bad. Looking closely, its soul was being entangled by a group of black shadows, and gradually being pulled away from the body. The whole dragon's soul was already clearly visible. Every time a black shadow appeared, the dragon's soul would dim a little. After a long time, it has become very weak. Yin. Seeing his offspring being so traumatized, the gray dragon went completely crazy, staring at the sky and earth with scarlet eyes, roaring with fangs and claws. It hovered firmly on the top of the mountain to protect its child, then spewed out a most blazing sunlight and attacked indiscriminately in all directions. In an instant, with a forest as the center, the surrounding mountain suffered a devastating blow, the rocks disappeared, and the earth cracked. Everyone wait a little longer, avoid its sharp edge, and when the gray dragon's demonic power is exhausted, it will be our turn to counterattack. In the distance, a powerful Taoist said confidently with rune lights flowing in his eyes. While he was speaking, he performed the secret method of the soul, and cast a black shadow to escape towards the little dragon. These secret methods of the soul are actually not very sharp. With a gray dragon blocking outside, at least they can isolate most of the soul fluctuations. Unfortunately, the little dragon was very weak. It was born not long ago, and its spirit and body were not yet fully integrated. In this state, the slightest disturbance would easily affect the state of the little dragon. Indeed, if this gray dragon had not just given birth, we would probably have no way to deal with it. Another powerful creature sneered. He also sent out a strange wave, drilled into the void, stirred up many ripples, and then wiped out the little dragon. As long as the little dragon was killed, the gray dragon outside would be violent, and then it would be time for them to take action. This was an alien with an innate cloud pattern on his body and covered with black scales, which was very powerful. Now seeing that the gray dragon was weak, he also planned to get a share. After all, the dragon's body was full of treasures, including dragon tendons, dragon bones, dragon scales, etc., each of which was a rare treasure. As long as we can get a part of it and bring it to the outside world, whether it is used to make dragon power instruments or protective armor, it is the top spiritual material. This trip will be a full load. If an adult dragon faces so many creatures, even if it can't beat them, it can escape. But this gray dragon can't do that. It has offspring and can't resist attacks at the soul level. So it must stay here and fight against the attackers outside. Is this a female dragon that just gave birth? Luo Yan suddenly realized why so many people gathered here. After all, it is a dragon, a real sub-dragon species. In terms of bloodline level alone, it is only half a step behind the 9 Infants Dragon clan. However, this does not mean that the 9 Infants Dragon clan is definitely stronger than the Grey Dragon. The gap between the two is limited, and we can find a way to make up for it the day after tomorrow. Let's see first. Luo Yan whispered. A lone Grey Dragon is indeed rare, not to mention a Grey Dragon that has just given birth. Such a sub-dragon species is even rarer. However, Luo Yan had a different idea from the others. He did not intend to attack the Grey Dragon directly, but just watched from a distance. If there was a chance, Luo Yan would like to try and take the little dragon away. Maybe he could also study the real reason why the true dragon clan was so powerful. Bloodline has always made Luo Yan curious. Now that this opportunity has appeared, he will naturally not miss it. Of course, the premise is that he can complete the act of fishing in troubled waters in full view of the public. Yin. The gray dragon in the distance roared wildly, sensing the crisis, and began to call for his companions. At the same time, its long demon body swayed, emitting a sharp and dazzling demon light, containing a blow from heaven and earth, and shot towards the figures on all sides. Some people predicted it and dodged in advance. Others did not dodge in time, and were blown up by a single blow, turning into a rain of light flying all over the sky. Quick! Everyone, attack together! Don't hide your strength anymore, Don't give that demon dragon a chance to call for its companions. Otherwise, you and I will both return empty-handed today." Someone shouted, taking out a sword box. The aura of the golden principle inside was permeated, and thousands of sword beams swept forward. All obstacles along the way were chopped into pieces, unstoppable. Bang! Someone gathered the purple rune magic power, controlled the Deodharma body, and rushed forward, wanting to attack the little dragon. Swift and brave. Chi, the grey dragon, did not dodge, like a living target, and was hit by these sword beams and rune magic power, and the monster body was covered in blood, which was very scary. It was injured, although not seriously, but this was also a very bad signal. Chapter 558, Helping Hands, Against the Arrogance of Disciples from Top Powers. As time went by, more and more creatures participated in the hunt for the grey dragon. Especially when the grey dragon was injured, this offensive became increasingly intense. The creatures participating in the hunt, under the aggregation of many magical skills, even the dragon body could not resist. Further away, there was a monstrous white flame descending, carrying the power of annihilation, and the white flames rose, burning the grey dragon. For a moment, all the attacks were directed at the grey dragon. It encountered the most terrifying crisis in its life. Being hunted by so many powerful creatures, even if it was a grey dragon with the blood of a true dragon, with a realm as high as the 5th level and an extremely strong demon body, it was still injured under such a fierce attack. Even if there are many ants, they can bite an elephant to death, not to mention that the bodies of these creatures are rarely lower than the 4th level. As a result, the grey dragon's injuries are getting worse and worse. But the grey dragon's demon body is too huge. Although the scales on the demon body fell off, blood was dripping, and the bones were visible. Even though it was constantly hunted by so many creatures, it still did not retreat. The grey dragon swallowed its offspring into its stomach, and its scarlet eyes shot out azure red clouds, covering the entire sky. Creating clouds and mist is the instinct of the dragon blood species. The moment these blood mists appeared, all the creatures in this area felt that there was a trace of corrosive power on the outside of their bodies. The souls had a stagnant movement. Swish, swish, boom. In the blood mist, strong people kept launching the most violent attacks, and the magical powers and secrets they launched were amazing. They bombarded the grey dragon's demon body regardless of anything. Such a big live target can be hit even with eyes closed, so there is no such thing as miss. But because the grey dragon's demon body is so powerful, the two sides were deadlocked for a long time. Suddenly, several alien creatures joined forces, aimed at a certain direction, and then shot out energy, cutting a gap in the body of the grey dragon in an instant, and the dragon's blood flowed straight out, revealing the little dragon curled up inside. Roar! The grey dragon felt pain, rolled and roared in the blood mist, and attacked like crazy. The majestic blood was like the sea, and the energy beam rolled like the ocean. Tried to use twisting to avoid these deadly attacks. But soon, a series of magical skills locked on this gap, and then countless divine lights of the dining clouds hit the little dragon again. At this moment, a flash of lightning flashed, and it jumped in an instant. The lightning was endless, protecting the little dragon. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light flashed across. It was a long spear, which was surrounded by terrifying runes and exuded a terrifying aura. The spear light broke through the air and penetrated Luo Yan's thunder domain. Luo Yan raised his eyes slightly, stood with his hands behind his back, and looked not far away. His eyes were cold. Want to take advantage of our unpreparedness and fish in troubled waters? Are you a waste like you? A man stood, holding a spear, with a slender figure and eyes like stars. He looked indifferent, confident and powerful, standing there, staring at Luo Yan. Seeing the behavior of the Taoist in green, the young man subconsciously thought that the other party wanted to steal the fruits of victory, so he took action decisively. No room for maneuver. Only the grey dragon in the distance felt this scene, and knew in his heart that the Taoist in green was blocking the disaster for it. The blood on the monster's body was blazing, and the gap that was deep enough to see the bone was slowly healing quietly. It is a dragon, so it naturally has a very strong self-healing ability. Before thanking the Taoist in green, the grey dragon fought with the many creatures again. However, when it spewed out the rays of light, it deliberately skipped this direction. At the same time, the small dragon in the body also disappeared instantly and was hidden by the grey dragon to prevent any accidents. Seeing this, the others couldn't help cursing, thinking that the Taoist in green was trying to steal a chicken but ended up losing the rice. Not only did he fail to fish in troubled waters, but he also wasted their previous hard work. So they had to devote themselves to the scene of attacking the gray dragon again. Luo Yan looked across and saw that the Taoist light on the young man's body was like the sun, moon and stars, as if he could draw the starlight from the heaven and earth at any time and bless himself. The glittering and shining appearance was very amazing. This should be a disciple of the great Zhaoshan sect, and he is not an ordinary person. It is rumored that the people of this sect have very special cultivation methods, and they practice sunlight, moonlight, and the starlight of the sky. They are walking a different path from ordinary practitioners, but they are still very powerful, far beyond ordinary people. Interesting, I haven't been scolded like this for a long time. It seems that you are very confident. Luo Yan sneered. He saw that this person should have some skills and strong strength. But the other party's condescending attitude naturally made him unhappy, so he began to weigh the pros and cons. As for the little dragon, Luo Yan had already helped the little dragon, and the rest depended on the luck of the mother and son. At the moment, Luo Yan had something more important to do, which was to fight. The core disciples of the top forces were like this. If they encountered a little unhappiness, they would fight. This was to prove their own strength and verify their own Taoist magic and scripture secrets. After all, whether they were strong or not was not up to them, but to their opponents. Moreover, the right to speak was something that could only be snatched by one's own strength. Wow! The dazzling divine aura bloomed, and a handsome and heroic young man appeared, wearing a red cloud-colored dress, with a high spirit and confident eyes, and he also appeared here. Chi. With a flash of light, a woman shrouded in mist descended, with a misty and otherworldly aura, peerless, agile and ethereal, and also came here. It seems that everyone has the same purpose for this trip. It seems to be for the little dragon, but in fact, it is just for fighting. How can I be absent from such a grand event? The young man said excitedly. He seemed to be excited about meeting a suitable opponent and was in high spirits for the upcoming war. He had long lost interest in so many people besieging a gray dragon. A true strong man should fight one-on-one with others. Therefore, participating in the siege was not something that the young man was interested in at all. It's a dragon's offspring. Wouldn't it be a pity to kill it directly? I will take it back to the sect and place it in the dragon locking pond. After thousands of years, it will be a great demon again. Isn't it beautiful to arrange it this way? A thin layer of gray fog was hidden on the side of the female cultivator, making it impossible to see her face, but you could vaguely see her black hair, her white and translucent neck, and her eyes flashing and full of brilliance. With a beauty beyond the secular world. Although the mysterious female cultivator said such words, her fighting spirit did not diminish. Obviously, she was thinking the same thing as the young man. As the heir of a top power, it is not a skill to bully the minority with numbers. Their backgrounds are extraordinary and they have the confidence to support their pride. Luo Yan glanced at the two people. Judging from their aura, they are definitely disciples of a top power. They all joined in with the idea of fighting. In the eyes of these beings, the gray dragon is indeed powerful, but it attracts too many eyes. In the end, it is nothing more than getting some scales or flesh. This resource benefit cannot attract their attention. On the contrary, if we consider it in the long run, the value of this little dragon is invaluable. Moreover, through the melee, we can prove our strength and make the sect famous, which is in line with the ideas of these top power disciples. Do you want to save the little snake? But what if I don't let you do what you want? The disciple of the great Zhaoshan sect holding a spear sneered. Looking at the scene in front of him, he also reacted and realized that he must have misunderstood the Taoist in green. But what does it matter? He is a peerless genius, he can't be wrong. If someone thinks he is wrong, he should be suppressed and then defeated. Deep in the young man's eyebrows, there is a vast moon, bright and beautiful, with a breath of floating in the world. At this moment, he looks like an acquired god. Let's fight, everyone depends on their ability, whoever wins will have the right to deal with the little dragon. The young man with a majestic look said. Judging from his appearance and the breath of his soul, he is not very old, and he is an age that likes excitement. Now that there is such a grand event in front of him, how could this young man miss it? As for the many creatures outside who participated in the siege, he didn't take them seriously at all. They are just a bunch of trash who take advantage of others' misfortune, and he can beat them up at will. I advise you not to be conceited. Otherwise, how conceited you are before the war, how lonely you will be after the defeat. Luo Yan looked around. and then said coldly to the opposite side. Ever since Luo Yan helped the Grey Dragon block that attack, the Grey Dragon has been hovering in the sky, constantly attacking all directions. A large number of creatures also surrounded it, wanting to consume its energy again, and then achieve the feat of ants biting elephants to death. On the contrary, the area in front of the mountain range became deserted, and several people confronted each other. Arrogant, you are looking for death. The young man from the great Zhaoshan Xingshan gate held the spear and trembled slightly. His eyes were deep, revealing a trace of murderous intent, ready to go. Previously, if it weren't for the Taoist in green, he might have killed the little snake. Then the Grey Dragon must have suffered a heavy blow and then went berserk. But now it seems that everything has changed. You can try it. Luo Yan glanced at him, and the thunder power on his body manifested, shocking the world. I have been in seclusion for many years, and I have never fought with a genius of the same age level. I think I can get what I want today. The mysterious female cultivator chuckled, and an amazing fighting spirit came from her graceful body. What is surprising is that such a beautiful woman is also an extreme warmonger. After all, it is really boring to practice hard all the time. It is also a blessing to be able to fight with a fellow of equal strength. I don't care whether he is a dragon or not. But if there is a fight, I have to be the one. The young man also interrupted at the right time, and his every move was extraordinary. At this time, he was surrounded by precious light, and his protective treasures were shining. Although he was not very old, he was elegant and confident. Luo Yan's face was calm, with electric light in his eyes, ready for a big melee. He could guess the psychology of the other two people. They did not seek any benefits, but simply wanted to find a strong opponent for themselves, and then sharpen themselves. This way is difficult for ordinary people to understand, but this is the true idea of the genius of the top forces. External objects are always secondary, and the strength of oneself is the real strength. When Luo Yan was in the lower world, he had the same mentality for a period of time, and he wanted to find a suitable opponent to sharpen himself. The amazing transformation here is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Just as the four of them were confronting each other, there was a sudden sound of a huge explosion in the distance. Boom! From afar came the trembling sound of the sky tearing apart, and the roar of the Grey Dragon, with a monstrous immortal flame burning, and the most intense confrontation broke out. Someone laughed heartily, and vaguely the world was shrouded in the aura of runes. The shadow of a pagoda fell from the sky, carrying a majestic and magnificent fortune, suppressing all directions. The Grey Dragon was in pain under this attack, and the injuries on its huge body became more serious. Another terrifying strong man is coming. Someone showed a look of surprise, with a look of fear in his eyes. He looked at the four people confronting each other below, and then looked at the Palm Pagoda, the heroic man who suppressed him, and couldn't help but look bitter. It has only been a short time, and so many powerful people have appeared in this area alone. If he continues to wait, he can't believe how many more people will keep coming. The main reason is that there are too many creatures entering this demon world. In addition to the demons, the human forces in the entire endless sea also followed suit. A large number of young generations swarmed in, creating such an amazing scene. A Grey Dragon with the strength of the 5th level was actually beaten by a group of juniors. It is indeed getting more and more lively, but I still remember what you did to stop me before. The young man from the great Zhaoshan Xingshan sect spoke with a cold tone, pointing his spear in the distance. Even if there is nothing to gain today, we must make a break with this guy in front of us. The face of the disciples of the great sect cannot be insulted. Come and fight. Luo Yan only had 2 words. He had ideas about the little dragon, so he helped as much as possible. Naturally, he didn't want it to be robbed so soon. So when it's time to take action, you must take action. The 2 people next to him were also eager to try and want to get involved, but Luo Yan and the young man looked as if no one else was around. At this moment, it seemed as if they were completely ignoring the 2 of them, causing the 2 to frown. They were underestimated? Boom! Suddenly, the young man from the great Zhaoshan Xingshan sect attacked directly, and the light of his spear shook the world and covered the sky. He thought that among the younger generation, except for those truly invincible exiled immortals, he was the best and could compete with all the peers in the world. Therefore, how could he tolerate himself being frustrated in front of an unknown Taoist in green? Even if he had to give up the precious resources on the Grey Dragon, he had to kill it and build his invincible heart. Luo Yan turned his body into thunder, and countless silver snakes danced, rushing to the sky, bombarding the spear light. The two collided with each other, making a sizzling sound of electricity, and sparks flew. Chapter 559, A Small Test of Skills, Dragon Corpse, Second-Class Strength. And the dazzling light blinded everyone. At the same time, the young man had already acted secretly, holding a spear and rushing over on a starlight dome road. He waved the spear in his hand and used the most powerful magic to suppress the Thunder Taoist in the first time. The young man and the mysterious female cultivator not far away also attacked this side. But on the way, the two of them also fought each other for several magics, and no one took advantage. But from beginning to end, the core target of the three people was still the Taoist in green. Because whose aura was more domineering, it was obvious at a glance. Since it was a melee, it was natural to find a way to get rid of the strongest first, and then decide the winner. This was the tacit understanding of the three of them. Want to get close to me? I don't know if you have that ability. Luo Yan first punched the disciple of the great Zhaoshan sect with all his strength, and then quickly turned his head and pushed his palms flat, hitting the two people. Since he has decided to attack, he will fight one person and three people as well. Fighting 1 against 3 is a common thing for him. What is there to fear? The thing that Thunderbolt fears least is siege. Luo Yan's palms condensed into thunder, the thunder was like a waterfall, the lightning was like an ocean, and the void was shaking with a sizzling sound of electricity. At this moment, it seemed that the whole space had become a world of thunder. The young man held a gun in his right hand and made a strange seal with his left hand. The moonlight between his eyebrows was blazing, attracting a large area of bright moonlight to fall, breaking through the thunder domain and attacking forward. With a boom, he collided with the thunder in the sky. The divine and elegant young man also stopped and stood in the southeast position, forming a horn with the other three people. The treasures on his body were shining, and the brilliance was infinite. He condensed countless mysterious runes, shining brightly, and hit everyone. The momentum was powerful and terrifying. Luo Yan was very calm, gathering boundless lightning, submerging the place into a sea of thunder, and moving forward to meet the attack. The thunder domain is boundless and spreads in all directions. As long as you are in this domain, you will be attacked by lightning. The vast ocean of lightning, like waves, rumbles in the void, and the crackling sound is endless, giving many creatures a frightening feeling. It seems to destroy the world. This is a shocking collision, with 4 people and 4 directions as the core. The energy ripples generated by the fight shatter all obstacles. The infinite light of the soul secret treasure, the magical scriptures, the ancient secrets and other Taoist lights are intertwined, and the scene becomes extremely chaotic and terrible. It's like the beginning of the world, and all spirits come to the world, across all directions. After the attack, Luo Yan was calm, and the lightning on his body dyed him light silver, as if a god who controls the divine thunder stood there, calm and undisturbed. The young man from the great Zhaoshan sect's heart skipped a beat. The opponent's thunder law seemed to be of average power, but why could it stand firm in the center of the storm? This puzzled him. Obviously, these thunder laws were not very sharp, but their effectiveness was extremely powerful. It seemed that there was some special energy blessing. The mysterious female cultivator not far away was also surprised. Which force was this Taoist in green from? There should be no sects around the Wangxingxi area that are famous for their thunder magic, right? But this guy used the thunder secret method, and collided with the 3 masters one after another, fighting 1 against 3, without showing any weakness, and not losing the wind at all. It seems that he has not used all his strength to fight. Such an opponent is really surprising. The power of thunder law, if there is no law of true blessing, it will become extremely difficult to even get started. The youngest of the 3 frowned, knowing that he was limited by his age and was naturally at a disadvantage in competing with these old monks in terms of magical powers and Taoism. So he drove the soul secret treasure without hesitation to prove himself. After all, external objects are also part of one's own strength. The boy's eyes sparkled, and the light of Taoism flowed around his body. A palm-sized bronze ancient tripod flew out. In an instant, a green divine aura bloomed, brilliant and crystal, with countless mysterious divine patterns. Not long after, a unicorn beast appeared and landed with 1 foot, and everyone's heart trembled. Another foot landed, and the mountains in the distance exploded. The 3rd foot landed, and many creatures gathered at the edge of this area suddenly felt a huge pressure, pressing them straight to the ground. Bang! Bang! A series of crisp sounds continued to ring out, like raindrops pouring down, very scary. This is an indiscriminate range attack. Taking out this secret treasure also means that the three of them can defeat the enemy without any attack. A top secret treasure that works on the soul level. Luo Yan whispered. Facing such a special treasure, he would have felt a little daunted before. But now, he is still calm. Because before coming, Luo Yan, under the guidance of the spirit of the immortal weapon, laid out the Xianyin Zuanhan formation for his soul, firmly locking everything. The soul's breath, personal luck, spiritual power characteristics, etc., are all locked and will not be exposed. Therefore, facing this rare soul secret treasure raid, Luo Yan was able to remain calm. Then he condensed a law force field in front of him, isolated this kind of energy again, and then drove the thunder to fall from a distance. Buzz! The two had a separate big collision, and silver snakes appeared one after another, rushing towards the auspicious beast Kilin, with dazzling runes. This time, both the mysterious female cultivator and the disciples of the great Zhaoshan Xingqian sect were shocked, because the huge ripples generated by the collision affected them. The young man reacted quickly. Even though he was the first to be hit, his soul and body were both hit terribly, but he held a spear in his hand, and the spear light shook the world, first splitting the lightning. Then he attracted the vast starlight, gathered into a ball, and protected himself, trying to avoid this internal and external invasion. After all, the power at the soul level is the most difficult to deal with, invisible and intangible, making it difficult to defend against. Crack! At this moment, Luo Yan's figure escaped from the void and suddenly appeared. The lightning turned into a long cone and landed at the most critical position. Stab it hard. You deserve to die. The young man was shocked and angry, and couldn't help but roar. The Kilin auspicious beast was just a kind of statue, just like the visualization picture. It was illusory, targeting the soul level. It could shock people. Close in front was Luo Yan's wonderful peak attack, which just happened to pierce his defensive aura. In any case, as a core disciple of the great Zhaoshan Xingqian sect, the young man did not want to be defeated so easily. Because it would be a shame. It was a shame for the sect, and even more so for himself. The young man turned into a bright moon, with a stream of moonlight and countless runes, and wanted to fight against a long cone of thunder. Wow! Unfortunately, this time the long cone of thunder was transformed by the thunder of yin, which can also act on the soul level. The yin thunder is invisible, but the great way is not reduced, making the young man feel like being struck by lightning, and his ears are no longer able to hear. He noticed something was wrong, so he gathered a lot of moonlight to protect himself, like a real moon falling, but he still suffered a lot of soul trauma. The main reason is that the Dharma body of this demon world is dominated by the true spirit consciousness and a wisp of soul power. Although the soul breath is weak, it is a real existence. Therefore, when the young man faces this kind of secret treasure that specifically acts on the soul level, he will feel so passive. Because the soul power on his Dharma body is only a trace. But what the young man had to face was two different levels of soul attacks, which were endless and doubled his pressure. If his real body was here, he would never be in such a crisis. But unfortunately, the body of the Dharma body in this world is weak and cannot withstand the long-term invasion of this soul secret treasure. From this point, it can be reflected that the young man in white, Zhang Cheng, reminded Luo Yan that it would be better for him to bring a secret treasure for protection. How important this information was. This is the advantage of the children of the top families. They can know many secrets that others don't know in advance and prepare for them. Even if they are not defeated, they will not have obvious weaknesses. The descendants of family forces like the young man in white usually do not show their mountains and waters. They come in the clouds and go in the fog. Few people know them. But this is also because most of the disciples are not strong enough and cannot contact them. Obviously, the young man not far away can bring in a soul secret treasure, which also shows his noble status from the side. At the same time, this also shows that although the disciple of the great Zhaoshan Xingqian sect has a little foundation, this background foundation can be almost ignored. Suppress it. The young man roared, his hair was disheveled, and his spear was constantly waving, sweeping towards the sky and slashing towards the lightning. But no matter how he resisted, there was always something imperfect, and he was still affected by the thunder of yin. His eyes began to become trance, and his soul showed signs of instability. The young man was extremely angry, his voice was hysterical, and the veins on his face were bulging. He wanted to say to the young man, "Stop it quickly," He couldn't hold on any longer. But the pride and self-esteem of the disciples of the big sect did not allow him to have such an idea of bowing his head. So he could only grit his teeth and hold on. The killing beast not far away was still fierce and powerful, and the soul trembled to carry out indiscriminate large-scale attacks. Even the creatures besieging the gray dragon were affected, not to mention the young man in the center of the storm. He felt that someone was holding a steel needle, stabbing his head again and again, and his soul was about to break. In front of him, the green-robed Taoist kept sending lightning and thunder, which made him feel numb and almost stuck to his forehead. Under the double attack, the young man was severely injured at this time, feeling aggrieved and howling continuously. One relied on external objects and magic weapons, and the other took advantage of his unpreparedness and deliberately added insult to injury. The young man was unwilling to accept it and didn't want to be defeated like this. Otherwise, what difference would it be like a dog that lost its home? The stars in the sky, shine on me, please ask the moon god to come to me and protect my true spirit. Open. The disciple of the great Zhaoshan Xingchen sect raised his hands to the sky, completely crazy, and attracted a large amount of starlight again, which turned into a sea of stars. A phantom emerged, standing upright in the sky and the galaxy. The phantom was extremely tall, like an ancient giant, covering the sky and the sun, and possessed supreme power. Under the protection of this starlight phantom, the young man finally protected himself, but his Dharma body was in a mess at this time, and his breath was much weaker. He was almost blown up. Buzz! Before the young man could breathe a sigh of relief, a beam of extremely blazing colorful light rose up, and then merged together to form the brightest white light, passing by in an instant. The huge starlit divine figure was pierced by Piaran in an instant before it had time to evolve its magical powers. The young man was also swept by the colorful rays of light, and then completely lost his voice. Only a group of energy essence remained, flashing with brilliance. From the beginning to the end, everything happened in a moment, so fast that the creatures in the distance had not reacted yet, and the battle here ended with a bang. The mysterious female cultivator was startled and felt a little incredible, and gradually stopped the magical secrets in her hand. Because this battle seemed to be a melee, but in fact, the Taoist in green was the only one who had to face attacks from 3 directions at the same time. But even so, this guy could withstand such great pressure and blow up one person in an instant. Now, there are only 2 of them left. Even if they join forces again, it is difficult for them to be the opponent of the Taoist in green. Thinking of this, the mysterious female cultivator wanted to leave. The young man not far away was also like this. He sacrificed a rare soul-type secret treasure, but the other party was not affected at all. Obviously, he also had the same treasure to protect himself. His identity and background are probably not simple. If they compete in Taoism, he himself is not his opponent. So he also had the idea of running away. Although the Shenyu boy is young, he still knows how to retreat when facing a strong enemy that he cannot beat. After all, he is not a masochist who likes to be beaten. Luo Yan glanced at the 2 of them with his eyes, then absorbed the ball of energy, and then stopped making a move. It's almost enough to test his skills. So Luo Yan passed the 2 of them and looked at the state of the gray dragon. At this time, the gray dragon was in a very bad state. The monster body was full of scars, and there were many places where the wounds were deep enough to see the bones, and the smell of blood was scattered all over the sky. Seeing this scene, Luo Yan had almost guessed the final outcome of the gray dragon. Because at this time, no other helpers came, which meant that its male companion was most likely in danger. This is not difficult to guess. This is indeed the case. In a valley hundreds of miles away from here, a group of sea monsters stood in the wind, with scales and feathers spread out, and the blood on their bodies was magnificent, as if it had materialized. In front of them, there was a dragon corpse lying. The nearly 500-foot-long monster body was comparable to a mountain. But at this moment, it was silent and lifeless, with only the monstrous blood permeating. A naga with a human upper body and a snake lower body was constantly devouring the blood essence of the dragon. The huge amount of blood made the face of this human-shaped naga extremely ruddy, and the aura on his body was constantly floating up and down. Although the dragon corpse was hundreds of feet long, the human-shaped naga only needed to open his mouth and suck, and the other party's blood essence would float into his mouth. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 566 S. Dragon Offspring. Tracking. After absorbing all the blood from the dragon corpse, the human-like Naga sighed again. It is said that this place was once the remains of the true dragon clan, and it was opened up for the purpose of breeding offspring. Now it seems that this is indeed an excellent trial field. This dragon blood is pure enough for me to refine for a long time. A hoarse neutral voice sounded, with a bit of bloodthirstiness and a bit of coldness. Congratulations, young master. The big monsters shouted at the same time. They are all servants of this human-shaped Naga. They seem to have a low status, but their strength is extremely powerful. Ordinary 5th-level creatures will not be their opponents. This gray dragon suddenly became violent earlier. I suspect that its companions have also suffered a disaster. Go and check around to see if there are other dragon blood nearby. Find them and bring them here. After I refine these dragon blood, I believe the blood in my body will be able to go further and reach a higher level. Next time I encounter the dragon blood magic tree named Aogu, I will pull out its roots and burn its skin. There was a black spot on the neck of the human-shaped Naga, looming and absorbing everything. Unfortunately, it was suppressed by a powerful demonic force and could not spread outward. But this black curse is also very scary, very tough, and difficult to be eliminated, which made the human body Naga very angry. Because a small part of the dragon blood essence it refined was stolen by this weird thing, like an ant parasitic on it, it was extremely hateful. This damn dragon blood magic tree. Wait until I finish refining this gray dragon, and then I will come to settle with you. A trace of anger flashed across the face of the human body Naga, and then closed his eyes. Previously, when he encountered the dragon-shaped magic medicine, he thought he had encountered some great opportunity. But later he found out that this thing was a complete monster, using it to lure others to get closer. The human body Naga and his group were also a little careless, and then they suffered from the magic tree. 2 servants were directly swallowed, and he himself was also stained with a trace of curse. It's really hateful. Nearby, the gray dragon was attacked by many creatures and was almost exhausted. No matter how strong it was, it could not withstand the continuous attack. Yin, the gray dragon roared again, calling its companions, but there was still no response. Its roar was sad and full of sorrow. It could only swing its body continuously, and the blood and energy like the ocean filled the sky, pressing down with the power of heaven and earth. Although it was extremely powerful, the creatures that could come to this demon world were almost all powerful beings of the 4th or 5th level, so they were naturally not so easy to deal with. As time passed, the battles became more frequent, so that the gray dragon's demon body was full of scars, blood dyed the earth red, and the scarlet blood and energy spread all over the mountains. Lightning was like a spring, thunder was like a sea, and Luo Yan turned into a slender silver snake, accompanied by endless runes, wandering around the outer periphery of the gray dragon's abdomen. Wandering along with the dance of the gray dragon. Whenever an attack from an outsider was about to penetrate the gray dragon and hit the little dragon, Luo Yan would attack without hesitation to block the attack. The abdominal area was well protected by Luo Yan. Because the little dragon had just been born, its body was still very weak. If it was touched by any magical power, it would probably die at any time. This was unacceptable to Luo Yan. The reason why he stayed here was for the offspring of the gray dragon. As for other things, he didn't care that much. As for the female gray dragon, Luo Yan seemed a little helpless. There were too many creatures participating in the siege. He wanted to help, but he couldn't. This was the gray dragon's calamity, and Luo Yan couldn't stop it. Boom! Someone noticed this and wanted to seize the ownership of the little dragon, so they joined forces to attack Luo Yan. Luo Yan's eyes were calm, and there were lightning on his fists. He smashed them fiercely, like 2 groups of gorgeous stars exploding, flying out, and hitting the mountain with a sizzling sound of electricity. Puff and puff sound. In the end, the 2 were blown up on the spot. With one blow, the Dharma bodies of 2 4th and 5th level strongmen fell. This is the horror of the top disciples. Not being able to fight across levels refers to geniuses with the same strength and background, and other ordinary creatures are not on this category. What's more, Luo Yan has comprehended so many laws of heaven and earth, and his own combat power has been improved countless times. It is very simple to deal with some ordinary creatures. The people on the side looked at him, with many unwilling eyes, but they did not make any more moves. The previous fight between the Thunder Taoist and the other three strong men had already fallen into the eyes of many interested people, and they had all seen it with their own eyes. They knew how powerful this person was, and his thunder method was extremely sharp. It was really difficult to snatch a newly born little dragon from such a person. Get lost. Luo Yan's eyes were cold. He looked around, and then uttered such a word. He had to suppress these people with ulterior motives with the most powerful means. It was because the condition of the female gray dragon was getting worse and worse, and it was about to die. The more it was at this time, the more we could not take it lightly. Otherwise, many people who were trying to take advantage of the situation would still set their sights on the little dragon. So Luo Yan turned into a silver rune, attached it to the abdomen of the female gray dragon, followed it, and completely protected the position of the demon body where the little dragon was. He did not make any more moves, but was secretly on guard, and at the same time manifested his own domineering aura, warning others that there was a master here. Luo Yan could feel that there were alien creatures spying in the dark, and there were human cultivators nearby who were looking at it, not wanting to miss this little dragon. But helplessly, Luo Yan was on guard and did not give them any chance. As long as someone dared to make a move, no matter what kind of mentality they had, they would be suppressed by Luo Yan's thunder in the first time. After all, the lightning's secret method is the fastest in the world, and it arrives in the blink of an eye. Many offensives were just aimed at this side, but they were discovered by Luo Yan in advance, and then dozens of lightnings fell, splitting the man into pieces. Some human cultivators were unwilling, but finally gave up the idea of robbing the offspring of the gray dragon, and then set their sights on other parts of the female gray dragon. Some alien creatures also disappeared quietly after waiting for a while, thinking that the gap between themselves and the Thunder Taoist was too big and the chance of winning was slim. I don't want to fight to the death with such a strong man just because of a gray dragon offspring that is less than 10 feet in size. After all, the journey to the demon world has just begun, and there are greater fortunes waiting behind. It is unwise to have a decisive battle at this time. Seeing the strength of the Thunder Taoist, those who coveted secretly were all shocked and glanced away. They knew that although the female gray dragon had not died completely, all parts of its demon body had been reserved in advance. For example, the dragon's heart, dragon's eyes, dragon's horns, and the parts where the dragon's offspring are located are all occupied by some of the most powerful creatures. As long as the gray dragon dies, they will be able to take it away in the first place. Because the gray dragon's demon body is too huge, and there are too many creatures participating in the competition, if you don't book the best position in advance, once the gray dragon dies, it will inevitably be the most violently snatched. At that time, all creatures will instantly rush to fight for the gray dragon's flesh and blood. If you are a little slower, you may miss it. This is something no one can tolerate. Yin. The female gray dragon roared, and a bloody ripple was formed, forming a hurricane that swept all around, trying to kill more enemies. But its injuries were too severe, and there was an endless stream of light that kept hitting its dragon body. In the end, the gray dragon still died. Bang! The gray dragon was completely silent, fell from the sky, hit the ground, and raised a large cloud of dust. Seeing that the gray dragon was completely dead, all the creatures present fell into a frenzy and rushed towards the dragon's corpse like crazy, wanting to fight for more of the dragon's flesh and blood. The remains of this level of monster beasts, whether used to refine magic tools or to cultivate spirit beasts to increase the blood concentration in their bodies, are the best treasures. Chi, the lightning was blazing, and the thunder in this small area illuminated the sky. Luo Yan took action and propped up the lightning domain to isolate everything. Even so, there were still unwilling beings who rushed into this thunder domain to fight him, not wanting to give up the ownership of the gray dragon's offspring. For a while, endless energy burst out in this area, and the battle was extremely fierce. Luo Yan did not get too entangled with this group of people, but just stretched out his hand and grabbed the little dragon. Surprisingly, the little dragon did not resist at all, but flew straight towards Luo Yan's hand, and there was a bloody bead in its mouth, and its aura was very special. Then it was swallowed by it. This special aura was very strong, as if another gray dragon had reappeared. It was the concentration of spirit, energy, and most of the essence of blood. Luo Yan cast a sealing ray to cover up this special fluctuation, and then put the little dragon into the spirit beast circle. Then he cut off a large piece of gray dragon flesh and blood. The divine eye of the hexagram gave a warning that a crisis is coming. It seems that a more powerful creature is approaching. Almost. This trip is quite successful. I have to leave quickly. Suddenly, Luo Yan's eyebrows beat, and a dangerous omen came out. He instantly felt something in his heart, and then controlled the thunder, and with a flash of lightning, he left this place. Luo Yan used the 6 phases of Heavenly Secrets method to sense the surroundings, and then found a relatively safe road and kept flying. But the sense of crisis behind him never diminished. He knew that someone was chasing this wave following that special fluctuation. Hurry up and absorb it. Someone is chasing us from behind. Fortunately, it will take a long time for the other party to catch up with us. Luo Yan passed a ray of divine thought to the little dragon, informing it of the situation outside. In order to delay time, Luo Yan could only continue to escape further and use the magical power of fate to extend the possibility of being discovered. Along the way, Luo Yan saw many powerful creatures fighting, and there were also young people with similar auras as him fighting, and the battle fluctuations were extremely fierce. He did not dare to stop and continued to flee to the distance. On the way, Luo Yan also found many rare precious medicines. Taking advantage of the monster's unpreparedness, he occasionally took action and picked up many precious spiritual medicines. Heavenly Soul Chrysanthemum, Purple Luo Longevity Fruit, Dragon Scale Tree. Luo Yan's eyes lit up. These are very precious and superior precious medicines. Although there are also some in the 5 Elements sect, their exchange price is high. There are even very bumpy exchange restrictions. But here, you can see them from time to time, which is a God-given opportunity. However, these precious medicines are generally guarded by big monsters, so Luo Yan has to be careful. Because some big monsters are as powerful as the Grey Dragon, and they are extremely powerful. At the same time, Luo Yan also found that there are many big monster-associated minerals in this land, which are rare consumables for refining magic tools, such as red gold, dragon bloodstone, sky crystal sand, etc. No wonder every time the small real dragon world opens, it will attract so many creatures to participate. This demon world is indeed a virgin land that has not been developed yet, and there are all kinds of treasures. After picking up a small part, Luo Yan no longer obsessed with these external objects. Because at this time, he can't stay in one place for too long, so as not to be sensed by the powerful enemy behind. So he can only circle around, fly and stop, so that the other party can't accurately locate. In addition, the 5 Elements sect has stood in the true spirit realm for nearly countless years. Whether it is heaven and earth spiritual materials or rare precious medicines, almost all of them are available in the sect. Therefore, Luo Yan did not spend a lot of time and waste his mind on these spiritual objects. He controlled the thunder and lightning, and the yin thunder burst out, turning into a wisp of light smoke, and fled silently. Soon it disappeared. Not long after Luo Yan left, several big monsters carrying a human-shaped naga came from the air and landed at the place where he was standing last. Young master, that person's aura ends here and will no longer manifest. A big monster calmed down, carefully sensed for a moment, and then spoke. What a pity, we are still a step late. When we arrived, the female grey dragon had been cut into a large part by the group of ants. The blood essence bead in it has disappeared. If we can find that bead and refine all the dragon blood essence contained in it, I believe that the level of my blood will be raised to a higher level. The human-shaped naga sighed, and the scales on his indifferent face opened slightly, as if he was sensing something. But unfortunately, the aura of the bead containing the dragon blood essence was indeed eliminated this time. Obviously, the creature that obtained the bead is not an ordinary person. Knowing that the treasure was valuable, he deliberately hid it. They have been tracking for so long, but they have not caught up with that person, which shows that the other party's hiding skills are first class. What a pity, the human-like naga sighed again. Even though this is a small demon world, after many openings, there are still not many dragon blood creatures surviving in this space. Only in some truly restricted and dangerous places, there are still a large number of dragon blood creatures. But in such a place, if they dare to go there with only a few people, they will definitely be in danger. Chapter 561, the Dharmakaya reaches the divine realm and dares to do things that ordinary people cannot do. Just like the dragon blood treasure tree, although it is inside the restricted area, if it had not transformed into a monster, it would have been taken away long ago. Such a top-level divine object, without some Taoism, would never dare to wander around outside. After all, The small true dragon world has been opened many times, although most creatures can only enter once in their lifetime. But even so, the total number of creatures that have entered this small demon world is still an astronomical number that countless people can imagine. With so many creatures coming in, there are always people who are lucky enough to take out a few spiritual objects. Over time, the total number of spiritual objects left naturally is really not much. Forget it, let's not chase him, that guy is really too cautious. Since we can't find the remains of the female gray dragon, let's clean up the big monsters in this area. Being able to live in this demon world, I believe it can extract some dragon blood essence. The human-shaped Naga ordered. The other few big monsters instantly waited for an opportunity to move, and flew away towards the terrifying aura emanating from all around. Ordinary creatures would never be their opponents, and it would take almost no effort to kill them. Even after such a long time, the black flower bud was still looming on the neck of the human body Naga. Even though it was suppressed by the most terrifying law, only a little mark was left at this moment, but it was still not completely eliminated. It is conceivable how powerful the curse power on the dragon blood demon tree is. Side front. Luo Yan fled far away, running more than 4,000 miles away, until the vague crisis completely disappeared. He stopped. Then, he chose a peaceful and quiet mountain, landed in it, set up a formation to hide the key, and then began to close the door. Because, with a continuous fighting during this period of time, the energy and essence in his body have accumulated to a new peak. Reach the peak. Therefore, Luo Yan needs to find a secluded place to increase the strength of this Dharma body to the 5th level. I wonder what the difference is between the 5th order strength in this demon world and the realm of the spirit transformation in the real world. Luo Yan whispered. Whether in the real world or in this small demon world, if you want to break through to the 5th order, you must integrate the power of the laws of heaven and earth. In the Jinden stage and the Yuanying stage, you can ignore it, or temporarily put aside the integration of the power of the laws of heaven and earth. But after reaching this level, you need to proceed seriously and implement it step by step. Because this realm is really extraordinary. The cultivators before the lower 3 realms are actually a kind of energy aggregate, which can be regarded as a group of highly concentrated pure spiritual energy. Like a group of pure energy that has been compressed and compressed again, except that the total amount of spiritual power has increased exponentially, there is nothing outstanding in other aspects. But starting from the Yuanying stage, this group of pure energy has changed, and a soul is born inside it, controlling everything. This is actually the achievement of the cultivator's self with a conscious true spirit as the leader. It is equivalent to another self, the second incarnation. Therefore, before the 5th level, any living being's Dharma body, as long as it has enough energy and essence, and its spirit and soul are normal, can break through to the 4th level. If the power of the law can be perfectly integrated into one's own body, then it can become a powerful creature of the 5th level. This is the path of cultivation in the true spirit realm, simple, direct, and rough. On the top of the mountain, Luo Yan sat cross-legged in a hidden formation, with a misty and bright glow flowing on his body, like a shining star. The energy and essence in his body are perfect, which is enough to transform this Dharma body to the 5th level. The application of the laws of heaven and earth. Luo Yan said to himself, and his eyes began to slowly close. Then, colorful and brilliant Dao light appeared on his side, and there was a strong breath of law. He began to try to break through the current realm. But soon, Luo Yan opened his eyes again, revealing a hint of thinking. The 5 elements of my body have been integrated, but it seems that there is still a long way to go before the real transformation. Luo Yan knew very well that in his current state, his Dharma body was nothing more than a puppet body. Even if he had sufficient energy and mastered the laws of heaven and earth, it was not enough for him to transform on the spot. Because it was just borrowed, not his own consciousness. The strength of a 5th level Dharma body is both easy and a shackle for foreign creatures who come to this world. For those practitioners who are already in the God transformation realm, it is as easy as breathing and drinking water to break through the Dharma body in the small true dragon realm to the 5th level. But for many creatures whose strength level is lower than the God transformation realm, it is more difficult than ascending to heaven to break through the Dharma body to the 5th level. This is a shackle. After all, even the main body has not broken through to the 5th level. How can a mere Dharma body be the exception? The original body in the real world is a practitioner with a cultivation level of the God transformation realm. Following the previous practice experience, it is not difficult to transform this Dharma body to the 5th level. But for many cultivators whose main bodies are only at the nascent soul stage, their main body cultivation is only at the 4th level. If they want to break through to the 5th level, they have to figure out the changes in the laws here. What is going on? How to control external energy. How to integrate the power of the laws. How to place the consciousness spirit. Without a long period of sorting out, or the experience of breaking through, these are the problems that restrict the breakthrough to a higher level. At that time, it became an invisible shackle, framing most of the creatures. After all, if they could understand these problems, their main bodies would probably have broken through to the spiritualization stage long ago. If they don't understand the twists and turns here, the confusion that has not been solved for hundreds of years, after coming to this demon world, it only took a few months to solve the problem, which is nothing but a fool's dream. Many cultivators, after coming to this demon world, their Dharma body cultivation realm is limited to the 4th level, which is also the reason. Are they unwilling to go further and let the Dharma body break through to the 5th level to make their own strength stronger? Not really. It's just that they don't know how to melt the laws of heaven and earth. For practitioners in the transformation realm, as long as they collect enough energy, they only need to follow the previous experience again, and breaking through the 5th level will become a matter of course. For other creatures, if their main bodies do not have the strength of the 5th level, but their Dharma bodies want to break through to the 5th level, it will be like a moon in the water, a bubble. After all, it is difficult for any practitioner to understand things outside the field they are good at. This is the biggest constraint. Even so, there are still a small number of creatures that are exceptions. A true peerless monster. Energy is the basis, the soul is the guide, and the law is the basis. Even if he has never broken through the transformation realm and does not know what the specific behavior process is from the 4th level to the 5th level, Luo Yan has a corresponding way to deal with it. His mind kept emerging from the predecessor's practice notes that he had seen in the sea of scriptures of the 5 Elements sect. Many of the notes and biographies have very detailed records. These materials gave Luo Yan a lot of inspiration. At least one thing was figured out, that is, what the most important thing for practitioners in each realm should pay attention to at each stage. The breakthrough of the Yuanying stage and the Jinden stage is mainly about the Shen, that is, the soul of the self needs to transform from the stage of consciousness into another real self. This stage can also be called the infant. The breakthrough of the Yuanying stage to the Shenho stage is mainly about the law, so that the soul of the soul that has transformed into another self can be integrated with the laws of heaven and earth. Then you can borrow the power of heaven and earth in this world at will to suppress all enemies. The former is human power, and the latter is borrowing the power of heaven and earth. The level of both parties begins to become different. Observing the practice notes of predecessors can get a glimpse of the leopard, verify yourself, and point out the way forward. This is what Luo Yan likes to do most. A large number of written records, multiple copies of sample data, and finally summarized together. The final result is not inferior to the preaching of the venerable level figures in the upper 3 realms. Of course, in the real world, limited by the soul of the practitioner, it is almost impossible for the summoned Dharma body to have a bottom line that exceeds the level of the body's strength. But this small demon world is different. Perhaps because of its special laws, the outsiders who come to this world can abandon the stage of transformation of the power of the soul. It seems that the creatures in the small true dragon world are only in appearance, and they follow another system of cultivation. If it is so simple to simply combine the power of those laws, there will not be so many Yuanying realm cultivators in this world who are trapped in this realm for the rest of their lives. Luo Yan condensed all the 9 avenues he mastered: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, sword, thunder, destiny, and faith, and condensed them together in the form of the visualization diagram of the statue, and then painted a colorful 9-pattern round tripod. After the lore round tripod was successfully smelted, Luo Yan stepped into the inside of the tripod and borrowed these avenue laws to temper himself. This is a very terrifying and horrifying picture. Luo Yan sat cross-legged in the cauldron, and the laws of the great Dao were evolving inside it. One after another, the laws of heaven and earth rushed into his Dharma body, and the sound of Dao rumbled. It was as if the world was recast, and the earth, wind, water and fire were reborn. Luo Yan, who was sitting cross-legged in the round cauldron, began to have dense runes on his body, including magical scriptures and secret methods he had practiced. These lingering runes rippled inside the round cauldron, undergoing the baptism of those great Dao laws. This Dharma body also began to try to set foot on the road to peak into higher realm in the closed round cauldron. At this moment, Luo Yan's body became a piece of beautiful jade, constantly shining. He continued to refine himself, borrowed the 9 great Dao laws to baptize this Dharma body, merged again and again, and tried to find the best balance point. Fortunately, these laws of power are all manifestations of the Dao principles that Luo Yan himself comprehended, and the subtle balance point among them is the clearest. He continued to experience and comprehend, turning the laws of heaven and earth into part of his Dharma body. Not long after, Luo Yan fell into a deep state of enlightenment. 5 days later, Luo Yan broke out. Around him, there were dense and brilliant runes. Looking closely, in these runes, there were layers of law phantoms lingering, shining and awe-inspiring. Luo Yan, who had a biological auxiliary chip, had simulated and deduced the details of each realm and the problems that might be encountered when he was reading the notes of his predecessors. Although the chip could not understand things at the level of laws, it could record the practice notes of predecessors and collect more practice materials. The chip can naturally simulate roughly what role the so-called laws of heaven and earth can play in the transformation process of cultivators. The question of how to break through the realm of cultivation has long been recorded in the simulation calculation of the chip. This is why Luo Yan has the confidence to make this Dharma body break through to the 5th level even though he has never set foot in a higher realm. At this moment, Luo Yan was just confirming his thoughts once again according to the calculation of the chip, trying to transform to a higher level. Although the process was difficult, if you keep trying, you will eventually reap the fruits. In this process, the Dharma body is originally a ball of energy, so how to make the power of law a part of this energy has become the top priority. Finally, Luo Yan referred to Xiao Yuner in the incarnation of the water spirit, and then he had a glimmer of enlightenment in his heart. Boom! The divine pattern on the round tripod flickered, and bright light continued to light up, accompanied by the roar of the sound of Tao. This is the manifestation of the great way of heaven and earth. Although it is incomplete, it is also the embodiment of Tao. Inside the round tripod, the 9 laws are blazing, and Luo Yan uses his body as a furnace to draw a dazzling energy light, as if another life is born. Indistinctly, it seems to have the prototype of another transformation. Spiritual transformation, Luo Yan whispered. The secret scriptures on his body were dazzling, driving the 9 laws of heaven and earth to blend into the Dharma body. It was difficult to do something, and Luo Yan's true spirit consciousness was needed to constantly try to communicate in the middle, and then maintain the current state unchanged. Just like a cross-sea bridge built with mortise and tenon structure, if the mortise and tenon in one place is not firmly connected, the bridge will collapse. The Dharma body of the spiritual transformation is also like this, requiring the most refined energy to be perfectly combined with the laws of the great Dao, and it belongs to your own power. Only in this way can you achieve the 5th level power. So what if I am in the spiritual transformation? This can't stop me. Luo Yan gritted his teeth and continued to use the laws of heaven and earth to smelt his body. Even though he failed countless times, causing his mind to become a little numb, he never gave up, and his Dao body was glowing. Then, Luo Yan's mind was completely united, and the 9 laws of the great Dao and the body barely reached an agreement. The sound of Tao lingered, and a green shadow descended into the sea of consciousness. The stars were shining, as if a real immortal had descended. Wandering in the stars, it seemed as if I saw an immortal, with 9 blazing suns shining behind him, emitting the energy of all things in the world. Its Tao rhyme was hazy and mysterious to the extreme. 9 laws were integrated into one, and this was the only example. This was the state of transformation. Chapter 562, The Mysterious Underground Palace. High-spirited and wailful after the transformation was completed, Luo Yan opened his eyes with a swish and found that the 9-colored round tripod made by the laws of the Tao had quietly disappeared. It seemed to be completely integrated into his Dharma body. Originally manifested by his power of law, it would naturally return to the original body in the end. Finally, the merit is complete. Luo Yan whispered, his face calm, without any joy. At this time, his Dharma body is still the original Dharma body. There is no difference, only those laws are the root of his transformation. After this transformation experience, Luo Yan believes that it will be easier to break through to the God transformation realm in the future. This shows that he did not go wrong on the path of chip deduction. Luo Yan felt the changes in this Dharma body, and a suffocating and terrible glass light gradually flowed out of his eyes. At this moment, There was a great Dao Rhyme manifested in his every move, as if it was the original body of the Dao Law. But it was different. It became substantial, with some sharp and domineering charm. It was also time to go to the outside world and find a few suitable opponents to experience the difference after the transformation. Luo Yan could feel the power of this Dharma body, but he could not determine how powerful it was. But it did not prevent that invincible and confident demeanor from returning to him again. Such scenes have passed for many years. Now I finally have the opportunity to intimidate the world again. Who else but me? Who dares to claim to be undefeated? In the mountains, Luo Yan stood. The law of the law in his body was rich, flowing through his body, shining like stars, causing his hair to be stained with a layer of luster. At this moment, he emerged with an extraordinary breath, as if he was a banished immortal. Floating like an immortal, with an extraordinary temperament. Luo Yan's mind moved, and suddenly there was an infinite energy and spirit surging, shaking the mountain, and there was an invisible pressure, intimidating all directions. Wow! Luo Yan took a step forward, and lotuses grew under his feet, like an arrow from a string, coming in an instant, so fast that people could not react. In a breath, he crossed many mountains and came to another land. A long cry sounded, and a fierce bird was rampant in the sky, fighting and killing birds, with a lot of blood. The next moment, Luo Yan stepped lightly on the body of the ferocious bird. Before the fierce energy erupted, it turned into a bloody rain that fell silently. The screaming birds nearby all fled in panic. In the distance, a demon wolf with golden hair stood with its head held high, standing on the top of the mountain, looking down at this side, with a powerful aura of supremacy. Its body was surrounded by golden light, which was the flow of the law of energy and a kind of majesty. The vertical pupils of the golden demon wolf were cold, sweeping across the front, as if warning. It signaled the Taoist in green not to go any further, because he would step into its territory. Luo Yan looked up, sensed the fiery blood of the demon wolf, and the full warning, and prepared for a fighting posture. Luo Yan was unmoved, with the light condensing on his body, the glow of the clouds flowing, and the divine brilliance intimidating, making him look both mortal and transcendent. A woo! A wolf howl resounded through the sky, causing the mountains to shake. The golden demon wolf howled wildly, and a giant wolf phantom, carrying the might of destroying the world, bit down fiercely. It seemed to want to swallow the sky in one bite. In an instant, the mountains and forests were all shattered, and the momentum was boundless. However, the green figure that escaped from the horizon had a calm look and stood still. The glass-like halo shone in all directions, reflecting on the golden demon wolf. It was immediately like falling into a deep pool and was instantly bounded in place. Unable to escape, it was imprisoned by the most terrifying law. The golden demon wolf was terrified, and panic appeared in its cold pupils. It was the demon king of this mountain range. It had practiced in the small demon world for hundreds of years. The blood in its body was magnificent, and it even dared to compete with a sub-dragon species, but now it was fixed like this. It couldn't even move its body, which was simply terrifying. Luo Yan moved lightly and came to the demon wolf, looking straight at it. "You little wolf, you are so violent. If you don't listen, I will peel your skin off." The light words carried a strong threat. The golden demon wolf's hair exploded instantly, and it whimpered softly, as if begging for mercy. Its bared fangs slowly retracted, its eyes were full of fear, and its demon body trembled. This Taoist in green was too terrifying, like a ghost, escaping silently and disappearing without a trace. It was so powerful that it, which was never afraid of any living creature, could not have the heart to resist. Luo Yan carefully looked at the golden giant wolf for a moment, and then released it from its confinement, and whispered, "Go back, don't scare other creatures." After a simple intimidation, he let it go. The golden demon wolf was as if it had been pardoned. As the demon king of this mountain range, it was used to being rampant. This was the first time it encountered such a ferocious Taoist priest. It slapped the ground with its limbs, and the wind whistled. In the blink of an eye, it ran away. Luo Yan raised his leg and took another step forward. He suddenly appeared in the distance again, as if he had a great magical power that was within reach. In an instant, he disappeared from this mountain range. He continued to prove his strength. Bang! Not long after, a cyclops with the blood of gods and demons appeared. It was nearly 10 feet tall, with a very smelly mouth, and a trace of whitish demon flesh and blood remained in it. It was covered with thick gray hair. It gave people the feeling that it was both ferocious and terrifying. The cyclops casually knocked down an ancient tree, and then used it as a weapon, raised it high, and smashed it down. Luo Yan stretched out his hand and revealed a five-colored light on his body, which resisted the long ancient tree, preventing it from moving forward an inch. The Cyclops was stunned and felt a little unbelievable. A tiny thing the size of a fingernail could block his attack. How much power does it take to do that? For a moment, the one-eyed giant was stunned and did not take any further action. Pa. The next moment, Luo Yan appeared in front of him, prying the natural mode with a tiny force, and then slapped the one-eyed giant away with a slap. The one-eyed giant knocked down several mountains in succession, causing huge rocks to roll down and dust to fill the sky, and finally slowly stopped. After being slapped, the astonishment in the eyes of the one-eyed giant became more intense, as if he was stunned by the slap. The expression on his face was almost frozen, full of astonishment. No matter what, he couldn't figure out how he could be defeated by a tiny thing that was not even as big as a fingernail in terms of strength alone. After a long time of waking up, the one-eyed giant ran away like a frightened rabbit. It was as if there was some great horror here. Although the power is amazing, don't just use brute force. Sometimes, the power of the law is much more useful. Luo Yan whispered, as if he was commenting on the scene of the fight just now, and also explaining to the one-eyed giant. This creature with the appearance of a giant is not a human, but a kind of giant. It is very easy to feed, as long as there is food. If someone can guarantee them that there is enough food, it is a simple matter to take them out of this demon world. This is one of the very few tribes that are willing to deal with outsiders. When the fierce beasts and birds of prey found one after another were not Luo Yan's enemies. At this time, Luo Yan truly understood the horror of the realm of transformation. He no longer pursued personal power, but was able to integrate the great trend of heaven and earth into himself, and then suppress others with a magnificent trend. Very terrifying. No wonder it is very difficult for low-level practitioners to fight across levels. Such a feat against the sky can only be done by a true demon. Luo Yan returned along the way he came. He wanted to try to find the creatures that had been tracking him before. Now that his transformation was over, it was time to settle accounts with those guys who had chased him for thousands of miles. A few days ago, they chased Luo Yan and he didn't dare to stay in the same place for too long. Now that Luo Yan had caught the opportunity, he naturally didn't want to miss such a great opportunity. If he still couldn't defeat them in the end, Luo Yan would consider himself unlucky and admit defeat. Then he would find a chance to slip away. Previously, Luo Yan was only concerned with escaping and didn't catch a trace of their aura. Therefore, even if he had the power of destiny, Luo Yan could only use the dumbest way to search. They should be a few aliens, not sea creatures. If he met them again, even if there was no aura lock, Luo Yan would definitely recognize that group of guys. He followed the way he came and returned along the same way. He encountered many battles between creatures along the way. Unfortunately, there was no trace of those sea creatures. Luo Yan came to the place where the gray dragon fell, stood on the sky, and looked down. He could clearly see that the blood dyed a large area of mountains and forests red, with a unique pressure. That was the breath of the dragon. The dragon's body, which was originally more than 200 feet long, was now not even missing a piece of scales, and was snatched away by many creatures. Not far away, there were still ripples of fighting, as if they were completely angry, and no one was willing to give in. They had an attitude that they must decide whether to live or die today. Yin. At this moment, the little dragon, who should have been resting in the spirit beast circle, suddenly roared, conveying a desire to come out. Luo Yan glanced around and thought that although he was not invincible at the same level at this time, with the blessing of the 5th level Dharma body, he could still protect himself in most crises. So he agreed to its request. Wow! The little dragon flew out of the spirit beast circle, then patrolled a circle, and roared around the mountain range, with a majestic dragon. It thought of its mother, and her miserable end. For a moment, the dragon roared in sorrow. It sounded like calling, or wailing. Yin. The little dragon turned around and conveyed a belief. Luo Yan was stunned, then nodded and followed closely behind it. They flew sideways for a while, and finally came to a collapsed valley. They found that several peaks here seemed to have been flattened by some powerful creature. Only a bare piece was left. In the valley, there was a huge skeleton, winding and circling, like a snake, but with a heavy pressure. It was exactly the same as the previous gray dragon. Is it another male gray dragon? Sure enough, it also suffered a disaster. Luo Yan thought secretly. Although he had some guesses, he couldn't help but sigh when he saw it with his own eyes. For the creatures in this small demon world, every time the gate of heaven opened, it was actually a shocking catastrophe. No matter how powerful you are, you can't escape the fate of becoming a dry bone. Yin. The little dragon roared again, and the dragon roar resounded throughout the area. Sorrow reached its extreme. With a snap sound, it seemed that because the little dragon roared too loudly, the huge skeleton began to crack. Then in a very short time, it turned into powder and scattered with the wind. This is the appearance of having its blood essence sucked out, so the skeleton is so fragile. Facing the little dragon's scarlet eyes, Luo Yan explained. There are not many creatures that would do such a thing and have such powerful strength. There should be only a few. Perhaps, with a special induction between your bloodlines, you can find out who the murderer is who slaughtered your blood relatives. But even if you want revenge, you have to wait until you grow up completely before you have the chance to do it. Although the little dragon's demon body is only 10 feet in size, belonging to the stage of being just born. But Luo Yan felt a strong killing intent from it. Luo Yan was very open-minded about the little dragon wanting to avenge its blood relatives, and did not stop it at all. This was its own grudge, and it should be resolved by itself. Huh? Suddenly, Luo Yan found a very weak fluctuation of ki energy below the valley. He called the little dragon back, and then formed a snake pattern, circling around his wrist. Luo Yan carefully explored underground. Finally, he found a boundary point. After crossing the boundary point, he came to an underground palace, and found a nest suspected to be a real dragon deep in the underground palace. Unfortunately, it was already empty here, and everything inside was taken away. This is. Luo Yan groped in the underground palace and found many huge stone pillars with dragon-shaped statues painted on them. There are types of moving clouds and rain, ferocious five-clawed types, and sleeping in bed. The content of these statues is not much, and it seems that they are all recorded some trivial matters of real dragons, from eating and living, to having guests, and the principles of controlling subordinates. It seems that they are all true records of the life trajectory of the real dragon clan. These images of gods seem to be conveying some kind of information. Luo Yan's eyes showed a strange color. He subconsciously looked around and observed every stone pillar in detail. 0. Record the appearance of these images of gods and analyze the hidden meanings in them, Luo Yan called in a low voice. Establish the task. The images of gods are being printed. The surrounding environment is being simulated and calculated. The connection between patterns is being analyzed. The chip responded. Although this underground palace is dilapidated and old, it is definitely extraordinary. Even though it is full of a sense of time, there is still auspicious air rising, and the energy and essence are overflowing, like a pure land. And there is also a special breath of law. If you stay in such an environment for a long time to practice, it will definitely have a multiplier effect on comprehending the power of this law. Chapter 563, Earth God, an old monster from thousands of years ago, an alien. Inside the underground palace, Luo Yan carefully looked at everything around him. His eyes kept scanning back and forth. The images of gods carved on the stone pillars were like a beautiful legendary painting, slowly unfolding in his mind. The picture was old and had a sense of time, which made Luo Yan subconsciously immersed in it. He had a hunch that there seemed to be some kind of secret hidden in it. Huh? Who? Suddenly, the divine eye of Guaxiang between Luo Yan's eyebrows flickered, and he turned around abruptly with a sharp look in his eyes. Looking over, there was no one in that area. The entire underground palace also seemed silent, empty and without any spiritual breath. It can be seen clearly at a glance. Luo Yan frowned, feeling something was wrong, because the divine eye of Guaxiang was transformed by the power of destiny and could not be wrong. He did sense some strange noises before. But now it seems that there is no movement, as if he had sensed it wrongly. Luo Yan remained alert and motionless, his mind was at its highest point. Buzz! The divine eyes of Guaxiang swept across, the power of fate entangled, countless mysterious runes escaped into nothingness, and followed a thread of cause and effect to look in all directions. After a long time, Luo Yan finally caught a trace of signs. Those were several groups of human-shaped shadows, without substance, condensed by smoke, but they really existed and could drill into the statues on the stone pillars at any time. Humph! Playing tricks. Brilliant thunder and lightning, listen to my command and lead it with air. Luo Yan shouted lightly, and crackling silver light condensed on his body, with a terrifying momentum. In an instant, The entire underground palace was shrouded in the fierce breath of the thunder domain. It was an extremely strong posture that wanted to use thunder to bombard and destroy this underground palace. Wait a minute, my friend, we have no ill intentions and are not spying. Please show mercy. A human-shaped phantom emerged from a stone pillar on the side. As he appeared, his figure gradually became solid. Old, with different patterns and patterns, a large group of spots, it seems to be a very ancient style. Unlike the beautiful black robes of today. I am Chijinzi, and I am honored to meet you, my friend. Finally, the shadow turned into an old man with a few round buns on his head, a slightly hunched body, an ethereal breath, and a temperament as deep as the sea. You don't have the breath of a true spirit, you don't look like a living person. What on earth are you? Luo Yan said. His eyes swept over, but there was no one, and the true spirit consciousness could not sense the other party's trace. If it weren't for the third eye between his eyebrows shining, Luo Yan would never have seen the figure of this old man. It's very strange, as if he doesn't exist in the world, but he has substance. My friend's eyes are really sharp, and his cultivation level is extraordinary. He saw through the old man's figure at a glance. The mysterious old man said with a smile. There are many creatures who have entered this underground palace, but the Taoist in green clothes in front of him is the first one who can see their figures. Very amazing. Although Luo Yan's previous words sounded like scolding, both of them knew that was not his intention. It was strange that although it was the first time for both parties to meet, the mysterious old man seemed very enthusiastic. This made Luo Yan frown secretly, automatically immune to compliments, and his eyes were calm. He wondered what was going on with the old man. They were not real creatures, nor were they transformed from ghosts. They could not be seen by ordinary means. The lightning on Luo Yan's body did not dissipate, and it still shone in all directions, like a ball of silver flame, igniting everything. I am the thought of this underground palace, and I am also a god of the earth. The mysterious old man replied. Finally, the old man with a hunched figure gave an explanation. God of the earth? It's a very novel thing. Luo Yan's eyes showed a strange color. It is rumored that some living beings still have attachment to the human world after death, and are unwilling to return to the underworld. So they used some special means to make their souls merge with the earth or physical objects, so as to form something like an earthbound spirit. In this way, the state of the soul completely disappeared and became another very mysterious state. As long as the physical object is not destroyed, another kind of immortality can be achieved. This is even more amazing than the immortals. In some remote places, creatures like them have a very loud name, mountain gods or land gods. My friend is really knowledgeable and has heard of my name. Chijinzi praised. Not only can he see through their figures, but he can also understand them. This is not something that ordinary people can do. What about them? Are they the same as you? Luo Yan pointed to the stone pillars. If Luo Yan was not mistaken, there were several groups of black shadows before. My fellow Taoists, why don't you show up to see this friend? Chijinzi smiled. As he said this, not long after, 3 more groups of phantoms gradually turned into entities. One of them held a bamboo joint, one held a walking stick, and there was a burly man with his upper body exposed. Lord Chikingzi, Lord Chasongzi, Lord Wangliaozi greeted fellow Taoists. 3 slightly dull voices sounded at the same time. Luo Yan looked back and forth and found that Chijinzi, Chikingzi, and Chasongzi did not look like earthly gods, but more like 3 great monsters. Their bodies were rocks, bamboos, and pines. But after careful observation, they did not have any aura of living beings, no realm of cultivation, and no true spiritual consciousness. The possibility of being transformed by monsters was greatly reduced. The only special thing was that the status of these people at this time was very special, invisible to the naked eye and undetectable by spiritual consciousness. Even if Luo Yan wanted to see their figures, he had to use the extremely mysterious power of destiny to peek. What do you want from me? Luo Yan was not a fool. Seeing the other party's active exposure of their bodies, he guessed that they had something to ask for. So he asked directly. At the same time, he also became interested in the status of these people. If Luo Yan could master this secret method of hiding his body, his escape skills would be greatly improved, and he might really be respected among his peers. It's like this, my friend. The reason why we are spying on you and showing up in a hurry is that we have a great fortune to give you. Chijinzi's face was wrinkled with smile, very kind, like an amiable old man next door. Oh? Great fortune. Luo Yan did not comment, waiting for the other party's follow-up words. My friend, do you know the origin of this small world? Qi Jinzi asked back. Without waiting for Luo Yan's response, he continued after a moment. In ancient times, the true dragon clan came up with a way to make all living things turn into dragons in order to solve the problem of their own scarcity of offspring. But how powerful is the bloodline of the true dragon clan? How can ordinary creatures, no matter how high their cultivation level is, transform into dragons? These are two different creatures. So the Zulong at that time thought of a way to make all living things in the world transform into dragons and strengthen the true dragon clan. Based on this idea, that great existence opened up this small world and passed down two ways of baptism in the dragon transformation pool and transformation of the true dragon treasure technique. Qi Jinzi explained and pointed out the origin of this small world. It was not plain, but it barely satisfied Luo Yan's curiosity. What I want to tell you is the news about the dragon transformation pool. What? Can this be considered a great fortune? Qi Jinzi laughed cheerfully and with a sense of pride. That's the dragon transformation pool. Any living being, as long as they walk inside, will shed their mortal bodies and become a real dragon. Mastering the supreme principles, they can move clouds, rain, wind, fog, and dominate the heavens and the worlds. Who would not like such a great existence? After these words came out, the atmosphere in the underground palace was silent for a long time. The enthusiastic scene that Qi Jinzi imagined did not happen, but instead met with a strange look. After a long time, Luo Yan asked curiously, "May I ask you, how long have you not left this barrier?" The lower god was originally an ordinary green bamboo, and was later spied on by outsiders. I am afraid that it has been tens of thousands of years since I left that mountain forest. Qi Jinzi said. The mountain where the lower god is located was destroyed in the battle between several powerful magicians, so they had to hide here. Calculating the time, it has been about more than 10,000 years. Wang Liaozi glanced at the thin old man next to him, and then said proudly, "It seems that living a long life is also a skill for them. It should have been thousands of years since the gods came here." At this time, Qi Songzi also said. Hearing their response, Luo Yan nodded, and a trace of contemplation flashed across his face. Changing the subject, Luo Yan looked at the little old man in front of him. "What about you? I have lived in this underground palace since the birth of my true spirit. The passage of time has never blessed me, and the changes in the world have never affected my mind. I have long forgotten what age is." Qi Jinzi was full of nostalgia and a strong sense of vicissitudes of life. It is no exaggeration to say that he was the first one among the four to have consciousness, and he was born sacred. No wonder it's like this. It turns out that you all hide in this underground palace barrier, like a deep pool in the mountains, and have never known the changes in the outside world. In this way, everything makes sense. Where did that weird sense of disharmony come from? No wonder Luo Yan always felt that the tone of these old men was strange, making him feel a little awkward. "What do you mean, my friend?" Qi Jinzi paused while twisting his beard, his eyes showing confusion. The other three earth gods also cast their eyes over. Luo Yan withdrew part of the power of destiny, revealing a half-illusory breath, so that these old antiques could feel his current state. Soon, several exclamations rang out one after another. "How can there be no breath of living beings? Are you not a human too?" Previously, they thought that this Taoist in green was just good at hiding his breath. But now it seems that this is not the case. Luo Yan was full of black lines, so he gave an explanation, which finally caused the old men to be silent collectively. "It turns out that when you entered this world, you did not enter in your true body. No wonder you are indifferent to the news of the dragon pool," Qi Jinzi murmured, and the smile on his face disappeared. After all, the dragon transformation pool requires the real body to enter it. The Dao body is originally a group of energy aggregates. No matter how it transforms, can it still transform into a dragon? Luo Yan looked at him deeply, and then said, "You are spying on me. You have something to ask for, right? What is it?" Qi Jinzi and others looked at each other, and then added, "To be honest, my friend. Always, although we have been confined to this underground palace barrier, we cannot contact anything in the outside world, so we can only be in a long state of sleep. Until I sensed the special breath on my friend, I woke up from my sleep and wanted to use the news of the dragon transformation pool to make a deal with my friend." Soon, Luo Yan figured out the demands of these earth gods. They wanted to ask Luo Yan where the power of faith came from and how to condense it. This is very useful for their practice in the way of the gods. The earth gods are actually a kind of soul and true spirit, but their state is very special, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are completely dead. Between reality and illusion, it only has a form but no spirit. This is the earthbound spirit. Luo Yan thought about it. The way the power of faith is condensed may not be well understood by outsiders. But for him, he just happened to know the secret. This is not a big deal. If it is a deal, it is really not worth it. So he simply explained it to these old antiques. The state of these earth gods in front of him is actually very strange. They have lived for a very long time, but there is no law or magic power on them. This is more like some kind of obsession, not a real earth god. Devout believers and firm beliefs. Is that so? Several old men murmured for a while, and then their figures gradually turned into light smoke and slowly disappeared. They came abruptly and left inexplicably. Wow! The stone pillars in the underground palace suddenly burst into brilliant brilliance, and there was a soft holy light spreading, reflecting on the top of the cliff of the underground palace. It was a map. A full view map of the entire little true dragon realm. Yellow sand, mountains, forests, wilderness, waters and other landforms all appeared. Relying on the route he had taken when he came here, Luo Yan quickly found the corresponding position where he was. A remote place in the southwest. Following the projection of the holy light on the scroll, Luo Yan saw many large and small circled areas. After comparison, Luo Yan found that those circled areas seemed to be restricted areas. After connecting all these areas, a new pattern is formed, the dragon. Like a totem, it also seems to contain some kind of deep meaning. In this scroll, there is an area that is particularly eye-catching, blooming with gorgeous divine clouds, and there is a dragon roar, and the strange phenomenon alarmed the entire underground palace. Luo Yan observed carefully and found that it was an ultimate place, hidden at the junction of several restricted areas. At the same time, this also means that that land boundary may be the location of the greatest opportunity in the entire demon world. Chapter 564, The Favor of the Female Snake Demon, a Special Invitation. Through the stories of the earthbound spirits, Luo Yan learned a truth. That land seemed to hide some kind of forbidden inheritance, which was not easily revealed. It could be called the greatest fortune of this demon world. Perhaps, the reason why those immortals came here was for that place. Thank you. Luo Yan wrote down all the information on the scroll, and then shouted to the front. He did not stay here for long. After saying goodbye to the old men, he walked out of the barrier. He wanted to meet up with Zhang Cheng and others first, and then look for opportunities. Obviously, in such a place, if one relied on personal strength alone, he would probably encounter unimaginable crises. What's more, Luo Yan had promised Zhang Cheng before that he would deal with the immortal's reincarnation. The gray mist lingered in the sky, turning the entire space into a hazy world. The mist was heavy, but it could not stop Luo Yan's speed of escape. He sensed the seals left by several fellow disciples before, and rushed to the central area quickly. Zhang Cheng and others are different from Luo Yan. With a background of family power, they know many secrets. And each of them carries a soul secret treasure to protect themselves, so naturally there is no need to worry about danger. Ordinary creatures are absolutely unable to penetrate the defense of those secret treasures. Now that the preliminary preparations have been completed, Luo Yan's strength has changed dramatically. The matter of hunting immortals can naturally be put on the agenda. Luo Yan fled all the way and passed through a vast swamp. His mind felt a throbbing. It seemed that there was a huge monster hidden in it. The lakes here are connected into pieces, surrounded by water vapor, beautiful mountains and clear waters, and poetic and picturesque. Luo Yan fell from the sky because he felt a majestic and amazing sight that seemed to have locked him firmly. That aura was hidden under the swamp. Looking around, the terrain of this swamp is very vast, at least hundreds of miles wide, and it is not impossible to cross it directly. But at this time, Luo Yan looked at everything around him and frowned secretly. It was as if there was some natural formation blocking the way ahead. Unless you take a detour, you can't avoid the formation. As long as it's a formation, there is no simple one, it's very difficult. Luo Yan would not rush in stupidly. At the same time, Luo Yan compared the overall picture of this small demon world and found that many places in other directions were also circled out. It seems that those places also hide unknown dangers. Although it has only been a few days since he traveled in this small demon world, Luo Yan has encountered many attacks. It means that this place is getting more and more chaotic. But even if it is more chaotic, it was easily resolved by Luo Yan. But this does not mean that this small demon world is not dangerous. The indigenous creatures, the descendants of the bloodline of gods, demons, monsters, and beasts, the pride of the major forces, the reincarnated immortals, etc. Each one is an extremely powerful existence. How can it be so easy to deal with? Wow! In the swamp ahead, two transparent water shadows suddenly appeared, as clear as spring water, shining in all directions. Stop, please take a detour. Before Luo Yan could make any further moves, one of the water shadows interrupted. He cast his eyes over. The water waves were invisible, but as sharp as a knife. Very amazing. Luo Yan also noticed that long black shadows passed by the lake from time to time, and the speed was extremely fast. After a careful look, after identification, Luo Yan finally saw through the true form of these black shadows. These are big snakes. However, these big snakes have rows of small feet, and their scales are black and dense, which is very similar to centipedes. And there are countless black shadows under the water, wandering around, turning the clear water into black, like a snake cave, and there are too many to count. Their current state is very strange, all gathered together, very lively. Faintly, Luo Yan also smelled a trace of precious medicine fragrance, which was very special. Even the little dragon hanging on his wrist was affected by the strange fragrance and moved abnormally, conveying to him a kind of desire thought. Obviously, there might be a secret treasure hidden under the swamp, and the most likely possibility is that it is an old medicine. Otherwise, it would be impossible to attract so many big snakes to gather together. Human race. Leave. Seeing that the Taoist in green constantly looking at this side, one of the transparent water flowers gradually condensed and turned into a charming young man, and a terrifying pressure came with it. He was born with a pair of vertical pupils, and when his eyes opened and closed, they were as scary as copper lamps, and his soul showed signs of stagnation. After only 2 glances, Luo Yan discovered his peculiarity. He is indeed a powerful opponent. What if I don't? Luo Yan responded calmly. Although he was not interested in the precious medicine hidden here and just wanted to hurry on, the other party would not see it that way. He only knew that the Taoist in green's escape light was coming straight here. If this is not to steal the precious medicine, what else could it be? I will peel off your skin, put you in the 10,000 snakes cave, devour your flesh and blood, turn your soul into a soul, and let you sink forever. The strange young man said so. His tone was cold and cruel, and full of bloodthirstiness. However, he did not take action directly at this time, and still warned him, as if someone had deliberately ordered him. Interesting. I don't know if your strength can support your momentum. Luo Yan whispered. These monsters are really bold. He obviously just wanted to hurry on his way, but he was still forcibly stopped, as if this swamp was their habitat and a restricted area for foreign creatures. Even flying over the sky is not allowed. How overbearing is this? I want to know too soon. Another water flower phantom gradually solidified and turned into a beautiful and enchanting woman, with autumn eyes and a full sense of charm. The breath of this woman is very unique, like water, with all kinds of charm, like a demon, bright and beautiful. But she has a strong bloody aura. Obviously, this is a big demon. The aura of this human Taoist friend is very strong. Under the rule of the Holy Realm, he can still improve his strength to the 5th level in such a short time. This is enough to prove your strength. But in the Holy Realm, 5th level big demons are not everywhere, but they are not rare either. The woman smiled lightly, with an interested look on her face, staring at Luo Yan, extremely beautiful. The previous charming young man, when he saw the demon girl appear, instantly closed his mouth and stood aside subconsciously, his eyes full of obsession. It seems that everything is based on her? It seems that today can't be settled peacefully. Luo Yan raised his eyes, and the sound of Qi-La sounded. Dao, your aura is very special. It's not very strong, but it has a vague and elusive feeling. I am very interested in you. The demon girl smiled lightly, her tongue swept across her red lips, and a hint of luxury was wafted. Perhaps because of the special day, she suddenly became interested in the Taoist in green clothes in front of her. It just so happens that I have never tried to have sex with a human cultivator. I wonder if you are willing to fulfill my little wish. Hearing such a request, even Luo Yan, who had practiced Taoism for many years, was stunned for a moment. This was the first time he heard a person or a demon say such shameless words. He didn't know what to say. At the same time, Luo Yan finally distinguished the strange smell under the swamp. It seemed to be a group of mating air. Obviously, this was a group of snake demons in estrus. Even if they have considerable strength, they still can't get rid of the instincts of reproduction. It's just that the stronger the creature, the less likely it is to give birth to offspring. In this regard, even the demon race is no exception. Luo Yan was silent, not knowing how to respond. There was a strange emotion in his heart, but it was quickly suppressed. I have always wanted to find a strong human cultivator to combine with, and want to taste the taste of human cultivation. I wonder if you can meet this request of mine. The female snake demon asked again, moving her lotus steps lightly, and taking a step, she crossed many distances and came to Luo Yan's side. Her speed was comparable to teleportation. Her slender jade hand reached forward, but was avoided by Luo Yan. What's wrong, fellow Taoist? Are you dissatisfied with my body? As long as you are willing, I will be yours for the next few days. A pink mist permeated the female snake demon's body, like an aphrodisiac poison. Luo Yan walked away calmly. Finally, he casually struck a piece of lightning, and the sound of crackling continued, bombarding everything. This was a waste of this beautiful atmosphere. Not to mention that he was not interested in such things. Even if he had the idea, he would not be so heavy-handed as to find a female demon. You are a stinking man who doesn't understand romance. Suddenly, a silver snake with lightning rushed towards the banshee and hit her body, causing a huge explosion of blood and energy. Capture him for me. The banshee's blood and energy exploded, and she raised her hand to disperse the silver snake, and then ordered. The charming young man next to him heard this and instantly showed a bloodthirsty smile. He resonated with the swamp and attracted the power of heaven and earth to bless himself. For a time, the whole lake shook, the water rippled, and a strange breath spread. Later, the heaven and earth resonated with it, and the majestic pressure surged and swept in all directions. This is momentum and also an application of the law of the Great Way, but it seems very rough. It can't bring any pressure to Luo Yan. Puff. Luo Yan was unmoved, and raised his hand to attract a large piece of lightning to fall, and thunder rumbled. In such a blazing lightning, the charming young man who originally looked extremely powerful was instantly electrocuted and smoke came out of his body, blood flowed out of his mouth, and he staggered back. Finally, he turned directly into a 100-foot-long snake, revealing his true form. The thunder continued to fall, electrocuting the snake to charred black. As expected of a man I like, he is really powerful. The female snake demon smiled softly. Her smile was bright and charming, her figure was enchanting, looming, and her whole body was glowing. Obviously, she was ready to take action herself. Crack, a blazing lightning struck forward. Stop. The female snake demon opened her mouth, and an invisible ripple came out, emitting endless blood light, drowning the lightning. Soon, the lightning in the void was swallowed up. Luo Yan frowned and struck a series of thunder again, as if to ignite the entire water area. Hiss. A huge snake shadow appeared above the head of the female snake demon, filling the sky, shining brightly, as if a real dragon soared into the sky, with a mouth like a huge mouth in the abyss, swallowing everything. In an instant, even the light was swallowed up, turning into darkness, trying to trap Luo Yan. Luo Yan's eyes lit up. The strength of this female demon was indeed amazing. She was definitely a strong opponent. The aura of the strong could not be hidden, and they would have a sense of each other. This was also the reason why the female snake demon wanted to do that dirty thing with Luo Yan the moment she saw him. Because one of the natures of female snake demons is to conquer males through intercourse, thus driving males to escort it. There was a crescent mark on the palm of Luo Yan's left hand, and a blazing sun mark on the palm of his right hand. The two condensed together, and the wind and thunder roared. The sky was torn open, and the strange phenomenon was shocking and very scary. In the void, lightning and thunder roared, and the rumbling sound was endless. The attacks of both sides intertwined, sometimes bright as day, sometimes dark as night, like the alternation of the sun and the moon, bursting out a hazy light, dyeing the sky. Luo Yan stood on the air, using lightning to forcibly open this dark area, with unparalleled momentum. You are not my opponent, and there is no point in fighting. Get out of the way. This attitude of contempt for everything made the female snake demon more and more obsessed. Her face flushed and she said in a delicate voice, "Let me feel your power more." The female snake demon's body transformed into a giant snake of 400 feet, coiling in the void, and mysterious demon characters appeared around the demon body. Dazzling. Hiss. The giant snake roared, and the dark breath surged, like the abyss upside down, turning the world upside down, eroding everything. Its snake tail also swept towards this side heavily, as if it wanted to destroy the world. The two amazing methods, both accompanied by whistling sounds, showed the strength of the dark domain and the mystery of power, and the power was amazing. Luo Yan raised his palm, and the five-colored aura on his body burst out. The thunder of Boom Boom became more brilliant, and he did not hold back. Come on, let me swallow you. When you fall into my hands, you will understand the joy of this. The laughter of the female snake demon resounded through the sky and the earth, and the two laws suddenly broke out, invading at the same time, turning into the most violent offensive, trying to suppress Luo Yan. The power was so terrifying that many snake shadows in the swamp stopped swimming, curled up together, and trembled. Unfortunately, a blazing five-colored glow emerged from Luo Yan's body, and then the divine light was dazzling, converging into a white light, carrying the aura of invulnerability, isolating everything. As a result, the two attacks of the female snake demon fell into vain. And the demon text that created the dark field was quickly dimming, as if there was some kind of majestic power that was offsetting it and erasing everything. Invulnerability. In the sky, the giant snake roared, and its mind was shaken. This is definitely bad news, which means that most of her attacks are useless against the opponent. Chapter 565, Real Dragon Bones, Back to Life. The giant snake opened its mouth and swallowed everything. The sky was bitten off, but it was still forcibly held open by the endless electric light. Its giant tail collapsed like a pillar of heaven, and the void was wiped out and blocked. For a moment, the two extremely powerful attacks became useless. You know, although the female snake demon is not a dragon-blooded creature, nor a god-demon bloodline, its snake-like body can grow to more than 400 feet long. This already shows how powerful she is. Ordinary god-demon bloodline creatures may not really be her opponents. If Luo Yan's strength had not broken through to the 5th level, he would have had to flee when he encountered this giant snake. The opponent's huge demon body is no smaller than a mountain. A casual sweep of the tail is equivalent to a mountain crashing down. The mountains collapsed and the ground cracked, and the water flooded the rivers. Even so, such an offensive was actually blocked by the Taoist in green. What kind of terrifying existence can do this? Can it withstand the bombardment of mountains? You said those words before, are you trying to delay me? I guess there must be something under the swamp that you care about. Luo Yan spoke, his sight seemed to penetrate through the layers of water curtains and see something hidden under the water. Around him, there was a five-colored light, and the power of heaven and earth was surging, embracing everything. Quickly retreat. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. The giant snake roared, and its two vertical pupils as big as mountains bloomed with the brightest light. Like a string of divine arrows, they shot out and flew towards Luo Yan's body. As the queen of this generation of the Black Snake clan, she must block all crises, just for the secrets at the bottom of the lake. If that thing succeeds, their Black Snake clan will surely regain its glory in the world. Chila. Luo Yan's right hand spread forward, and the thunder was as dense as a waterfall, hitting the dark Dao domain in front of him. Now, his strength has increased many times compared to before. Naturally, he is not afraid of any threat. Therefore, Luo Yan's Dharma body also moved and rushed towards that area, wanting to find out what was going on. The behavior of the two giant snakes aroused Luo Yan's strong curiosity. He was not allowed to enter, but he had to go over to take a look. What kind of secrets are hidden under the water that he doesn't want others to know? He can't even fly over this place, which is simply weird to the extreme. You are looking for death? The actions of the Taoist in green completely angered the two snakes, and they roared murderously. The giant snake transformed by the charming young man twisted straight towards Luo Yan, knocking down countless trees along the way, causing swamp water vapor to splash in all directions. The rumbling blood energy was amazing, and it was determined to crush the Taoist in green. The momentum created by this behemoth was very loud and scary. On the other side, the beautiful female demon knew that her body attack was not dominant and could not hit the human cultivator. Then he opened his huge mouth to the sky, and the dim light that swallowed everything turned into a solid entity, flashed by, gushed out infinite light, exploded in the void, and submerged Luo Yan. This is the pinnacle method of condensing the power of the law into a point, similar to Luo Yan's 5-color divine light, transcendental and extremely strong. There is a law in the secret technique, and there is also a home. Two great powers belonging to different levels rushed over one after the other. Luo Yan's action of diving into the lake was blocked. His eyes were cold, and his body turned into a colorful phoenix, triggering a large area of loud Tao sounds, isolating everything. The actions of these two people have firmly delayed Luo Yan's actions. Huh? How can you miss? The giant python transformed by the charming young man was shocked. His attack was enough to destroy the sky and the earth, sweeping off the mountains and destroying all the trees. How did this human cultivator avoid such a powerful attack? Damn it, this human ant didn't use his true body to enter this place, so my attack can't hit him. This damn ant, he only knows how to take advantage of the loopholes in the demon world. The big snake hissed, stirred the lake water, and broke the ancient trees, and was very angry. He believed that the reason why his attack failed was based on this reason, not because he was not strong enough. Hearing words like an ant on the left and an ant on the right, Luo Yan's eyes turned cold, and he immediately turned into human-shaped lightning and rushed over. He opened a thunder sky curtain, which was full of blazing silver lightning. Crackle. Endless lightning fell, like the 9-day thunder after the wrath of heaven and earth, bombarding continuously. Roar. The big snake roared. He was chased and bombarded by lightning, and his 100-foot-long demon body rolled, stirring up the lake, and his whole body was covered with burnt marks after being struck by lightning. He was electrocuted and roared non-stop, and the pain went deep into his bones. For this kind of guy who only knows how to use brute force, ordinary cultivators may find it very difficult to deal with him. After all, the body of this big snake is really too big. Ordinary attacks are just like tickling. But Luo Yan is different. He electrocutes it to death. The fact that he was able to save his life is also due to his thick skin and flesh. In addition, the reason why Luo Yan dealt with the other party with a very relaxed attitude is because the power used by the two is not at the same level at all. I told you a long time ago that you are not my opponent. You have to ask for trouble. You are so stubborn also, stop howling. It makes me upset. Luo Yan stepped forward, and a giant palm composed of thunder appeared in the air, then swung it in a circle and slapped it down. The snake was directly slapped into the bottom of the lake and fell into coma. Pa. The next moment, Luo Yan raised his hand and shot out a 5-color light, which collided with a faint light. The runes were blazing, the power of the law was strong, the light rain filled the sky, and the divine light lit up the whole world. It seems that there is really something hidden under the lake that you are willing to protect with your lives. Luo Yan spoke, and thunder rolled, like thunder from the sky, with a dull sound. Transformed into the son of thunder and lightning, looking down on the world. The giant snake in the sky roared and swooped down again. She wanted to stop the Taoist in green clothes and not give him the opportunity to explore this swamp and the depths of the lake. But soon, this giant snake transformed by the banshee was also beaten by Luo Yan, roaring and lightning, and her flesh and blood were blurred. She suffered a serious injury. Even though she was the queen of the Black Snake clan, she was still no match for this human cultivator. The banshee didn't care and went completely crazy. The giant snake crossed the sky, gathering all the blood and energy in its body together, exerting the strongest attack, and a mysterious and profound demon text filled the sky above the swamp. The whistling waves of air caused by the hissing sound broke the trees dozens of miles away. You can imagine how terrifying this giant snake is. Snap! Luo Yan's body disappeared into nothingness, and then he accidentally came out and landed on the head of the giant snake. He stood with his hands behind his back and said, "If I didn't have a better choice, maybe I would take you out of this world and use you as a mount." Hiss. The giant snake was shocked and angry. With the strength of her demon body, even many dragon-blooded creatures are not as strong as her demon body and can suppress countless provocateurs. But now, she didn't even touch the shadow of this human cultivator, and was played around. This is a shame. What's more, she is the leader of the Black Snake clan in this generation, which is even more shameful. Human, don't dare to enter our forbidden land. I will fight you to the death. The giant snake hissed and soared continuously. Black flames emerged from its body, trying to drive away the person standing on its head. But the flames were completely extinguished when they encountered thunder and did not spread out. Finally, the giant snake was subdued by Luo Yan, and a large area of sealing techniques were cast into it to seal it. It was difficult to move. If I hadn't practiced some special secret method, I could see the cause and effect lines floating in the dark and was unwilling to create too much killing. Otherwise, you and your people would have been electrocuted to ashes by me. Luo Yan whispered. The power of destiny is very strange. Those who believe in it regard it as a god. Those who don't believe in it can live well without any scruples. It is really mysterious and unusual. Then Luo Yan was very decisive and slapped it with one palm, as if there was a thunder and lightning, hitting the giant snake's head. With a bang sound, the giant snake also fell down and fell into deep coma. Then, Luo Yan looked down at the bottom of the lake. Wow, the water was cold, and it was as if he had entered another world, with countless black shadows entangled together. Chaos, infatuation, luxury, and a taste of seduce the world. Tens of thousands of snakes gathered in the underwater snake cave. The black shadows at the bottom of the lake sensed the breath of the stranger, and the hissing sound resounded through the bottom of the water, bursting out with infinite bloodlight, and then attacked Luo Yan. Then, at this time, Luo Yan's Dharma body had broken through to the 5th level, and he could mobilize the power of heaven and earth at any time. A very direct point is that at this moment he is like an innate god, with holy light shining everywhere, and boundless lightning swept in all directions, shaking the snake shadows upside down. The lightning is endless, layer after layer, and it is endless. There is a blazing silver light flashing in the lake, and in a very short time, it turned into a sea of thunder. There was lightning in the water. At this moment, the sea of thunder really descended, causing the snakes wandering in it and many underwater creatures to be electrocuted one after another. Densely packed, white, constantly floating up from the bottom of the lake, it looked very creepy. The lake was very deep. Luo Yan kept diving, and with his current extreme speed, he actually escaped for half an incense stick. Finally, he came to the bottom of the lake and saw a very large hexagram array. At the end of this hexagram array, there was a giant snake body curled up together, as if entrenched. The body of these giant snakes was slightly smaller than that of the previous banshee, but still very powerful. At the end of the intertwined lines, there was a dry bone with many irregular holes on it. The surface was grayish-white and the body was not big, probably only a few feet in size. It seemed to be some kind of rare creature. The most important thing was that when Luo Yan approached here, he felt a very heavy pressure. Even though he had arranged the heavenly yin mysterious soul array to block all the ki in his true spirit consciousness, it was still difficult to conceal this majestic pressure. Yin. At this time, the little dragon hanging on Luo Yan's wrist, which had turned into a bracelet, also roared, and passed on a thought to him: real dragon bones. Real dragon bones. Hearing the voice of the little dragon, Luo Yan's face showed a surprised look. If this news is true, it is likely to lead to a great storm, and the creatures of the entire little demon realm will go crazy. After all, it is a real dragon. Although it is just a corpse, it is also a real dragon. It is equivalent to the corpse of a banished immortal, placed in front of Luo Yan. How can he not be surprised? Who is it? You dared to set foot in the forbidden land of our clan, and saw such a secret. Naturally you can't stay. In the 6-pointed magic array, a giant snake instantly transformed into a human form, turning into a thin and cold old man, with a skinny and wrinkled body, like a dried corpse. The moment his eyes opened, bloodlight jumped like lightning, so sharp that Luo Yan felt an indescribable sense of crisis. Human cultivator? I'll take you on your way. The image of the old man transformed by the giant snake was very ugly, even his scalp was almost gone, and his hair was very sparse, showing his old age. But Luo Yan felt that this might be his original appearance, indicating that the other party's life was about to come to an end. The blood was dry and defeated. Are you performing a taboo technique, and then preparing to replace the dead with a dead? After Luo Yan looked at it for a while, he found that a trace of blood had been born on the real dragon. It was obviously gray bones, but mixed with blood, just like rebirth after death. Resurrection. This method is even comparable to the time acceleration power of the immortal weapon in Wushi Mountain, and its creation is infinite. It is rare in the world. You have good eyesight, young man, but it's a pity that you came to a place you shouldn't be. The skinny old man spoke. His voice was hoarse and dry, very harsh. He was the elder of the Black Snake clan, who had lived for a very long time. His blood and energy were dry and exhausted, but he was still alive. Even before he really took action, he could feel his invincible aura that was so powerful that the whole world was silent. Although I don't understand the principle of your formation, I have also observed it for a while. It should be a conversion formation that collects the blood and energy of living beings, right? However, with the strength of the real dragon's corpse, I'm afraid this price will be paid if you want to revive it. Life Essence Conversion Formation. Luo Yan carefully observed the hexagram formation and finally found that it seemed to be a reverse life conversion formation. Transfer the vitality of other creatures to the dragon bone. In this way, the real dragon is revived. Although the size of this dragon bone is not large, the status of a real dragon is there, and it belongs to a real immortal creature. This will be an invincible existence that is more terrifying than the reincarnation of an immortal. But, is this path really feasible? Can it revive the dead? Luo Yan hesitated and was skeptical. If the dead could be revived just by converting their life essence, wouldn't the world be in chaos? Is it really that easy to do? Luo Yan didn't believe it. Chapter 566, a group of old lunatics, ignorant and self-sacrificing. Reviving the dead, this forbidden method is even comparable to turning back time, and is a truly irreversible event. Can anyone in the mortal world do this? Luo Yan expressed his doubts. Even if it was the reincarnation of those immortals, Luo Yan did not believe they could do it. Because they were reincarnated as humans, not immortals. If such a heaven-defying feat could be completed through a small hexagram array, it would definitely be a big joke. Either this world is sick, or Luo Yan has been practicing Taoism for decades, and he has not woken up yet. Therefore, even if he was stared at and driven away by the skinny old man, Luo Yan did not care. His eyes were always observing the huge array that seemed mysterious but was actually very simple. No matter how Luo Yan observed it, this array seemed relatively rough, just like it was shoddy. If it were not for the hexagram array rippling in the void, with countless tiny and invisible lines pulling it, he would probably be able to copy it on the spot. Those lines were very strange, as if they were connected to an unknown land. Faintly, the life essence in the sky was embedded into the body of the real dragon bone, through those strange lines. You, a human boy, also know the formation. Hearing such words, the skinny old man did not take action directly, but stood still and asked. After all, it was amazing to be able to see through the essence of their formation at a glance. It was not easy to meet someone who knew the goods. The life essence alone is like a castle in the air. It is almost impossible to keep it and use it on other creatures. Perhaps the energy density is high enough to achieve the point of downward transfer, but it will inevitably be accompanied by huge losses. Luo Yan has a lot to say on this point. He has done many experiments to figure out the energy exchange relationship here. Especially when Luo Yan discovered that wood-attributed Taoist methods such as the life palm could actually extract energy from plants and use it to heal injuries. He imagined whether he could achieve immortality or increase his lifespan in the same way. After all, the most abundant thing in the world is plants. But after countless studies, Luo Yan discovered that the so-called life essence and life essence, although only one word different. But the difference between the two is like the difference between heaven and earth. The former is a special visible energy, which can react with the flesh of living beings to a certain extent, so as to achieve the purpose of healing injuries. The latter is different. The latter is the sublimation of the former, with a higher energy level, more refined microscopic aspects, and richer density. There is substance but no form. Simply put, when a person is injured, the wound is clearly visible, which is form. And the lifespan of this person is substance but no form. It can hardly be monitored by conventional means, and can only be judged by experience. If other people can live to 60 years old, then he should be about the same. Even if the monks have a keen observation, they dare not guarantee whether a mortal can live to 60 or 70 years old. This belongs to the category of uncontrollable. In fact, there are many elixirs that increase lifespan in the current cultivation world. The essence of those elixirs is actually to supplement and prolong low level of vitality through another form of high level energy. This is why many longevity pills are effective when taken for the first time, but their efficacy is greatly reduced when taken again. This is why they are completely ineffective after taking them 3 times. Because the body has adapted to that energy level and cannot change its essence. Even some evil monks will use some inhuman means to increase their lifespan by taking the lives of others. But that method is also very restrictive and cannot be used repeatedly. The premise for using these 2 methods is that you are still alive, have vitality, and have not taken a breath. Not completely dead. But these old guys in front of him are different. They are transferring life essence into a skeleton. What is the difference between this and making a clay figure with mud and praying that the clay figure will become a real person? But what puzzled Luo Yan was that there was only a skeleton left, which meant that the young real dragon was completely dead and should not have any reaction. But under the nourishment of those life essences, a trace of flesh and blood actually grew. Can it really be resurrected? Luo Yan thought to himself. His eyes were full of blue rune lights, and the chip in his mind was also leaping and galloping, recording all the data in front of him. A person's injuries and even lifespan can be perfected in some way. Although there are limitations, this is not uncommon. I have seen many such examples. But are your methods really miracles of good fortune? In Luo Yan's eyes, except for this mysterious hexagram array, the rest of the things seemed very rough. If you were to do it, he would definitely be able to do it better. But it is such a simple thing, but it has a tendency to change fate against the will of heaven. I can't figure it out. I really can't figure it out. Unless the skeleton frame was not dead in the first place, but was a deliberate disguise of some creature. Otherwise, it really can't explain the transformation problem in front of me. How is it? That human boy, have you been opened by the supreme means of our race? The skinny old man said proudly. Looking at the Taoist in green clothes not far away, who looked very shocked, the skinny old man's murderous intention was restrained, and he had the desire to communicate. After all, there are few people who know what they are talking about. They have used the strength of the entire clan to make this ceremony, and they also need witnesses to prove their extraordinariness. Of course, he just temporarily lost his killing intention, which does not mean that he will let this human leave in the future. These life essences that are constantly floating from the void should have a definite source. But such a large amount of life essence. Luo Yan ignored him, but continued to ponder. His eyes followed those illusory lines and looked at the sky curtain of the barrier. Since the other party didn't care about him watching, he was happy to do so, just in time to analyze everything in this magic array space. Suddenly, Luo Yan thought of a possibility. No, this is not a magic array at all. It's a sacrificial ceremony to summon creatures from another world. Finally, Luo Yan saw through everything. The so-called sacrificial ceremony is to communicate with those great beings in the dark through the power of flesh and blood, and use it to open the space-time channel to trade with creatures from another world. After all, it is a creature from another world, isn't it, from nothing to something? But to communicate with the creatures of another world, a very large amount of blood essence is needed. Luo Yan's eyes turned, and then he said, "Are you sacrificing the entire tribe?" Luo Yan, who had been in contact with the essence of life many times, naturally understood the preciousness of this thing and that it could never be produced out of thin air. But the life essence in front of him was almost condensed into substance, a green piece, as if he had come to a primeval forest. No wonder there are so many black snakes gathered in this lake. At first, Luo Yan really thought they were in heat, so that all the black snakes gathered here. But now it seems that this is most likely caused by these old guys in front of him and the two giant snakes outside. They directly used aphrodisiacs to gather the tribe together and then deprive them of their vitality. You really are both cruel and ignorant. Finally, Luo Yan figured it out, and then sighed. It's really stupid to regard the sacrificial array for communicating with the creatures of another world as a heaven-defying means of resurrection. What do you, a cultivator of the human race, know? As long as we succeed in this sacrifice and revive this dragon completely, our black snake race will have hope of prosperity. It is not impossible to even use that real dragon to let our race's creatures leave this cage and go to another vast world. The skinny old man glanced at him with a crazy obsession, as if he was crazy. At this moment, he seemed to be thinking about the tribe. Full of passion and sincerity. A bunch of idiots. If only a sacrificial array can bring dead creatures back to life, then the legendary underworld will have no need to exist. What you sacrificed was not that dragon, but an unknown creature from another world. Luo Yan had no intention of saying much, but just watching so many creatures being sacrificed, he felt speechless at the ignorance and corruption of these old guys. Although they were alien races and had different origins from him, a whole lake, a pile of black snakes in an area of nearly hundreds of miles, what a terrifying number would that be? Even Luo Yan, who was used to seeing killing, felt horrified. The word creepy was not enough to describe them. They were really insane, crazy. Moreover, how terrifying would it be to summon creatures from another world with so many black snakes? Shut up. What do you know, you little kid? My black snake clan has been trapped in this world for countless years. Even if another 10,000 or 100,000 years pass, nothing will change. Just like a caged beast, it is slaughtered by creatures from the outside world from time to time. How is this end different from that of a pig? The skinny old man roared, and scales appeared on his body, like the hissing of a startled snake. He was angry, roaring, and crazy. This was the hope of their Black Snake clan. How could they allow an outsider to point fingers here? Is this sacrificial array almost at the end? Don't pretend to delay time, you can't get away now, right? HMPH, don't worry, I won't interrupt your sacrifice. Today I want to witness what you can come up with by sacrificing the whole clan. Luo Yan saw through the skinny old man's true colors, but he didn't interrupt the continuation of the hexagram array. Because it was difficult to stop, and there was no need to stop it. Since the other party took the initiative to seek death, there was no need to persuade a ghost who was determined to die. The stupidity of these old guys cannot be stopped. Soon, the mysterious runes in this area gathered, flashing silver light, like a real dragon, bright white and shining and terrifying. Boom! The green light was overwhelming, and the enchantment array was boiling. The sacrificial array has undergone further changes. Seeing that the Taoist in green really didn't move at all, as if he was just there to watch the show, the expression on the skinny old man's face struggled for a few times, and finally returned to his original position. He transformed into a giant snake, spitting out a light of life, helping the dragon skeleton to condense its outer body. In an instant, the strange lines extending from the sacrificial array were rampant. The spider silk spread like a spider web, endless. As time went by, the snow-white and crystal skeleton with blood condensed on it was like a demon dragon appearing in the world, and it was really reviving. The blood on the bones turned red, and flesh and blood slowly grew, from nothing to something, which was very amazing. It was really a living dead and a living skeleton, which could be called one of the most peculiar creations in the world. In contrast, outside this barrier sky curtain, the many black snake figures gradually woke up from the state of infatuation. Then they found that their demon bodies could not move, and their vitality was constantly lost. Gradually, there were already low-level black snakes, watching their flesh and blood demon bodies disappear bit by bit, returning to silence. There was always fear in his pupils, but unfortunately, he didn't even make a roar before he turned into a pile of bones and sank to the bottom of the lake. Wow, 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 more and more black snake corpses fell, and the lively scene was no longer there. Looking down from the sky, the lake was actually raining a terrifying rain of bones. Dense and continuous, comparable to the 9 nether purgatory. In the sky of the enchantment, the hexagram array was at its peak at this moment, and countless strange runes spread out from the void, imprisoning everything. Yin, a real dragon roar was heard, and its roar resounded through the world. The real dragon corpse began to transform, first flesh and blood grew, then the 5 internal organs, and finally scales. Roar, the real dragon roared, and the creatures in the field seemed to be awakened, with a bloody breath on his body, emitting a terrible wave. It seemed to shatter all living things. At this moment, the real dragon glowed, its scales were dazzling, and a brand new aura was blooming. It was like a new life coming to life. What do creatures from another world look like? Is it a creature from another world that can practice cultivation? Luo Yan was puzzled, his eyes kept shaking, and he didn't know what he was thinking. He observed it again and again many times. This was a sacrificial array with a little life conversion array pattern. Although it couldn't be fully analyzed in a moment, Luo Yan believed that he was not wrong. This kind of composite array with only 2 arrays superimposed was indeed terribly simple in his eyes. It was like using only a few chopsticks to build a wooden bridge that was safe for people to pass through. This can no longer be described as a miracle, because this is the miracle itself. Therefore, this can't be the forbidden array in the legend that can bring people back to life. Ha ha ha, ignorant child, have you ever seen the glorious heritage of my clan? Real dragon. It's alive, it's alive. The skinny old man was crazy, his eyes full of fanaticism. Until now, he still believed that this was the resurrection of a real dragon, a new life, and the continuation of life, not an alien creature. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 567, The Creatures Beyond This World, The Taboo, Even the skinny old man himself did not notice that its body was affected by the hexagram magic circle and had gradually turned into bones. As for the other 5 giant snakes, they have now turned into a pile of bones, with the skeleton standing upright. They are like sculptures, with no vitality. At this moment, the world outside the barrier sky has also transformed into a white world. From the lake surface, it is a dense ring of bones. From the outer swamp to the middle, the entire lake has been covered with white bones, becoming a veritable lake of bones. It is endless and extremely creepy. It is a real purgatory. It's okay for these old guys to go crazy, but they also want to drag the tribe behind them to be buried with them. I don't know what kind of thing they have come up with. Luo Yan frowned, looking at the blood dragon in the distance, and suddenly had a bad premonition. This is similar to the feeling of the dragon blood demon tree. He seemed to have an illusion that almost all the creatures who stayed in this demon world for a long time were crazy. Either they turned into demons, or they took the initiative to seek death and then sacrificed themselves. How smart is this to make such a stupid decision? Looking at the dragon shadow in the distance, releasing a majestic blood-colored aura, there is a feeling of bringing chaos to the world. Luo Yan frowned. These old guys of the Black Snake clan seemed to have really summoned an extraordinary creature. There was a strange aura spreading. In fact, if Luo Yan, who is in the sky curtain of the barrier, was not because this Dharma body was not made of flesh and blood, he would inevitably be affected by those strange lines. As time passed, the blood dragon's blood was surging, and the pressure was so majestic that it was suffocating. Shoo! The blood dragon's 2 eyes opened like bronze bells. It's alive. Humble insect, tell me, which ancient world is this? Bala Holy World? 10 Directions Chaos World? Or other worlds? The moment the blood dragon opened his eyes, Luo Yan was instantly struck by lightning, as if a mortal met a true immortal, with a sense of oppression from the level of life. It was very unexpected, and Luo Yan was shocked beyond words. Moreover, the aura of this blood dragon is very special. Its blood has materialized, and it has the power of laws to bless itself, just like an innate Holy Spirit, and the laws of heaven and earth are lingering around it. Where he stands is the birthplace of the laws of the Great Way. It is so terrible that people don't even have the slightest thought of competing with it. Such a horrifying aura frightened Luo Yan to the point of turning around and running away. Moreover, the divine thoughts transmitted by this creature parasitic in the blood dragon's body are not the common language of the earthly immortal world, but a strange, obscure, and ancient divine language. It is indescribable, unpredictable, and incomprehensible. In the true spirit world, the communication between creatures of different races generally replaces verbal conversations with divine consciousness fluctuations. Because the characters and languages of each race are different, the meaning expressed is even more difficult to understand. Often, there are several meanings in one sentence, but the other party can't understand it at all. Naturally, it is impossible to negotiate with words. Therefore, when dealing with alien races, they generally use divine consciousness fluctuations to convey their ideas so that the other party can understand what they want to express. Even some vulgar words can be described accurately. For all creatures born in the earthly immortal world, due to the convergence of their cultivation systems, the fluctuations of their spiritual thoughts will not be very large. Because they all practiced from the realm system of key refining, foundation building, and golden elixir. Therefore, even aliens can perceive the deep meaning contained in these spiritual fluctuations. But the spiritual fluctuations transmitted by this guy in front of him are a strange field that Luo Yan has never touched. You can't understand the sound of this god. The blood dragon hummed, and then the body began to transform, the scales turned silver white, the blood was restrained in the demon body, and the avenue roared, which was very special. Not long after, the blood dragon grew 4 legs, and a golden horn grew on its head, and the light of the soul was brilliant, like a silver-armored unicorn. But his demon body was shrinking, as if it was about to transform into its original appearance. Luo Yan looked up and down, knowing that the creature in front of him was no ordinary creature. Just a magnificent energy and essence bursting out. The essence and flawlessness proved that this guy was powerful and terrifying. Forget it, I am too lazy to ask, just check your memory personally. In a trance, a huge palm came towards Luo Yan to suppress him, and the entire barrier light curtain was forcibly stretched open and then shattered. It is conceivable how huge this giant palm is. The power of this creature from outside the domain is beyond imagination. 10,000 divine lights linger on the giant palm, and a terrible wave spreads, emitting a breath of destruction that wipes out everything. The brilliant divine light shines in all directions. Luo Yan's body staggered, his eyes went black, and he almost fainted from shock, suffering unimaginable oppression. If it were an ordinary practitioner, without the protection of the soul secret treasure, he would definitely explode in an instant, as brilliant as fireworks. Then dissipate. It was so powerful that it shocked Luo Yan. It was an incredible magical power. He became more and more convinced that the creature occupying the blood dragon's body was definitely an alien creature. It did not belong to this world. It did not even belong to the vast universe of the earthly immortal realm, but came from another outer world. Fortunately, due to the heavenly Dao consciousness of the small true dragon realm, the power of this alien creature was restricted to the greatest extent. He was not allowed to use the power that exceeded the limit of power that this world could bear. Although this level of power was still terrifying and difficult to resist for Luo Yan, the cultivation realm of this Dharma body had broken through to the 5th level and could drive even more powerful power. Therefore, Luo Yan rarely opened the 9 laws at the same time, and the hazy Dao light intertwined together even reflected the void into distortion. Finally, Luo Yan barely resisted the alien creature, making its giant palm unable to work. The alien creature was surprised that the heavenly Dao consciousness of this world was too suppressive on him. At such a close distance, it would be useless to capture a reptile that had not yet reached the level of God. A reptile is a reptile. Even if it wants to resist, it cannot reach the divine realm. I can destroy it with a flip of my hand. Clumsy. The creature outside the domain transmitted a terrifying divine thought wave, and the giant palm of the void glowed, condensing into chains of order, blocking everything, and rushed towards the bug. If it were in the main world, this little bug would not even have the qualifications to see his true face, and would be crushed by the rule of the air. Now, it dared to hiss at him and resist. It's simply overestimating its own abilities. The void was full of traces of interweaving chains of order, and the flowing rays of light looked extremely beautiful. Although it was only composed of illusory air, it was much more terrifying than the real laws of the Great Way, and directly trapped Luo Yan in place. Its binding force increased many times in an instant. Snap! The rays of light flashed, and the phantom like a bubble exploded, and Luo Yan's Dharma body was crushed. It means that he has died once. But soon, with a heavenly yin mysterious soul formation protecting his true spirit, Luo Yan, with a blessing of the power of faith, condensed his Dharma body again. Puff! However, there was another crisp sound, a buzzing sound, and Luo Yan's body was crushed again. Not long after, he transformed his body again. Run! Must run away immediately. This summoned creature from outside the domain is invincible. This was Luo Yan's subconscious thought, and it was very strong. Those old guys are really a bunch of idiots. They sacrificed their entire clan and summoned such a terrifying thing. I can't even understand what they said. A random attack can blow up his Dharma body many times. If it were in the real world, how powerful the opponent would be, it's simply unimaginable. Maybe it's a transcendent of the immortal way. Well, interesting, this little bug can be resurrected many times, and it still uses the method of establishing a religion by those thieves. I guess you, a bug, should be considered extraordinary in this broken little world. The creature from outside the domain raised his palm and pressed down, completely locking the void, and shining with divine light, sometimes turning into unknown mysterious runes, and sometimes cloud patterns appeared, evolving everything. He was confident that this little reptile would never escape from his palm. Indeed, at this moment, Luo Yan secretly groaned, feeling that he had encountered the biggest crisis since entering this world. If he was not careful, everything would be blown up. Luo Yan once again used the means of combining the 9 laws into one, hoping to resist another attack and then find a gap to escape. But under the cover of those majestic silver energies, everything became useless, like a god shining. The energy fluctuations were amazing, and Luo Yan didn't even have the strength to parry. He could only watch his Dharma body being crushed and exploded again and again, and then reunited. Crushed again, and then reunited again. Wow, Luo Yan's soul ached slightly, and he felt that he was about to reach a limit, and he would soon be unable to hold on. After all, the gap between them was too big. A ray of divine light fell, and shattered Luo Yan's Dharma body more than a dozen times. It was so brutal that it was unimaginable. Luo Yan struggled, and the light of the 9 laws was dazzling. He tried to gather and merge again, trying to force open an absolute light curtain to prevent the opponent's energy from spreading further. Snap! 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 But it was useless. Facing such a terrifying creature, the opponent probably didn't even take a close look at Luo Yan's face before being smashed to pieces. He had no power to resist. Luo Yan made a mistake. He should have slipped away before, and shouldn't have stayed here to watch the fun. As a result, now he is about to get himself into trouble. Unexpectedly, the divine eye of the hexagram and the warning of the power of destiny that he had always relied on did not react at all this time. Even Luo Yan's own foresight of danger was the same, and he was completely unaware of it. When this creature from outside the domain completely descended, he realized that something was wrong and had the idea of escaping, but it was a pity that it was a little too late. In front of such a terrifying creature, the so-called power of destiny, crisis sensing, sixth sense, etc., were all like floating objects in the air and had no effect at all. Resurrection again and again, but it was just a few more beatings. This gave Luo Yan a great memory and was a very strong reminder. It turns out that some creatures can really transcend fate. In other words, even if the other party has not transcended, because the gap between them is so big that it is boundless, it is also a delusion to want to sense the other party. Although the Dharma body was crushed again and again, it was very uncomfortable, and the true spirit consciousness had reached its limit. But Luo Yan still did not give up and wanted to make a final struggle. He couldn't fall here. Not to mention that this foreshadowed the end of this trip. The little dragon he had just obtained would also be buried. This was something Luo Yan couldn't stand. Buzz, Luo Yan no longer used the half-baked power of the law, but gathered his best magic, the 5 colors divine light. He believed that if this magic was practiced to the extreme, it would be enough to break all the laws in the world. As long as the opponent's strength level was still allowed by the heavenly way of this demon world, Luo Yan himself was also a 5th level strength. This meant that he still had a chance to fight back. 5 kinds of streams of light shone on Luo Yan's body, and the power of the basic 5 elements was perfectly integrated together, as if it were the real Tao. At this moment, he remembered the great aphorisms that the founder of the Thunder Emperor Temple had taught him. The 5 elements were the basis, and yin and yang could transform all things, encompassing everything in the world. Taking advantage of the opportunity when his Dharma body was crushed again, Luo Yan took a deep breath, closed his eyes and raised his eyes, pushed his palms flat, and his left hand was yin, and invisible waves gathered. The right hand is yang, auspicious light blooms, and the colorful divine light is blazing and shining in the sky. The 5 elements are light, and everything in the world is under my feet. Open it for me. The void trembled slightly, and Luo Yan's Dharma body turned into the most dazzling white light. It was brilliant and magical, causing the void to distort and revealing a very special power. The white light fixed the space, broke the confinement of the void, and offset all the chains of rules. Shua. Taking advantage of this opportunity of the auspicious light, Luo Yan's figure finally rushed out of the sky and disappeared in an instant. Above the lake, the demon body of the alien creature was still transforming, and its body was still slowly shrinking. There was a faint roar of thunder from the 9 heavens, as if it was suppressed by the avenue. Tisk, it was actually escaped by a little bug. What a shame. Forget it, let it go, just think of it as this god sparing its life. The divine thoughts of the alien creature fluctuated and transmitted a long distance. Unfortunately, I only have a trace of consciousness when I came to this world, and I can't condense more magic power. Otherwise, the heavenly Dao consciousness of this broken ancient world will be swallowed by this god. The creature from outside the domain felt that the shackles on him were getting heavier and heavier. The heavenly Dao was angry, fighting back, and resisting him as an outsider. He wanted to exclude him. But apart from sealing some of his strength, he couldn't achieve the purpose of expelling him. Since you are here, you must take a good look around and let this god see what is so special about this ancient world. Chapter 568, The Flying Spirit's Great Battle, the fastest showdown in the world. G. The white rainbow pierced the sun, crossed the void, and penetrated the distance. Luo Yan fled without looking back. His breath was extremely weak. Fortunately, the creature from outside the domain did not chase him. He stopped where he was, as if sensing something. Behind him, the white lake of bones evaporated instantly under the attack of the creature from outside the domain, revealing the white bones inside. The mighty power was like the rising sun, majestic and boundless, very amazing. Such a big movement naturally alarmed the creatures in the area. That human cultivator saw you coming from that direction. Did you encounter a big enemy? Or did a world-shaking treasure appear over there and you picked it up? After Luo Yan escaped from the lake, he could no longer maintain his peak state, and his escape light gradually returned to normal. He was just seen by a big demon from the demon clan, and then asked loudly. The fact that his breath was unstable was naturally sensed by the big demon, but he pretended not to see through it. It was just asking, but it followed behind him very deliberately, as if it was examining its prey. You didn't seem to be running away in panic, and it didn't look like you were being chased by someone, so did you get a treasure? This was a peerless fierce bird with 4 pairs of gray wings, which could fly the wind. Even though it hadn't flapped its wings much, it caught up with Luo Yan very easily. It was like an elf in the wind, the darling of the wind. It was also like a peerless demon fairy walking in the clouds, both elegant and calm. Since it's a treasure, then everyone has a share. Human cultivator, you should give me half. The 4-winged fierce bird transmitted the message, and the wings behind it spread out, rolling up a hurricane. He followed the human cultivator for a distance, and was sure that the other party must have a supreme treasure, because the induction in the dark could not be faked. Because the demon race is sensitive to the smell. Especially when there was a pure-blooded little dragon entrenched on Luo Yan's wrist, this smell was even stronger. You know, for most monsters, the rarity of dragon blood monsters is no less than that of the precious medicine for transformation in the eyes of human cultivators. It is definitely a rare opportunity, extremely precious. Luo Yan said nothing, and there were flashes of lightning on the soles of his feet, like lightning passing by, and disappeared in an instant. Buzz! A series of hurricanes came, flooding the entire sky in front, triggering a series of storms, ready to block the way forward for the human cultivator. Luo Yan turned his head and looked behind him, his expression calm, and continued to flee forward, trying to stay away from this place. Human cultivator, stop for me. Leave the treasure on you. The 4-winged fierce bird screamed, its wingspan covering the sky and the sun, and quickly chased after the green figure. Luo Yan ignored it, the spiritual light on his body jumped, and mysterious runes appeared, and he turned to the distance in an instant. Moreover, it was twice as fast as the previous thunder escape light. Where are you running? Seeing that his attack was ineffective, the peerless ferocious bird did not bother to hide, and thus aroused a great killing intent. With a flap of its 4 wings, it immediately chased after him. What was surprising was that even though Luo Yan was using the law of thunder, which was considered the fastest in the world, at least there were few cultivators of the same age whose escape light could fly faster than him. But he was still caught up by the 4-winged ferocious bird behind him in a very short time. The speed was so fast that it was rare in the world. Soon, this demon clan monster launched an invasion again in the front, with a law of wind whistling, attracting the absolute domain, turning the sky into a place like a quagmire. There was a different gravity explosion, swallowing everything. And the strong wind in front of it raged again, blocking all living creatures from flying over. The 4-winged bird came and continued to launch a peerless attack. Luo Yan glanced at the wind law domain in front of him and stopped his escape light. Failing clan. Ha ha ha, it seems that the name of our clan is quite famous. The 4-winged bird laughed. Since you know the name of our clan, quickly hand over the treasure, otherwise you will not be able to leave this Dao domain. The big demon of the Feeling clan replied. He knew very well that the human cultivators who could enter this demon world basically entered in the form of energy Dao bodies. Although they were weak and needed to practice little by little, they were at a great disadvantage compared to the demon clan. But because of this, these human cultivators were not afraid of death at all. Moreover, when they found danger, they could pay a certain price and self-destruct their Dharma bodies. As long as they gave the other party a certain amount of reaction time, they might be able to escape with the treasure and return to the true spirit realm in an instant. Therefore, the big demon of the Feeling clan had such great patience and said so many words. In fact, it was to interfere with the mind of this human cultivator, and then slowly approached him, ready to kill him with one blow. If it was in the outside world, the 4-winged big demon would have killed him in the first time, so it would not be as troublesome as it is now. After all, it is a big demon, and the idea of respecting strength and robbing it if you want it flows in his bones. You can try. Luo Yan's tone was calm, but his dark eyes were full of murderous intent. Anyone who was blocked like this would become in a bad mood and have the idea of fighting. Ha ha ha, ignorant human cultivator. The fierce bird of the Feeling clan swooped over, bringing a storm all over the sky, and collided with a thunder shot by Luo Yan. Then, the two of them started a fierce battle, which was very intense. Boom! Infinite light burst out in the sky, and various colors overflowed, flooding the place, dazzling. In an instant, the void trembled, as if the sky was about to break. Qi, Tu Yin and Yang thunders appeared in Luo Yan's palm, and various lightning runes were agitated. The silver light was mixed with golden light, and the sound of electric arcs crackled and resounded through the sky. He resisted it with thunder, suppressed the wind domain, and at the same time hit the four-winged fierce bird. But the Feeling Clan is a powerful force that can compete with the Five Elements sect, the Great Zhaoshan Xingchen sect, and the Nine Infants Dragon Clan. Naturally, it is impossible to deal with it so easily. The four-winged bird flapped its wings and rushed into the sky. Although it was huge, it could barely avoid the thunder. It was like walking on a tightrope on the top of a mountain. If you are not careful, you will fall off a cliff, but nothing happened. There is no doubt that the four-winged fierce bird is very powerful. In the air, it is his absolute domain. It is impossible for anyone to fly faster than the Feeling Clan and be stronger in the air. Luo Yan tried several times and found this out. The opponent's extreme speed is extremely terrifying and can avoid most of his attacks. Even if the Thunder Domain is in front, this Feeling Clan's big monster can rely on its tyrannical monster body to rush it away. It is rude and unreasonable. In addition, when the four-winged monster is attacked to a certain limit, he can also turn his monster body into a wisp of wind to avoid the power of the magic. It is really terrifying and makes people feel palpitations. If we want to deal with this guy, I'm afraid we have to completely seal off this space and use the sealing technique. Luo Yan frowned, realizing how difficult the opponent was. It was very difficult to deal with. Ordinary attacks on the opponent's demon body were no different from tickling. The power accumulating magical powers and the power of the law could not restrain this big demon. It was really annoying, like a dog skin plaster, and I couldn't get rid of it. Forget it, this place is only a few hundred miles away from the lake. I'd better hurry up and escape. It's best to stay away from the creatures from outside the domain. Luo Yan thought so. He was still a little uneasy in his heart, because his own sense of danger and the art of destiny were all useless in front of the creatures from outside the domain. If he was really targeted by the opponent, Luo Yan might have to give up his trip to the demon world this time. So Luo Yan turned around again and didn't plan to continue to entangle with this guy. You can't get away. You dare to think about escaping in front of this king? You are courting death. The cold voice of the Feeling Clan demon sounded, accompanied by the hurricane, boundless. A huge bird shadow descended, illuminating the sky, stepping on the clouds, opening its mouth and sucking downwards. For a moment, sand and rocks flew on the ground, wild sand filled the sky, ancient trees rose from the ground, and mountains collapsed, which was extremely terrifying. This mighty power that seemed to destroy the world broke through the sky and swept up all living things. It is hard to imagine how to resist such a terrifying power. The four-winged birds have been circling around the periphery of the storm, constantly flying horizontally, and the more hurricanes they rolled up, the wider the area covered. This is the Feeling Clan. A large clan that is obviously one of the many races of the Demon Clan, but because of the extreme speed they have mastered, they have the confidence to break away from the Demon Clan and become a clan of their own, and dare to challenge any major force. The reputation of their clan was not self-proclaimed, but earned step by step, fighting against the Demon Clan, the Human Clan, and the surrounding forces. They are definitely not good people. The Master of the Sky, the darling of the Law of Wind, naturally cannot be afraid of fighting. The reason why the wind field was used was to block the way ahead and not waste time. The Feeling Clan monster flapped its wings, and the scales and feathers on it flashed, like a bunch of divine arrows flying over, saying, "Stay. You want me to stay? That depends on your ability." Luo Yan responded calmly, and did not dodge, but attracted a large area of lightning to fight the opponent head-on. Clang! This place exploded, and there was lightning in the void, as if it was a punishment for the destruction of the world, and the silver snake pierced the sky and spread for countless miles. The hurricane was fierce, the whistling sound continued, and rolled up the majestic energy light, and the law domain collided with a law domain. Luo Yan was silent. The other party was indeed a member of the Feeling Clan. He mastered the secret art of wind. The lore runes he manifested were very profound. The wind alone contained many mysteries such as extreme speed and virtualization. Cry! A roar shook the mountains, rocks rolled down, and ancient trees shook. The Feeling Clan monster flapped its wings, and its wings spanned nearly 1,000 feet, covering the sky. It manipulated the airflow and gravity, trying to roll Luo Yan over. At this moment, it was like a huge mouth of the abyss, swallowing everything, with an astonishing momentum. The Feeling Clan monster was very powerful. It escaped into the air and shuttled through the void, opening and closing, as if it wanted to destroy this world. Luo Yan's eyes were full of electricity, and his body turned into a pure energy body, with countless runes emerging. The 5 laws of gold, wood, water, fire and earth were blazing on his body, evolving the world with a peaceful and calm breath. This buzzing sound, accompanied by thunder and lightning, caused a riot between heaven and earth. 5 colored lightning rushed back into the sky, causing the creatures attracted by this battle to have their ears buzzed. In any case, it was amazing that they could remain undefeated for so long under the invasion of the Feeling Clan and fight against the opponent with thunder magic. Many monks who were watching were shocked by the thunder and lightning in the sky. They secretly thought that this was the top combat power among the monks of the same generation. The taboo methods such as the laws of the Great Way, the realm of the Way, and the magic were all used as if they were free and kept hitting the outside. It is no wonder that such a person would make the existence with the fastest speed in the world feel helpless. In the sky, a man and a demon separated, and the two were suspended in opposition. It was a pity that the member of the Feeling Clan with a huge demon body did not suffer any damage in this collision. But the green figure opposite him was a weak human dharma body. It was able to remain intact even when colliding with such a strong demon body. This was really unbelievable. It's going to be exciting now. Wind is the fastest in the world, and so is lightning. Although these two powers are relatively common, it is very difficult to cultivate them to a certain level. Now, when these two collide, who will be stronger? Outside, many people gathered together to watch this fight between dragons and tigers. On one side was the genius of the human race, and on the other side was the great demon of the alien race. Such a battle had already gone beyond the two of them. It seemed to have risen to another level, that is, the race itself. Human cultivator, your lightning power is very majestic, which really surprised this king. But everything in the world, in the face of absolute speed, will only become a living target. A member of the Feeling Clan said. He was not exaggerating. As long as the speed reached the extreme, any attack could be avoided. Even though the Thunder Deo scripture technique used by the human cultivator was also the most famous offensive magical power, he was still not afraid. Because he couldn't hide him at all. The Feeling Clan monster wandered in the clouds, looking down from a high place, with sharp and tough eyes, swooping down like a mountain, a dark mass. To suppress all enemies in the world, use absolute strength to suppress them. At the same time, countless small whirlwinds were generated beside the Feeling Clan monster, densely packed, condensing into divine light, shaking people's eyes, and confusing their minds. In an instant, invisible waves reached the sky and the ground were full of the breath of hurricanes, boundless. At this moment, the tyrannical posture of the monster body of the monster clan emerged, as tough as a magic weapon, and with a kind of momentum that cut across the mountains and rivers, and the world was mine, dominating the fleeting time, and forcibly beat Luo Yan. To outsiders, such a large bird swooping down is like a meteorite falling from the sky, suppressing the genius of the human race and destroying everything. Since you are seeking death, I will grant your wish. Luo Yan shouted softly, his eyes cold, and strands of lightning rang out softly, with a continuous crackling sound. The left hand is the moonlight, and the right hand is the sun, both of which are thunder. Then, he slowly put his palms together, and the other 7 kinds of lock power he had comprehended also appeared in them. In this way, the superposition of the 9 kinds of lock power is simply terrifying. Chapter 569, Enlightenment of the 5 Elements Law, Cloud. This space was covered with silver lightning runes, and completely transformed into a world of thunder. Thunder rumbled, and the divine brilliance was shocking. There was a terrifying storm mixed in, and the two forces of law were constantly colliding, devouring, and annihilating, and then continuing to do so. The strange phenomena in the sky became more and more shocking, and the battle between the two sides became more and more intense, and it was hard to separate. Chila. A large area of lightning, a thick layer of lightning. Luo Yan stood on the air, fighting head-on with the Feeling Clan monster. On the surface, it was still silver lightning, but in fact, it contained the Taorim of the 5 elements. At this moment, The power of the 5 elements of thunder was extremely violent and dazzling, and it actually electrocuted a monster with a body size of more than 100 feet, and the whole body was full of lightning. For the first time, the opponent's defense was broken. This scene was naturally seen by others, and they were all horrified. Isn't it said that the Feeling Clan has the fastest speed in the world? How come they are being beaten by others? Is the Thunderbolt really that powerful? Can it suppress all enemies in the world? The onlookers were puzzled and asked in a low voice. You should know that there are not many members of the Feeling Clan. If we only talk about the number of individuals, I am afraid that they are not even as many as the total number of disciples of a small sect. But with such a small number of members, they can survive between the 5-element sect and the great Zhaoshan Xingchen sect. This is enough to show how terrible the innate magical powers of this clan are. This is by no means a false reputation, but a real result. Many people present have basically seen it with their own eyes, or heard the elders in the sect talk about the horror of the Feeling Clan. The innate magical powers of this clan are so powerful that they can kill the opponent before the opponent can react. It can be said that it is a blink of an eye in the true sense. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is almost invincible. If an ordinary person goes up, it is naturally impossible to be the opponent of the Feeling Clan monster. At this time, a powerful creature next to him responded. This is a little giant with a burly figure, almost twice the size of a normal person, with golden runes in his eyes, and an extremely terrifying aura. Although there are many opportunities in this demon world, they are almost all in those restricted areas, guarded by very terrifying creatures. It is almost impossible to break in with personal strength alone. Therefore, this fight attracted so many onlookers. After all, watching the battle between strong people of the same level can be inspiring. But don't you look at the source of the power used by the Taoist in green. In addition to the power of thunder, that guy actually mastered the 5 laws of gold, wood, water, fire and earth, and integrated the power of these 5 laws together. 6 laws of power gathered into one. Do you think he is strong? The power of law is almost impossible to be unfamiliar to any practitioner in the true spirit world. But there are still very few people who can perfectly superimpose multiple laws of power at the same time. In addition, he also vaguely sensed 2 other special powers, one positive and one negative, one yin and one yang. However, there is no need to talk about these deeper changes in the power of the laws. After all, many of the cultivators present were too stupid to even see the most superficial laws of the Great Way. There is naturally no need to talk about the power contained in the power of the laws. Kill. In the sky, Luo Yan completely put aside his worries about the creatures from outside the domain and began to show his true strength. After being inspired by the water spirit, his attainments in the level of laws have been greatly improved. In addition, the majestic power brought by this 5th level Dharma body allows Luo Yan to unscrupulously display his magical powers and methods, making him eligible to stand at the center of this demon world at this moment. Although there may still be some small gaps between him and the top demons like Zhang Cheng, compared with the other 3 fellow disciples, Luo Yan no longer has obvious shortcomings. In other words, now he has almost touched the tail of the strongest group of creatures among all the creatures that entered the little true dragon realm this time. In front of so many disciples of top sects, great monsters of alien forces, and direct descendants of gods and demons, people with such strength are definitely very rare. Chila, Luo Yan's moves are very domineering. Every time he moves, he has a sense of sharpness that no one else can do it. He suppresses all the way down, like a reincarnation of an immortal god. At the same time, under those domineering thunders, there is also a boundless yin thunder, invisible and intangible, invading all directions. The face of the Feeling Clan monster finally changed. The suction caused by his wind domain actually had no effect on the human cultivator. It was as if the Taoist's body in green clothes did not exist in this space, and it was almost impossible to lock on the other party. In addition, the thunder method used by this human cultivator has already affected his monster body, and he was numbed by the electricity, which was very amazing. Such a powerful thunder force is rare even among all his peers. Anyway, he has never encountered it. After personal experience, the Feeling Clan demon found that it was not so much the thunder that was attacking his demon body, but rather the resonance of the rules of yin and yang, pressing down horizontally. Only in this way could there be a chance to penetrate his demon body shell. The force of the hurricane turned into substance, destroying everything, and the gravity in the wind realm reached its peak. The Feeling Clan demon used his body as a sword and slashed forward. 3 different levels of power, all turned into the most violent killing moves, and hide at the same time. Unfortunately, it still failed to hit the human cultivator. Because at the moment when these forces arrived, the body of the Taoist in green flashed a few times, as if he had escaped into nothingness, avoiding all the great power. The Feeling Clan demon was secretly shocked. At this moment, he could no longer tell whose escape method it was, and became even more invincible. Although he had mastered the world's fastest speed and could launch countless heavy attacks in a very short time, this human cultivator was not bad either. Let's not talk about the thunder method after the change, which was so sharp that even his demon body couldn't bear it. And every attack he made would also encounter a kind of virtualization, and he couldn't hit the opponent's real body at all. This was even more cheating than his extreme speed. How can he fight if he can't hit anyone? After the fierce battle between the two sides continued for a while, they separated again and stood on their own sides. Such a grand scene, how can there be no figure of my great Zhaoshan sect? In the distance, a young man wearing a white imperial robe and a layer of gauze on his face, stepped on a moon bridge made of starlight, and flew quickly. He was like a moon god shrouded in the white starlight, with infinite holy light and solemn appearance. His temperament was like dust, like a banished immortal in the moon palace, with fluttering clothes, and he attracted everyone's attention as soon as he appeared. After watching the battle for so long, he had already guessed the true origin of this Taoist in green. Who else could have the breath of the law of all 5 elements except the cultivators of the 5 elements sect? Although they are both human forces, there is still a certain competition between the disciples of the 2 major sects. This time, there are so many disciples from major forces coming into the little demon realm. If you don't show your prowess in front of others, who will know your name? How can you know your own strength level? The character of the disciples of the big sect is like this: flamboyant, domineering, arrogant, and likes to prove everything with strength. This is very different from those casual cultivators in the outside world and the disciples of small sects. Because the descendants of the top big sects have no shortage of magical skills, secret scriptures, protective magic tools, etc. What they lack is only combat experience. Naturally, they will try their best to improve their fighting skills. Because when their strength grows to a certain level, they must go to the border of the sect territory and confront those alien creatures. This is the responsibility that every disciple of the big sect cannot avoid. So, as soon as this disciple of the great Zhaoshan sect came up, he naturally took over Luo Yan's position, and condensed 2 magic seals in front of him, the moon seal and the star seal. Then, the 2 Dao Yins gathered together, forming a tripod with silver brilliance and flowing brilliant starlight. The moment the tripod took shape, endless Dao light burst out and rushed towards the big monster of the Feeling Clan. At the same time, as if influenced by Luo Yan's previous battle, some creatures on the field could not bear the loneliness, so they split into 2 groups, one for the human race and the other for the monster race. The 2 sides fought together, with constant spiritual light and overflowing clouds, and fought fiercely. At this moment, it seemed that the contradictions between races were gathered together. The scene was extremely chaotic for a time. But in general, except for a small number of battle groups, the battles in many areas were dominated by the monsters of the monster race. After all, they entered with their true bodies, and their monster bodies were extremely powerful, while the human cultivators had to slowly accumulate energy essence, which naturally seemed very strenuous. Buzz! The disciples of the great Zhaoshan sect burst into divine power, and the mouth of the tripod had brilliant divine clouds gushing out, like a 7-color rainbow, bursting out countless mysterious lights, shocking the world. But surprisingly, the big demon of the Feeling Clan saw it, but did not dodge or avoid it, and did not take him seriously at all. He continued to rush towards Luo Yan, as if to nail the Taoist in green clothes to death. Luo Yan frowned and summoned the 5-colored thunder again to counter it. In an instant, the 2 of them fought together again, and under the shining of the holy light of the great Zhaoshan Stargate, the 2 fought hard. As a result, the young man in the white imperial robe was so angry that his face turned green. Ah! How dare you ignore me? The disciple of the great Zhaoshan Stargate went crazy. The treasure tripod began to rotate under his drive. While the holy light was surging, countless amazing sword energy began to condense. The mysterious starlight was dazzling, blessing those sword energy, the silver light was shocking, and the boundless sword energy burst out and shot all over the sky. All the creatures in this area were splashed by this sword energy, causing all the cultivators to retreat. "Idiot!" Luo Yan whispered. Seeing this guy perform such a large-scale scripture magic, Luo Yan had sentenced him to death. Sure enough, when the disciple of the great Zhaoshan sect was not afraid to burst out his great power and release the most advanced secret technique, the great demon of the Feeling Clan moved. He faced the sword energy that filled the sky, used his body as a sword, and slashed it. Wow! He rushed past. The majestic momentum disappeared, and the disciple of the great Zhaoshan sect was also chopped off in an instant. There was not even time for a strange sound to be made, and he was beaten out of the small true dragon realm. This is the result of misjudging one's own strength and overestimating one's own abilities. You must know that the Feeling Clan is good at controlling the wind and has mastered the world's fastest speed, which is so fast that it is unimaginable. How dare they dare to use their magical powers nakedly in front of others without any protective measures? What is the difference between this and a living target? Although the magic technique performed by the disciple of the great Zhaoshan sect is very strong and powerful, but his experience in fighting against the enemy is obviously insufficient, and he buried his Dharma body in an instant. This is the scene when the disciples of the top sects fight against alien creatures. If they are not careful, they will die. Although interrupted by this little episode, Luo Yan's mind was not affected at all, and his face remained calm. He knew very well that the opponent in front of him was terrible and was definitely a strong enemy. With the opponent's innate magical powers, if Luo Yan could not solve this level, it would be almost impossible for him to leave. Therefore, Luo Yan had the idea of completely killing the enemy. Previously, he had just encountered an alien creature and was crushed by the opponent's great power many times. A mysterious feeling gradually emerged in his heart. The same 5th level strength is the limit that the creatures in this demon world can reach, but the alien creature can crush him with a wave of his hand. The highest limit of the energy level remains unchanged, but the power is countless times stronger. This seems to involve a lot of things that go beyond the level of rules. Thinking of this, Luo Yan's aura finally changed. Based on the 5 elements runes, they gathered in his sea of consciousness, intertwined together, and then continued to evolve. Sometimes it was blue, sometimes it was red, and sometimes it was golden. The 5 kinds of light were blazing, entangled, and evolved. It turns out that the ultimate of the law is not limited by the rules. No wonder the 5-color divine light can become the magic of the 5 elements sect, with infinite power and awe-inspiring power. Luo Yan finally moved, and his palms closed up and down, leaving a gap, in which the 5-color light was nurtured, and the 5 basic runes shone in it. These seemed to be the most basic law power, but they burst out the most brilliant divine light and evolved into extremely pure ki. At this moment, blessing came from the heart. Luo Yan explored a trace of the true essence of the 5 elements and realized a mystery called returning to nature. Compared with before, his attainments in the 5 elements are really much more thorough. He has a real killer. This kind of aura. Why does the 5-color light that the disciple of the 5 element sect used this time give me a frightening feeling? It's as if a disaster is about to happen. Some disciples of the major sects showed strange colors. They all have top-level inheritances, and their perceptions are naturally extremely sharp. When danger comes, they will find something wrong at the first time. So they subconsciously move away, even without caring about their own battles, and they also want to stay away from this area. At this moment, countless 5-color runes are stacked together, constantly evolving, and forming a very simple 5-element picture, as beautiful as a scroll, slowly unfolding between Luo Yan's palms. The scroll stretches, and the figure quickly enlarges, with infinite spirit. In the first time, the hurricane in the sky was fixed, breaking the wind domain. It has truly suppressed everything. Chapter 570, Breaking Through the Wind Region and Encountering Yaksha Again. In the sky, the great demon of the Feeling Clan showed a strange look. This time, the attack made him feel a sense of crisis, and his face was a little solemn. He used the extreme speed of wind to the extreme, and the nearly 100-foot-long demon body turned into a gust of wind and dissipated. Avoid this terrifying attack. At the same time, the domain formed by the hurricane became more violent at this moment. In the domain of wind, a huge gravitational force erupted again, causing sand and rocks to fly on the ground, ancient trees to fall, and mountains to collapse. Countless rocks and plants flew towards the sky, a scene of destruction. Collect them for me. The great demon of the Feeling Clan shouted softly, and countless mysterious demon texts were blazing, covering the sky and suppressing it. He wanted to suppress that white power, so he did his best. Open. Luo Yan also shouted softly, his green clothes fluttering, his clothes rustling, his eyebrows shining, his hands secretly clasped, and he attacked. This collision made both of them use their strongest means. It was a collision between runes and demon characters, and also a competition between two cultivation systems. The sound caused by the big explosion was like the creation of the world and the falling of stars. Its rays of light and dust were very eye-catching. The battle between the two was so fierce that the battle situation of other creatures became a foil. They even worried that the aftermath of the battle spread by them would affect themselves. Finally, when the world returned to peace, the huge bird shadow in the sky disappeared and was completely dispersed. The five-colored light that Luo Yan shot out, carrying a large number of runes, also gradually disappeared. However, compared with the former, the latter was a little calmer, and the remaining power was still gathered. The wind domain of the Feeling Clan was actually forcibly broken. After a brief silence, the onlookers took a deep breath and were extremely shocked by the strength of this Taoist in green. Although he did not win over the members of the Feeling Clan in terms of speed, it was also very shocking. You know, it is recognized that the big monsters of the Feeling Clan are difficult to deal with. Many of the creatures present had dealt with members of this clan. Most of them had their treasures robbed by that group of annoying guys. Very hateful. Being able to rob treasures from so many creatures is enough to show how terrifying the Feeling Clan monster is. Otherwise, this clan would not be qualified to monopolize a domain. At the same time, this also indirectly proves the power of the Taoist in green clothes, who is able to break the opponent's domain. Is the thunder method very strong? Let me meet you. A young strong man with a trident and gray hair came over, with a rich aura of water, blazing and majestic. Every time he took a step, a splash of water emerged and the void hummed. The moment he appeared, the ears of all living creatures echoed with the sound of waves, splashing, very crisp. The body of the Feeling Clan monster shrank rapidly, turned into human form, and then frowned. He wanted to refute, but stopped talking. Because the human cultivator did break through his domain, and still had some strength left, which proved that he was inferior to others and had already lost. Like the disciples of the top human sects, as great demons who inherited the blood of gods and demons, they were also extremely proud and confident. Win or lose, dare to take responsibility, there is nothing to lose. In front of strong men like them, any conspiracy and tricks need to be proven by strength. Otherwise, you don't even have the qualifications to speak on the field. Once you are on the battlefield and enjoy the oneness of fighting, no matter how many conspiracies and tricks you have, you will be conquered by the charm of this kind of fighting. Because fighting with people and fighting with aliens is endless fun. A conspirator who only wants to hide behind will never be able to win against strong men like them who are immersed in fighting all day long. After all, their strength cannot be faked at all of them are killed by one wing and one claw. Of course, although at the level of fighting, the Feeling Clan demon lost. But if he wanted to leave, he could still leave easily with his super fast speed that was unmatched in the world. This was also the reason why the Feeling Clan dared to stop confidently. If I can't beat you, can I still escape from you? At the same time, this was also the belief that the Feeling Clan had always held. If someone could defeat them head-on, they would retreat immediately. They would not get entangled and annoy people anymore. If they were stationed in a territory, they would give up this territory. If they were competing for a treasure, they would also give up the competition. They were very sensible. This was also the reason why the Feeling Clan could be sandwiched between the two major forces of the human race and exist peacefully for tens of thousands of years. After all, the members of their clan were really too fast. If it wasn't for some deep hatred, no one would be willing to spend a lot of effort to chase them. It was time-consuming and laborious, and it was not pleasing. As one of the powerful races in the true spirit realm, naturally no one was a fool. They knew that they couldn't be too extreme in doing things and offend others too much. Otherwise, they would be punished together. So the big demon of the Feeling Clan glanced behind him, and then looked at the green figure in front of him, with a face full of reluctance. But he also retreated to the back tactfully. Patrol C Yaksha. Luo Yan whispered. Rumor has it that this is one of the 9 upper-level true spirits in the Endless Sea, as famous as the 9 Infants Dragon Clan. It can control water, understand the art of transformation, and is good at many innate magical powers. For example, if it transforms into a python, it can master the ability to swallow the sky. If it transforms into a dragon, It can master the power of space. If it transforms into a bird, it can fly 30,000 miles a day. It is definitely one of the most powerful creatures. You are different from that clan. You don't have the world's fastest speed. Once you lose, you won't even have the chance to escape, and you will be completely dead. Don't mess with me, I don't want to kill you. Luo Yan's eyes were bright, looking forward, looking down on all living beings, especially staring at the gray-haired man who is walking towards him. Fighting against a big demon of the Feeling Clan, even Luo Yan, who mastered the thunder escape method, would feel difficult. Because the creatures of this clan were so fast that he couldn't catch up, let alone others. They were so slippery that they were hard to deal with. Often, the magic and Taoism he used were dodged by the other party before he could release his power. As long as they were in the sky, the big monsters of the Feeling Clan were a headache. Fortunately, although the members of the Feeling Clan were annoying, they were also very sensible. After knowing that things were impossible, they would take the initiative to retreat. In this way, the creatures of their clan would not attract all kinds of disgust. Otherwise, they would have been destroyed by many forces. Now there is no need for that. Disciple of the Five Elements sect, are you talking to me? The gray-haired man walked towards the sky, step by step, slowly raising the lotus of water. Is this threatening him? Do you think he will lose and be killed? Is this a naked warning? What a joke. Since these upper-level true spirits dared to come to this demon world in their true bodies, they are naturally not afraid of danger. They even wanted to kill him? I'm afraid they were dreaming. Do you think I'm talking to someone else? Luo Yan responded calmly. In his eyes, as long as he didn't encounter the top creatures, ordinary upper-level true spirits like this were not as difficult to deal with as the big monsters of the Feeling Clan. This was self-confidence and an invincible belief. Even a few hours ago, Luo Yan was forced to use his means by the creatures from outside the domain, and his Dharma body was crushed dozens of times. But his beliefs were naturally different because his opponents were different. I heard that your Five Elements sect is adjacent to the territory of the Nine Infants Dragon Clan, and you are their neighbors. You can be so conceited, it must be that the group of 9 infants is too useless and didn't defeat you. Otherwise, they would have swallowed up all the disciples of your Five Elements sect long ago. The gray-haired man responded calmly, moving his water vapor lotus steps lightly, and continued to move forward. He was shrouded in a hazy light, and his blood was surging and amazing. It gave the outside world a feeling of suffocation. He paced in the air with a sneer in his eyes, mixed with indifference, disdain, and condescension, facing the enemy with a superior attitude. As one of the 9 upper-level true spirits in the endless sea, leading hundreds of millions of sea people, and a powerful existence that dares to challenge any top forces, how could he take a seemingly ordinary disciple of the Five Elements sect seriously? The blood and ki in your body are condensed but not solid, thick but not stable, and the ki of your soul is also very young. According to the standards of your sea people, you are not old, even younger than me. So, at your age, if you are beheaded, your people will feel bad. Luo Yan said. He also responded with sarcasm. Normally, the sea people and the demon people are all alien races, and their lifespan is indeed longer than that of the human race. There are many alien races with strength of only 1 or 2 levels, and their lifespan is as long as 1,000 years. This is the lifespan of human cultivators, which can only be achieved by cultivating to the nascent soul realm. Therefore, their larval period cannot be regarded as the age of human beings. If we compare the actual lifespan, the guy in front of us is indeed younger than Luo Yan. The gray-haired man bathed in the blue water, and many strange mysterious symbols appeared on his body, which looked like demonic writings and immortal scrolls. He had a light smile on his face, but it was particularly cold. He said brazenly, "Ha ha ha, you want to kill me? You are worthy." A roar resounded through the 10 directions of heaven and earth. In an instant, there were demonic patterns tilting the sky, blood gushing, and the void was dyed dark blue. It was as if the sea was upside down, and there was an ocean undulating in the sky, with turbulent waves. Luo Yan's temperament was cold, wearing a green robe to slim himself, with a talisman light jumping in his eyes, and a murderous aura suddenly appeared, responding to the other party with an extremely strong posture. There was a blazing thunder, and he turned into a silver giant, gathered a lightning fist, and took the initiative to attack. In just a moment, Luo Yan's temperament changed suddenly, from secretly in harmony with the world to domineering. The thunder giant showed his true form, as if the ancient gods and demons were dancing in the 9 heavens. The gray-haired man stood on the air, looking into the distance with pride, and said coldly, "In the west of the Endless Sea, there is a large sect of your race called Shyanayan sect. The genius disciples of that sect came to my sea area for trials, and I killed many of them. I wonder if you, the Thunder Taoist of the Five Elements sect, have their strength? Don't be careless, or you will be blown up by me again." The meaning of this sentence is very clear. I have killed enough disciples of the human race's major sects, and you are not even on the list. He is arrogant and domineering. It seems that I will bear part of the cause and effect today. Luo Yan was silent. At this time, it is impossible to show mercy. There is still a way to go, and there are stronger people waiting for him to fight. To deal with these alien creatures who dare to take the initiative to provoke him, he must suppress them with thunder and kill them, and then he can be feared by all directions. Show mercy? There is no such thing when fighting with aliens. There is only competition between races. If you become stronger, my race will become weaker. This method is not advisable. The gray-haired man stood in the sky, turning it into a world of ocean. He was extremely fast, raised his trident and stabbed at Luo Yan. Seeing this, Luo Yan also took out a golden flying sword from his storage bag, and then held it in his hand and swung it forward. Although his attainments in swordsmanship were not particularly high, it did not mean that he did not know how to use it. It was just right for self-defense. The trident and the golden sword collided with each other, and a thunderous sound exploded on the ground. The boundless waves overflowed and boiled in the sky. The patrolling sea yaksha was very conceited. He did not use his magical powers, but was ready to kill the human cultivator in human form to prove his strength. He attacked so strongly at the beginning, very domineering and fierce, wanting to show his peerless style in front of many creatures. "Kill!" Luo Yan shouted, and a rare killing intent appeared on his body. The green shirt around him fluttered, and his temperament became extremely terrifying. Because sword cultivation is different from other Taoist systems, sword cultivation can only move forward without hesitation. Any unimaginable enemy can be killed with one sword. Luo Yan could have used the thunder escape method to distance himself and then continue to bombard, but when his sect identity was exposed to the aliens, he changed his mind. This time, he must suppress the opponent with the strongest attitude. Because at this time, he no longer represents only himself, but also the face of the sect. Any disciple of the Five Elements sect who is outside must either hide his identity and not start a war, or if he wants to fight, he must fight to the end. Otherwise, once the sect's reputation is lost, there will be a punishment according to the sect's rules. This is also the most basic duty of every descendant of a major sect. In an instant, Luo Yan's eyes were cold and intimidating, and the sword intent in his body burst out. He held the sword in his right hand and kept slashing forward. The sword light condensed together and then suddenly exploded. Like a rising sun exploding, the boundless sword energy was crisscrossed, ravaging the world in all directions, densely packed, all rushing towards the gray-haired man. Since the other party dared to be arrogant and attack without showing his true form, Luo Yan naturally took back the Thunder Giant and used close combat against close combat without losing any fierceness. Bang, bang, boom, the two sides fought in the sky, hitting each other with swords and halberds, creating a brilliant halo and terrifying sound. Both of them were strong men of the younger generation, and they were the direct descendants of their respective forces. They were not the best at close combat, but they faced each other brazenly. Because this was a manifestation of their strong strength. A true invincible seed would not have any obvious weaknesses. Whether it was the secret method of magical power, the inheritance of scriptures, or the close combat technique, they all practiced corresponding protective means. It must be said that from this point of view alone, the realm of the two of them was much higher than that of the creatures present. Chapter 571 The Battle of the Strong. The secret methods and Taoist arts are used together. The gray-haired man is really powerful. He was originally an alien who transformed into human form. The power of his halberd is earth-shaking. The light of the halberd flashed and split the distant mountain directly in half. The rocks that were splashed out could even slightly injure the creatures standing in the distance. With such a powerful blow, piercing a person's body alone, its sharpness is unimaginable. If it is hit on the spot, even the body of a dragon will find it difficult to resist, and will turn into a blood mist all over the sky and be blown up instantly. It is so powerful that it is suffocating. One sword rises, and the ears stop ringing. Two swords are born, and the eyes are not clear. 3 swords can destroy everything. 3 Killing Sword Sutra, cut it for me. Luo Yan stood tall and fearless, and stood up, holding a long sword and waving it continuously. The sky was suddenly wrapped in sword light, turning into a sea of sword energy, and directly launched a decisive kill. At the same time, there was also the sword intent blessing himself, making the sword light all over the sky become a little more ethereal, but the power was increased several times. The sword energy was like a tide, flooding this world. Ha! Sword energy? Ridiculous! The gray-haired man shouted. His bloody energy was magnificent. He waved a long halberd in his hand, and the magnificent bloody light was surging, directly colliding with the sword energy. The momentum shook the sky. The more arrogant and domineering a person is, the more he has the capital to be arrogant. The patrolling sea yaksha in the sky is really powerful, and is qualified to kill the core disciples of the human race. If Luo Yan's body of Dharma has not been able to break through to the 5th level, he probably won't be its opponent. There is a great possibility of losing today, because the opponent is really strong. But he will not lose the current battle. Luo Yan's eyes did not change, but the sword light in his hand slowly changed, and began to mix with a variety of law powers, basic 5 elements, thunder law, yin and yang, etc. This is the habit of the Taoist practitioners. Any kind of power in their hands will be subconsciously integrated to form a new great power. Although adding these special powers to the sword light is a brand new attempt. But through Luo Yan's continuous blending, these multiple laws of power can still burst out unimaginable power, with a magical effect of turning decay into magic. For example, the sword energy that should have been overbearing and destructive now has a hint of electric light and burning. Just like the aura attached to it, the overbearing aura is endless, and other special powers are pouring in. Moreover, Luo Yan's concentration on the sword intent has not been relaxed, making the sword energy that is cut out more tenacious and indestructible. Even at a long distance, the onlookers can feel that the sword light that is stirring in the sky has changed on many levels. It is a kind of overbearing and sharp, as well as tolerant and gentle. The aura is treacherous and changeable. The sword breaks the void, causing the nearby space to be distorted and torn into pieces. It is very small, fragmented, but continuous. It is obviously a sword energy, but there are so many special powers hidden in it. Tens of thousands of sword lights, crisscrossing, intertwined like a spider web, bursting out a most dazzling light, shocking the world. Only a few people could sense this level of powerful force, but they were all very shocked. Because this showed that the Taoist in green from the 5-element sect had already embarked on a path of mastery, and with every move he made, he could easily master the power of multiple laws. Buzz, with the sound of swords, it pressed towards the trident, and then began to linger, condense, and finally explode. Blooming like stars, the aura of swords revealed a breath that swept across everything in the world. This was Luo Yan's strongest attack, and the sword light was fleeting, torrents, and continuously slashed at the patrolling sea yaksha. Puff, there was black blood falling to the sky, which was a crisp sound that penetrated the flesh. The right arm of the gray-haired man holding the halberd was cracked, and there were countless dents and tiny sword marks. The right arm was about to be cut off. Seeing this, Luo Yan turned into a thunder butterfly, escaping into nothingness to avoid all harm, and at the same time possessing the world's fastest speed, and then bullied forward. Wow! 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 The sound of the swordsman kept coming like a waterfall, and the sound of the swordsman kept coming. The endless sword energy made the right arm of the patrol yaksha unable to hold on any longer, and then it broke rapidly, and pieces of flesh and blood were cut open like needles, revealing the bones inside, and then broke and disappeared between heaven and earth. Such a miserable appearance was simply shocking. That was one of the 9 upper true spirits of the Sea clan. How long had it been since they fought, and this human cultivator had made significant progress and was slightly better. Luo Yan's sword energy was crisscrossed, and the green power of the law gathered on it, like a maggot on the tarsal bone, absorbing all the energy in that area, preventing the opponent from growing a right arm again. In the end, the right arm of the patrol yaksha, who was originally very arrogant, was completely cut off, and the right side was empty, and the trident also fell to the side. All the living beings who saw this scene were in an uproar. Huh? Only Luo Yan, who was in the center of the storm, noticed something wrong. The sword light was not right, and the expression of Yunhei Yaksha was not right either. Suddenly, the demon patterns around him were blazing, and the mysterious light was radiating, making the space blurry. With a swish, The slender figure holding the halberd turned into a rain of light and dissipated in front of Luo Yan's eyes. It seemed that the person who had just fought with Luo Yan was just a fake body, not his real body. In this way, there was no saying that one of them was better than the other. It could only be regarded as a test fight between the two. The second spiritual body method. Awesome. A second spiritual body method can make the Taoist of the Five Elements sect use all his methods. The demons who were watching were surprised, and then they were full of admiration. In their eyes, it was absolutely impossible for human cultivators to defeat them. Even though they despised them in their hearts, they were still concentrating on watching this rare peak battle. Even the disciples of the Five Elements sect came here and saw the blue figure holding the sword, and they also gave birth to a look of admiration. Because this fellow in the sky is really powerful. Suppress. Suddenly, a burst of shouting came from the sky, and countless dense and thin silk threads emerged with Luo Yan's body as the center. Like a spider web, it spread in an instant. Moreover, these silk threads have a strong corrosive power and are extremely tough. 1 or 2 sword key can't cut it at all. Countless dense silk threads spread throughout the void, and then the 3 layers inside and the 3 layers outside were combined. It was like a big net, and like a huge cocoon, wrapping Luo Yan in it, and then corroding his Dharma body, weird and mysterious, emitting a monstrous and gorgeous light. Jumping clown. Not far away, the gray-haired man drilled out of nothingness. His eyes were cold and ruthless, revealing a faint cold light. There are many disciples of the great sect who died from this innate magical power, because those silk threads are not ordinary things, but the application of a law of power. It is famous for its toughness and has a corrosive aura that can transform everything in the world. The gray-haired man believes that the human cultivator in front of him will not be an exception and will die under his move. Open. Luo Yan looked at the invisible silk threads embedded in the void in front of him, and the thunder power on his body suddenly erupted, and there were scorching flame runes emerging. The two extremely yang and extremely strong forces attacked and melted the silk threads carrying the corrosive aura, like a bubble bursting. The sky was covered with demon patterns. Patrolling the sea Yaksha stood, and the surroundings were full of strange black air surging. His eyes were icy and the aura behind him became more and more intense. Is this the top genius of the younger generation? It's really powerful. Someone on looker side, and then said such a sentence. Top? Tisk. The other top disciples of the big sects couldn't help but smile when they heard it. Only the real frogs in the well would think so. They came from real big forces and knew how strong the top strong men of the same generation were. Although the two in front of them were very powerful, they were still not ranked in the eyes of that group of people. Or, they could only be considered the bottom. How could ordinary people know the power of the top forces? Since I was born, I have been the best in that sea area. Wherever I go, I am invincible. Who would have thought that today I would suffer a loss in front of a small human like you? The gray-haired man whispered, and the demon pattern in his pupils changed, and crystal-like particles emerged, which was extremely strange. The next moment, with him as the center, small diamond-shaped crystals flew out of the area in front, filling the sky, emitting a strong law of power, and a strange breath. These diamond-shaped crystals shone in the void, connected to each other, and the momentum burst out, fixing the space. There's an unimaginable huge power. Is this a fixed body method? Someone's eyes were sharp and saw the origin of this magical power at a glance. According to rumors, the fixed body method is enough to fix all living beings in the heavens and the worlds. One word of life, another word of death, very strange and mysterious. In the distance, many creatures also showed strange colors. After careful observation, the power of rules between the diamond-shaped crystals was indeed terrible. They also formed a formation between each other, invading everything. The diamond-shaped crystals filled the sky, fixing Luo Yan's thunder power, and he could no longer release the power. It was rare that his thunder power was broken like this. And this great power also spread to Luo Yan's body, as if to kill him with one blow. Immobilization spell? This is not a body immobilization method, just a little Taoist. Although I don't know where you learned this low-level secret method, I also know this special power, so I will teach you. Luo Yan sneered, holding up a 5-colored light, shielding his body, isolating all the ki, and his eyes were indifferent. There was also a gray rune condensed in his hand, and the power of the law on it was gradually increasing. Then, this gray rune became blazing, 1 became 10, 10 became 1,000, and tens of millions emerged. A brilliant gray light rushed forward, freezing those diamond-shaped crystals, or petrifying their demonic patterns, so that the opponent could no longer release their power. Luo Yan had already learned the petrification secret art when he was in the lower realm, and had studied the petrified demon snake many times. He almost saw through its innate runes. Although this kind of magic is infinitely powerful, it often requires a very appropriate time to exert its greatest effect. In the past, Luo Yan's opponents usually shouted for fighting and killing as soon as they came up, and they didn't have the convenience of controlling thunder magic at all. So this time, it was the first time that the petrification secret art appeared in the world. Oh my god, another brand new law and magic power. What's wrong with these two guys? They can actually master so many magic arts. The crowd was surprised. As disciples of the same great sect, they were all very confident, but when they saw the two guys in the sky, they still showed a look of surprise. So many laws of power, magic and secret arts, really come at their fingertips, and every time they collide, they use the most appropriate secret method. The sword energy was sharp, but it was blocked by the second spirit body. The spider web law was binding and corroding, but it was offset by the thunder and fire laws. Then there was the immobilization method, and the strange magics such as the petrification secret method, which conflicted with each other. Any of these great powers was enough to suppress ordinary cultivators many times, but now they appear frequently and have very powerful power. The frequent killing moves in the sky made everyone feel a little scalp numb. Even the gray-haired man himself was surprised that the human cultivator could break his domain immobilization method. At this moment, he had to admit that this ordinary-looking green-clothed Taoist was indeed very strong. But suddenly, the gray-haired man turned into a four-winged fierce bird and rushed over suddenly, and his figure disappeared instantly. A hazy and swift stream of light flashed by. Luo Yan reacted and turned into thunder to resist again, but he felt a huge force coming from his body, smashing him out more than 10 miles away. If he had not encountered such power before, he would have been seriously injured by this attack alone. Because it was really too fast, so fast that even he could hardly react in the first time. The speed method of the feeling tribe. Someone's pupils slightly dilated. In the distance, the great demon of the feeling tribe also had a solemn face, because his own innate magical power was actually learned by an outsider. This brought him a lot of pressure. It shows that the world's speed inherited by the race is not a secret at all in the eyes of those real demons. It is not difficult to practice successfully. After being hit by this inadvertently, Luo Yan's murderous aura became heavier, and he chose to fight hard. In the Zumi, Luo Yan completely exploded, running the five-color light, accompanied by countless runes, rising and falling, forging the supreme power in the ordinary, shining in the world, and covering this world. Buzz! A peaceful and sacred breath spread, and the power of the law domain blocked the space, not allowing any living being to have the opportunity to leave. Such a scene made the gray-haired man frown and retreat quickly, but found that he could not escape at all. Then, 5 kinds of bright energy lights, red, green, blue and gold, suddenly bloomed in this space. Crash! Countless lights were blazing, like a big furnace, wrapping the gray-haired man and annihilating him. Human race, since you want to fight hard, let's have a peak battle and send you off. Chapter 572, Kill the patrolling sea yaksha and get the soul-type secret treasure. The gray-haired man knew that this peak showdown had reached the final moment, so he no longer hid his backup plan and transformed into his original form. His face was dark blue, his hair was like cinnabar, his mouth was full of fangs, and his appearance was very ugly and ferocious. He used a strange posture to transform himself into a two-faced body with 4 arms. It was very similar to some powerful magical power in the legend, 3 heads and 6 arms. But this was indeed the body of the patrolling sea yaksha, just similar to that magical power. Then, a streamlined spiral magic weapon engraved with ancient magic patterns appeared in the hands of the gray-haired man. The front and back bodies each held 1. Woo! Woo! A dull and generous sound of the sea waves sounded, and the sound of the spiral was lingering, like the staggering after being drunk. In an instant, the sky changed color and became a deep blue ocean. In an instant, the sky turned upside down, as if it had come to another world. The ground was covered with water blooms and water vapor. Seeing such a scene, not only did Luo Yan frown, but even the creatures watching the battle from the outside felt a chill, and all flew away, trying to avoid this water world. Because the scene at this time was very strange, the sky directly turned into seawater, and there was a faint echo of the magic sound of the conch, which made people sink into it involuntarily. There were creatures that escaped slowly, and they were wrapped in the seawater at this time, unable to escape, and then fell into the magic sound, confused, as if their souls were gone. Not long after, they turned directly into a ball of light rain and exploded, and then their bodies were crushed and exploded. They disappeared into thin air. It was really terrifying. Is this the innate magical power of the patrolling sea Yaksha clan? The cultivators recalled the rumors about the 9 upper-level true spirit races, because these races basically lived in the sea for generations, so they were born with the ability to control the water. The water control here is not the conventional sense of water control, but a very powerful law power. It is a continuous means of regeneration. As long as the 9 upper-level true spirit races are willing, they can create a sea area out of thin air anywhere. It is a real sea, not a spiritual rain. The former is real, and the power of law is eternal. The latter is subject to the amount of spiritual power. Once there is no spiritual power to drive it, it will dissipate in an instant. This is the essential difference. Being able to control the clouds and rain is not something that only the true dragon clan can do. Many powerful sea creatures can do it after they have thoroughly understood the law of water. Human cultivators can do it too. This is just a manifestation of the power of the law, which can be gradually mastered through continuous practice. This is the situation in front of us. This patrolling sea Yaksha exerted his great power and directly turned this area into a world of water. Being in the ocean and naturally mastering the ability to control water, it is definitely not favorable to fight with such a race in such a place. Once this method is used, it is equivalent to forcibly changing the fighting environment, which is really cheating. It is very unfair. Looking at his body being soaked in seawater, Luo Yan naturally understood the other party's thoughts and felt a little tricky. Because these seawaters are transformed by the law of water, they cannot be solved by simply drying them with a simple fire method. If the source is not solved, the seawater environment in this area will only exist forever. And this is just one of them. What really makes Luo Yan feel afraid is that when the gong sound is heard, he will lose consciousness for a short time, and his own body will uncontrollably want to commit suicide. It is really thrilling. You know, when they fight, even if they lose their concentration for a moment, they may suffer a disastrous defeat if they use a wrong secret method. In this situation, how can Luo Yan fight? Even under the protection of the heavenly yin mysterious soul array, the gong sound can still affect Luo Yan's soul consciousness. How terrifying is this? If it were an ordinary cultivator without the protection of the soul secret treasure, he would have sunk long ago. Fortunately, Luo Yan has mastered the law of water. Although he is not as powerful as the innate magical power of this patrolling sea Yaksha, he can still persist in the water for a while. After all, it is a power of the same origin, embracing everything. Luo Yan quickly retreated, trying to keep a distance, not daring to get too close. However, the ocean in the sky followed him, and its speed was extremely fast, not inferior to the escape light of the Feeling Clan monster. No matter how Luo Yan dodged, he could not avoid it. This sea area and the soul sound, as well as the Feeling Clan's extreme speed method, together constructed the strongest killing intent, suppressing Luo Yan. The situation on the field became more and more critical, and Luo Yan had to use all his skills to deal with this situation. His first reaction was to escape into nothingness and hide in that strange space, but the duration of the dream butterfly technique was limited and could not be maintained for a long time. There was no need to avoid it, so there was no need to avoid it anymore. Luo Yan chose to fight hard again. Decided to hit the strongest attack that he had just realized not long ago. There was a crescent mark on the palm of Luo Yan's left hand, and an invisible wave slowly condensed, which was the power of yin. A rising sun appeared in the palm of his right hand, and the power of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth was violent, entangled and rotated with each other, and then the auspicious light bloomed, and the divine light was gorgeous to the sky. Finally, he put his palms together, gathering a streak of white light, which made the surrounding oceans vanish and instantly fixed the space. It radiated supreme power. I said that even if I have to bear some karma today, I will kill you. Luo Yan shouted. The space trembled, and the white light penetrated into it, and then passed by like a meteor. Any power of the law was scattered at the touch of this blow. Like a lot of bubbles, it exploded in an instant and imprisoned everything. Buzz, the brilliant white light illuminated everyone, and the talisman light filled the sky and the earth. The front was completely imprisoned, and black blood was spilled. With one blow, The patrolling sea yaksha was pierced on the spot, and both sides of the demon body could not resist. The ferocious face was fixed, full of disbelief. With a puff sound, the patrolling sea yaksha's body cracked inch by inch, and the black blood mist poured between the sky and the earth. It was directly blown up with one blow, and there was no body left. This is the power of the Xinjiao treasure. In the true spirit realm, it is enough to rival any powerful creature without losing. This battle was finally won by Luo Yan. Although the gray-haired man was very powerful and was the highest-ranking true spirit in the Sea Clan, he was still no match for Luo Yan's Dharma body. Under the blessing of the rules of this world, Luo Yan felt unprecedentedly powerful, and his strength was bursting. Even when facing that terrifying creature from outside the domain, under the blockade of the chain of order, Luo Yan could rely on this full-strength burst of magical power and escape. Now, this magical power is just right to deal with the gray-haired man, and it will kill him with one blow. In the sky, the seawater was roaring, and the green figure stood on the spot like a god or demon. A higher-ranking true spirit of the Sea Clan was beheaded, shocking everyone watching. Woo! Woo! In the sea, a pair of magical conchs were emitting power, causing the surrounding seawater to ripple in circles. It seemed that because of the loss of its owner, the spiritual light on it was dim, and the power of the demon pattern was somewhat weakened. But soon, the pair of conchs bloomed with brilliant light, as if they were going to drill into the void and escape. Want to run? How can it be that easy? Luo Yan shouted softly, playing a piece of 5-color runes, suddenly exerting force. His hands glowed, and directly imprisoned that piece of space. He would definitely not let this secret treasure escape. Soon, Luo Yan took the pair of ancient conchs in his hands. There was fluorescence flowing on them, mysterious patterns flashing, and a special breath was contained. Soul-type secret treasure. Luo Yan was surprised. He never thought that he had obtained a top-secret treasure. When he was in the Five Elements sect before, facing those powerful secret treasures in the Five Elements treasure house, he could only look at them with envy, and he couldn't exchange them even if he wanted to. Because it was too expensive, it was not something he could afford at the moment. At this moment, Luo Yan actually obtained a conch secret treasure so easily, which was definitely a pleasant surprise. This kind of thing has a miraculous effect in protecting the soul. It is a divine object that is often used to prevent the pressure of high-level monks and the attack of soul-related secret arts. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is priceless, and there is no market for it. Even the core disciples of the top sects do not have such a protective secret treasure, which is enough to show how precious this thing is. Of course, such a treasure is only limited to the monks of the middle 3 realms, and the difference in strength between the two is not too big. Otherwise, even if there is a treasure to protect the body, it is no different from a child holding a knife in a busy city, and it is not very useful. The creatures in the distance looked at the seemingly invincible figure of the Taoist in green clothes, and they all reacted, showing a shocked look on their faces. The strength of this human cultivator is not ordinary. He defeated the 2 powerful monsters of the Feeling Clan and the patrolling sea yaksha successively, and completed the feat of killing one of them. It really makes people admire and fear. Such a duel between the top powerhouses really makes people excited, and they wish they could go forward and fight with him in person. Another peerless evildoer, who can even kill the patrolling sea yaksha. I wonder what earth-shattering things he can do in the future. He can kill such a terrifying existence with one blow, and he really has the qualifications to challenge that group of people. In the distance, the emotions of many human cultivators who were watching were mobilized, and they all looked amazed, wanting to see more scenes of killing alien creatures. Because the conflicts between races have been protracted and have long reached the point of dire straits. Moreover, such a battle scene is difficult to encounter in the outside world. After all, many creatures present are either disciples of the great sects or alien demon kings, who command a force. Any creature that dares to cross the territory is not only provoking them, but also provoking the dignity of this race. At that time, there will be more powerful people to suppress it. Some alien creatures saw that the war was over, and looked at the human cultivator in the sky with vigilance, worried that he would attack them. But Luo Yan only glanced at the bottom, and his figure turned into a flash of lightning and exploded, and then floated away. He didn't take the other aliens seriously at all. It's not that he is arrogant, and disdains to do that, but there is no need. Because there are too many alien creatures, he will never be able to kill them all by himself. Moreover, there is a tacit understanding between both human cultivators and alien creatures. That is, The top strong against the top strong, and ordinary cultivators against ordinary blood alien creatures. This is the consensus of all the strong. If Luo Yan does not abide by the agreement at this time, once it is spread out, I am afraid that alien creatures will treat other human beings in the same way. This is mutual. A fellow disciple of the Five Elements sect opened his mouth slightly, wanting to step forward to reminisce about the past, but seeing the distant green figure, he could only take back his words. In the central area, the figure was shining. This is a ruined site, with broken walls and ruins everywhere, and a half-collapsed grand palace in the distance. Among these ruins, there is a barrier stone tablet, standing on the spot, shining brightly. In front of the stone tablet, there are several groups of people confronting each other, including human beings, demons, and sea people. The figures in the field are all arrogant and majestic, and even the void becomes distorted, like a group of young gods. Suddenly, a gray-haired boy stared and looked sideways. Hai Shun has fallen. He also lost the secret treasure given to him by the king, the boy said. Ah! How could it be? Hai Shun's strength is not weak, and he is carrying the soul treasure given by the young master. How can he fall? The patrolling sea yaksha next to him was shocked and looked unbelievable. They are the 9 upper-level true spirits of the sea clan. They are terrifying existences that can stand on equal footing with many top forces in the true spirit world. Their strength is absolutely the best in the contemporary era. But even so, they would fall without a sound? Nothing to be surprised about. There are too many strong men who have entered this demon world. Haitian should not be able to defeat any of the guys in front of us. The gray-haired boy said calmly, retracting his eyes. The azure light on his body became brighter, shining on the world, making it bright. It was as if the sky fire was burning continuously. He left us, saying that he was going to do a private matter. Now, he has lost his life. A tribe member next to him interrupted. Although the individual strength of these upper-level true spirit races is strong, far beyond the average human cultivators and demons. But their number is relatively small, far less than the total number of human cultivators. Therefore, the death of any tribe member is a loss to them. Forget it, let's explore the barrier in front of us first, try to grab the real dragon treasure technique, and then go and get the pair of soul snails back. The gray-haired boy said. Now that the real dragon treasure technique has come to the world, they naturally don't want to miss it, and they need to try their best to fight for it. The rest of the grudges can be dealt with later when he has free time. Anyway, as long as it is a creature in the true spirit realm who killed his people and took the pair of soul snails, he will definitely not be able to escape. Even if he returns to the true spirit realm, he can still sense the guy who was stained with the blood of his people. This revenge must be avenged. Chapter 573, God and Demon Body Refining Technique, Yin Ho, Yin Dan. The demon world was in chaos at this time, with a sound of wars everywhere, including battles between the natives and outsiders. There were also fierce battles between human cultivators and alien creatures. Various Dao lights were blazing, and the rosy clouds splashed all over the sky. Luo Yan went forward all the way, passing through a heritage site recorded on the map. Before he got close, he could see the dazzling divine light on the sky, and it was obvious that a war was breaking out. There was a peerless sword cultivator, controlling a flying sword, driving a sword shadow, sitting across the sky, driving a sword energy that seemed to split the space, as if he wanted to cut off this world. The figure was awe-inspiring. On the other side, there were alien creatures hiding in the shadows, turning that Dao domain into dark black color. The two were tit for tat, as if they were about to start a shocking showdown. Behind the two of them, there was a very ethereal and fairy mist-filled heritage site, where a broken inscription stood. The two men broke out at the same time, as if they were fighting for the ownership of the inscription. God and Demon Body Refining Technique. Next to him, a strong man used his eyesight to see through the fog with his sharp eye secret technique and saw a few lines of small words recorded on the steel. He uttered this sentence slowly. He was selfish and thought that with the two guys blocking the way, it was hopeless to snatch it with his own strength. So he wanted to use the hands of others to muddy the situation. Sure enough, hearing the words God and Demon Body Refining Technique, all the cultivators were surprised, and then rushed over regardless. They wanted to fight for the stone tablet. The reason why this stone tablet caused everyone to go crazy was because God and Demon Body Refining Technique had another name, also called Fakyan Xiongdi. It was a real great supernatural power. The stone tablet was not recorded with scriptures, but a key. one of the keys to enter a certain inheritance site. Although there is definitely more than one such inscription key in the entire Little True Dragon realm, there should be a lot of them. But if they can get it first and enter that inheritance site in advance, there will be greater luck waiting for them. Because these scriptures will only be opened after all the keys to the tablets have been snatched away. However, this kind of top-level scripture treasure secrets can only be passed on to one person in a place. So many people enter the same secret place. As long as one person can get a glimpse of the true method, the place will be hidden in an instant. The rest of the people are just running along, wasting time. Therefore, this stone tablet key is actually a qualification to obtain the top-level treasure. Boom. When everyone rushed to the tablet, the two strong men stopped tacitly at this time, and then attacked the group of latecomers. They all knew the story of the fishermen benefiting from the fight between the crane and the clam, so they naturally did not allow such a thing to happen. Some people also performed rare escape techniques to merge into the void, trying to take the stone tablet away directly. Even the sword energy of the powerful swordsman was dodged by this secret method and could not hide him at all. Fishing in troubled waters, taking advantage of others' unpreparedness, the Oriole is behind. Unfortunately, the man had planned everything, but he didn't expect that there was a layer of a ray barrier around the stone tablet. Directly broke the man's escape method. Such an action was naturally targeted by the two powerful men. At all costs, this hateful thief must be killed. The scene was extremely lively. Chila. As soon as Luo Yan approached this area, a majestic light of Tao came towards him, with infinite divine brilliance and surging power. Because as long as you set foot here, everyone is a competitor, and it is naturally a big melee. Luo Yan did not think of participating in the fight for this tablet. Although he was implicated, he just resisted it casually. Then, he turned into lightning and disappeared here. He wanted to continue to rush to the central area. Although this god and demon body refining technique is a very powerful magical power, it is actually not rare for Luo Yan, a disciple from the Five Elements sect. There are also incomplete methods in the sect. As long as he wants to practice, he can always go to the immortals to exchange for the qualification to practice. Although most of the magical powers in the Five Elements sect were robbed from other forces. As a result, those scriptures and treasures are incomplete and flawed. But for disciples like Luo Yan, it is enough. The magical power and treasure are different from the laws of the Great Way. You can just practice a few of them, not the more the better. The stone tablet in front of him is just a key, representing a qualification. He will have to continue to participate in the competition later, which is very troublesome. It wastes a lot of time. After the competition is over, I am afraid that this trip to the demon world will also end. Luo Yan has more important things to do, so he will not delay here. Die? Human race. When Luo Yan passed through this area, a rapid and bloody roar came. A brown demon wolf with a mouth full of ferocious white teeth, more than 10 feet tall, opened its mouth and bit Luo Yan, which was a surprise attack. This is a 5th level creature, with a demon body and soul separated, driving the power of the law, and a terrifying energy light filled the surroundings. Luo Yan looked back, his whole body was filled with electric light, and he slapped the shadow of the demon wolf to death. Awoo! The demon wolf with scarlet eyes in the distance couldn't help but howl, and with a flash of divine light, it disappeared in an instant. It was not stupid. When it saw the thunder magic of the human cultivator, it knew that it was no match for him. Naturally, it had to flee as soon as possible. Is this thing a 5th level demon? Is it so decisive when running away? Luo Yan was surprised. In his impression, most of the demons are fearless and cruel. The speed of this demon wolf running away is very similar to that of some canines in the previous life. It really ran away at the slightest disturbance. It was obviously full of momentum and domineering before. So much so that Luo Yan himself thought that a battle would break out. Unexpectedly, he encountered such a timid thing. Tisk, the forest is so big, there are all kinds of birds. Luo Yan ignored it and left this area. After flying for about half a day, Luo Yan suddenly felt a palpitation, forced himself to stop, and his body trembled. In the dense forest ahead, there was a corpse with dark fur, 4 legs, strong body, wide fangs, and a ferocious face. His body exuded a strange light, and the air of curse was pervasive, which was very shocking. Yin corpse. Luo Yan frowned and looked at the area not far away. The gray mist was condensed, which was very creepy. It seemed that another powerful creature was stationed in this area. Any creature that wanted to fly over would inevitably be attacked by this yin. because they have a strong sense of territory and are very powerful. Of course, in areas like this, there is a high probability that there will be treasures with yin attributes. This is also the reason why those powerful creatures have been staying in a certain place. Luo Yan glanced at the boundless gray fog in front of him, knowing that it might not work if he wanted to take a detour, because there should be similar creatures in other lands. In any case, this battle is inevitable. If you want to enter the central area, you have to cross the dangerous places and fight non-stop. I don't know why those guys can pass through these dangerous places in such a short time, Luo Yan thought to himself. When they first entered this demon world, the 5 of them were all white bodies and weak. But in the blink of an eye, Zhang Cheng and the others ran to the central area of this demon world. Such a fast speed is simply amazing. Luo Yan did not forget that he encountered one dangerous place after another during his escape. There were fierce battles everywhere, and there were really endless fights. In just half a month, the number of battles with others has exceeded the total of the past few decades. It can be said that a small fight is a small fight at a distance of 100 miles, a big fight is a big fight at a distance of 1,000 miles, and it is really not easy to cross this demon world with an enemy in a distance of 10,000 miles. No wonder this mission to come to the demon world is highly praised by so many disciples of the 5 Elements sect. Luo Yan originally thought that his fellow disciples were all going for the contract of the 9 infants. Now it seems that this is not the case. Not to mention the treasures everywhere in this demon world, just coming here and fighting with those fellow cultivators and confronting foreign races is worth the trip. It is the best training. This is much more convenient than traveling in the true spirit realm. In this demon world, even if you die, it will not affect the original body. Naturally, you can act recklessly and do whatever you want. If you want to fight someone, you can fight. If you want to find treasures, you can find treasures. There is no burden at all. Is there a space-type secret treasure? Luo Yan guessed. If it was just Zhang Cheng, with his strength, Luo Yan would not be surprised that he could run to the central area so quickly. After all, the other party's talent, strength, status and background are all first class. But in Luo Yan's perception, the other 3 fellow disciples with similar strength as him can actually enter the central area so quickly. Even this includes the window period when they strengthen their Dharma body's strength in the early stage. Obviously, Luo Yan does not believe that the 3 fellow disciples relied on their own abilities to cross many dangerous places. In this way, they must have carried some kind of supreme treasure that can shuttle through space even in this small demon world. Otherwise, those guys would not be able to get away from Luo Yan so far. You know, there are many dangers in this demon world, and Luo Yan has gone through one battle after another to get here. He does not believe that those guys, if they forcefully cross such a long distance, will not encounter danger and thus not slow down their progress. In fact, this is also a small test for Zhang Cheng and others. Although they temporarily recognized Luo Yan's deduction magic, it did not mean that they would take Luo Yan to the central area to look for opportunities. Those who can go through many dangerous places and reach that kind of land are definitely the best of the younger generation and powerful demons with the blood of gods and demons. If they do not have enough strength, even if they reach that area, they can't help them at all. After all, hunting the reincarnation of the immortal is not just talk. Ordinary cultivators can survive a move in front of such a terrifying existence, which is enough to stand out from the crowd. This is the great power of the exiled immortal. If Luo Yan can join them, hunting the reincarnation of the immortal is naturally the first priority. If he can't arrive, this matter will naturally be forgotten. Outside creatures, leave. Otherwise, I will blow up your Dao body. Yin Ho said in a voice transmission. He saw the green figure standing in the distance and looking at the area for a long time. Knowing that the other party was going to force his way in, he gave a warning. According to rumors, the is a powerful creature that evolved from the drought demon. Every time this creature appears, it is inevitably accompanied by a sea of blood and corpses, and is stained with a strong aura of death and dark fog. It is regarded as the most ominous of the ominous. The power of curse, the yin energy, the gray air that corrodes the soul, etc. Each of these auras is a killing move to restrain those creatures with real bodies. It belongs to the field of negative energy. If ordinary creatures are contaminated with a little bit, it is very likely that these negative energies will corrode the whole body, and eventually leave the root of the disease, which will affect the subsequent practice. Therefore, fighting with such a creature is definitely very tricky. Even if Luo Yan has the power of extreme yang and extreme rigidity, he still dare not underestimate it. Die? Seeing that the human cultivator was indifferent, the yin roared, opened his bloody mouth, and a strange gray air condensed, like a vast ocean, and hit Luo Yan. This creature with ominousness is very decisive, and launched a killing move right away, as if he wanted to destroy Luo Yan forcefully. Chila, Luo Yan also sent out pieces of thunder, turning this place into a thunder area, constantly bombarding the yin hao. Gula, the yin hao continued to open his mouth, and a black energy ball condensed, filling the sky and the earth in an instant, fighting fiercely. However, after the previous tempering, Luo Yan's thunder method has reached a new height at this time. Moreover, the power of thunder, which is the most yang and the most rigid energy, just restrains the negative energy of the yin attribute. Therefore, even if this yin hao is very powerful, its strength is not inferior to the patrolling yaksha that Luo Yan encountered before. Under the suppression of the energy attribute, he was quickly defeated, and large wounds appeared on his body, and his body was charred and scarred. Good luck. Luo Yan's body turned into a flash of lightning, and with a chi-la sound, he rushed past. Bang! A loud explosion sounded, and the yin-type beast was blown up. The yin-type energy balls around it also weakened a lot under the bombardment of thunder. Buzz! Not long after, a bright golden pill emerged, surrounded by a blazing gray gas, and also contained the power of curse. It seemed to be a very yin and evil thing. What is this? Luo Yan stared at the yin-type beast in front of him in a daze. It was suspended in the air, and a large amount of gray mist swarmed towards it, as if it was blending with water and milk. The yin-type energy was so rich that it made Luo Yan feel cold through his bones. Luo Yan curiously pulled out a trace of gray gas, and then carefully sensed it. It turned out to be the corpse pill of the yin-type beast, which gathered the essence of yin-type energy. Luo Yan whispered. He rarely dealt with those yin-type substances, so naturally he lacked knowledge in this area. After all, it was something produced from a yin-type beast with a strength of the 5th level. Although Luo Yan himself could not use it, it was also a rare treasure. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 574, Regret, Dragon Clan Cultivation Method, Stone Embryo. With a treasure in front of him, regardless of whether he could use it or not, Luo Yan still put away the yin dan, and then set his sights on this yin land. If he guessed correctly, there should be other treasures hidden in this place with strong yin energy. However, what surprised Luo Yan was that there seemed to be only the yin house stationed in this area, and there was nothing else. Although Luo Yan was in a hurry to go to the central area to help Zhang Cheng and others, it didn't matter for a while. He didn't believe in evil and continued to search, but still found nothing. Even when he used the Guoxiang divine eye to observe, he didn't see any abnormalities. There was no trace of treasure at all. Just when Luo Yan thought that there was only the yin hao here and was about to give up the search and turn around to leave, a certain power in his body jumped. Luo Yan was stunned and landed in the dense forest. A soft and sacred white light appeared in his palm. This is the power of faith. With this power, this time, Luo Yan finally had a vague sense. He closed his eyes, gave up all perception, followed the ethereal aura, and kept moving forward. After a few steps, he left the place. In the real world, Luo Yan's body turned into nothingness in an instant, as if he had disappeared from this demon world. I don't know how long it took, but the vague feeling became stronger, and Luo Yan opened his eyes. This is a magical place full of chaos. The air is filled with a strong sense of killing. There are dragon roars and roars, and the pressure is shocking, making people tremble. In the misty fog, a real dragon is looming, suspended in the sky, magnificent, great, majestic, and domineering. It roared at Luo Yan and made an attacking gesture. Luo Yan subconsciously wanted to fight back. Don't suddenly, the little dragon on Luo Yan's wrist sent out a thought. Although it was just born, it seemed to sense something vaguely with its racial talent. Luo Yan was puzzled, but looking at the dragon claws grabbing at him, he still resisted the urge to attack. Yin. Being rushed by this majestic and dazzling stream of light, nothing happened at all. It was as if it was just a shadow. Regret. Luo Yan whispered. This is a sustenance of a powerful creature, which has surpassed time. It can still exist forever without a body and soul. It is an obsession. Although it is a remnant, it does not mean that it is not powerful. In fact, the creatures that can manifest obsessions in the world and exist forever are absolutely terrifying and unimaginable. Even if this remnant is just the consciousness of such creatures, it is definitely much stronger than Luo Yan at this time. When Luo Yan was attacked by this dragon-shaped shadow, the imagined trauma did not occur, and all the illusions in the chaotic mist disappeared in an instant. Previously, if this little dragon had reminded him, once Luo Yan fought back or ran away, it would have aroused the ferocity of this real dragon. Then a real war would break out. A real dragon, even if it is just a shadow, I am afraid Luo Yan will get into big trouble. They must be the opponent of the other party, and then use up the remaining faith power, so that they have a chance to escape from here. Luo Yan slowly stepped into the fog and finally found a strange object. Not far away, there stood a stone fetus, only 1 foot in size, which looked very old and dilapidated. There were even traces of weathering on it, which became a little blurry. The whole stone fetus was carved in the shape of a real dragon, and its scales were lifelike, and the dragon's might was very strong. The Taoist rhyme that emerged around was not a fierce aura, but a domineering aura that looked down on all the spirits in the world and was the only one in the world. What on earth is this stone fetus? It can actually cause such an illusion. Luo Yan observed, wanting to get a close look at the secrets of the stone fetus. Is this the text of the real dragon clan? On the surface of the dragon-shaped stone fetus, there were several mysterious runes with strange styles, but exuding a mysterious aura, and the lines on it contained a lot of information. The foundation of the real dragon clan. Luo Yan tasted it silently, and then was suddenly shocked. These are some very special runes, but they are not complicated. They are constantly evolving and wonderful. When these specific evolutionary processes are combined together, there is a power to turn decay into magic, which is definitely a most precious inheritance. 0. Record the changes of these runes and establish a new archive category, Dragon Pattern. Luo Yan gently called out. Establish a task. Begin to record the ambient light and shadow, the stone fetus is key, and the changes of new runes data collection. The cold voice of the chip sounded faintly. The so-called foundation method has a more resounding name, that is, the practice method. If an ordinary mortal wants to become a cultivator, he must absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through the breathing method, retain his body, and finally transform into a cultivator who has mastered great power. The same is true for these dragon patterns in front of him. This is a unique art that teaches lower creatures how to transform into upper creatures. If it spreads to the outside world, it may cause a big wave, and it is not surprising that sect wars and wars between small races will break out for this. In short, this is a magic that teaches people how to transform into dragons, that is, to become real dragons. In the distant ancient times, the earthly immortal world was still connected to the heavens and the myriad worlds, and any lower world cultivator could go to the earthly immortal world through a special passage. At that time, the earthly immortal world not only had immortals, but also many powerful beings. Phoenix, Kilin, Kingian, and True Dragon were among them. Later, there was a great existence standing above the realm of immortals in the earthly immortal world. Due to the control of many chaotic forces, disputes broke out, which triggered a terrifying world-destroying war. Among them was the ancestor dragon of the True Dragon clan. Later, the war ended and the immortal court won. The connection between the heavens and the myriad worlds and the earthly immortal world was forcibly cut off. Some indescribable terrifying beings chose to leave the earthly immortal world and go to the outside world to open up their own big world. The True Dragon realm of the True Dragon clan, the Holy Demon realm of the ultimate land of the demonic path, and the God realm of incense and faith. This was a glorious era when the myriad worlds were divided and the heavens dominated. At that time, there was the ancestor dragon of the True Dragon clan, in order to spread his own law and strengthen the bloodline of his clan. So he created a foundation method that can allow any creature to practice and eventually transform into a real dragon body bit by bit. This is the real dragon cultivation method, not the bloodline of today's Jianlong, Jirang Dragon clan and many other creatures. There is a clear difference between the two. In the Sea of Books in the Five Elements sect, there is a biography called Ancient Strange Stories, which once recorded a secret. During the turbulent years of ancient times, there was a young man named Li. He had no sect power behind him and his own cultivation qualifications were also very poor. Such people are like the sands in the sea, countless and inconspicuous. But such an ordinary person, But he advanced step by step, slowly became stronger, and successively suppressed the heroes of the time, and finally became the master with an absolutely tyrannical attitude. Because his qualifications are ordinary, and when fighting with others, he often carries an inexplicable dragon power, so many old monsters who avoid the world have inferred that he should practice the foundation method of the real dragon clan. This is a top-secret method that can be practiced to the highest realm, comparable to immortals. The power of this foundation method lies in the continuous transformation, which makes one's physique stronger and stronger, which is equivalent to a slow transformation, a little bit of nirvana, and finally having a real dragon body. This foundation method is similar to the secret method, both start from the simplest place. The secret method visualizes the god, and then refines the spirit, taking the path of spiritual transformation. The foundation method of the real dragon clan is to strengthen their own flesh, which is very similar to a body refining technique, but in the end it sublimates and transforms into the most brilliant sparks. Luo Yan was shocked and sighed. This trip to the little demon realm is definitely a complete merit and a great opportunity. Because of the emergence of this foundation method, Luo Yan seems to have more and better choices in the direction of cultivation in the future. The secret method of the 5-element sect is to let the cultivators give up their physical bodies, or in other words, it is a kind of assimilation, transforming it into a spiritual body, composed of the spiritual energy of the world. In this way, step by step, there will be a chance to transcend this world. This is a road to abandon the original physical body, that is, to transform into a spiritual body, and then to nothingness. It is also a mainstream in the current cultivation world. Many cultivators are taking this road, representing their vast immortal path. The foundation method of the physical body. Luo Yan thought secretly. He felt that blindly following the path of the predecessors was safe and secure, but it was not necessary to copy it. Now there is a top-level physical body method in front of Luo Yan, allowing him to verify and comprehend. Perhaps it can have unexpected gains. If the spirit of the secret method and the body of the true dragon foundation method are combined, wouldn't it be possible to achieve an invincible path? The strength of the true dragon is beyond doubt, and it can also have spiritual power as a backing. Luo Yan's eyes lit up. This is definitely a very feasible path. Not only does it not need to abandon the physical body, but it can also make the physical body stronger, even stronger than the cultivators who specialize in body refining. It must be said that Luo Yan was really a little tempted at this moment. Do I need to get the blood of all spirits to practice this foundation method? Luo Yan found that the most important point of practicing this foundation method is that it is necessary to melt the essence and blood of all spirits as the growth nutrient for one's transformation into a true dragon body. It seems to have a feeling of gathering the strengths of all families. This is very different from the blood transformation method taken by the 9 infants dragon clan. They take a process of refining their own blood and then continuously purifying it into dragon blood. In this, their own blood is the top priority. Therefore, after continuous refining and purification, the creatures of their clan, as long as they really grow up, their lowest cultivation realm will be above the 7th level. That is, the level of the great power of the fusion realm. Very terrifying and extremely powerful. The path of the foundation method is to reversely trace back to the body of a true dragon by fusing the blood of all spirits. This will be an extremely difficult road, and it is not easy to walk. No wonder, such top-level foundation methods are almost unheard of in the current years. Because the essence and blood of powerful creatures like the 9 infants dragon clan, how can ordinary people get it? If someone dares to mention the essence and blood in front of an adult 9 infants, or a dragon, such a terrifying creature, it will definitely be a scene of life and death. The previous Yanhei Yaksha was just a juvenile body, but it had already forced Luo Yan to use all his means. If he encountered an adult body, how terrifying would it be? Moreover, these creatures all have their own territories, and they appear in groups. How dare ordinary people go to such a place to cause trouble? In addition, the evolution of the foundation method is only a foundation. More importantly, it is to comprehend the blood inheritance factors in the essence and blood of other races. Then return it to oneself. This alone has eliminated the qualifications of a large number of practitioners. It has to be admitted that the thinking of people is often very different. This is a fact that no one can deny. These secret arts that require comprehension, research, and practice are difficult for a sword cultivator to learn, even if you throw them in front of him. Because in the minds of a group of reckless men who are good at fighting and only think about killing, The simplest and most direct thinking is to fight. If you can beat them, fight them. If you can't beat them, you have to fight them to the death. Let such people comprehend the blood inheritance factors left in the essence and blood of creatures of other races. Even powerful figures at the level of Mahayana Venerable are still not much better. This kind of thing that belongs to the consciousness level, if there is guidance and teaching from predecessors, they can learn it. But if they rely on themselves to explore, it will be another matter. Therefore, although this Dragon Clan Foundation method is unimaginably precious to many small forces, it has great limitations for top sects such as the Five Elements sect and is not suitable for most practitioners. After all, the blood inheritance factor left in the essence of all spirits is no less than practicing tens of thousands of Taoism at the same time, and it is very difficult to reach a very deep level. Just like the power of the law of the Great Way, all cultivators know that the more they master, the stronger their strength will be. But most of the practitioners still only comprehend one or two laws of power, and no longer observe other laws of the Great Way. Do they not want to continue to comprehend and make their strength stronger? No. It is well known that greed can't chew more, and learning a lot does not mean that you can learn it. Some people can comprehend several laws of power at the same time, and can also make each other reach a level of integration. This is the difference in understanding. The magical thing is that when Luo Yan completely memorized this foundation method, the dragon pattern in the dragon-shaped stone embryo completely disappeared. In a moment of effort, it disappeared into thin air. Luo Yan knew that this was a unique protection mechanism of many superior scriptures and treasures, and its purpose was to prevent leakage. The law cannot be passed on lightly. These 5 simple words are full of profound meaning. Chapter 575, The Alien Space Barrier, Many Spiritual Objects, and the method of collecting the essence and blood of exotic beasts and precious insects should not be passed on lightly. It not only refers to preventing leaks, but also has the meaning of protecting one's own Taoist tradition. Because any powerful and treacherous secret method is not truly invincible. As long as you are familiar with it, it is easy for people to find a way to target it. Thus, it cannot suppress the enemy. For example, when Luo Yan was in the lower world, he was still very young and only practiced Taoism at first. When he first met Lian, he felt that Lian was extremely powerful. Her swordsmanship was unmatched. But when Luo Yan himself understood the way of swordsmanship, he felt familiar when he watched his friend's sword moves. At least he would not feel flustered. The genius friend who was once invincible was gradually left behind by him. This is why many extremely powerful methods cannot be widely seen. Once it is known to everyone, the secret method is no longer a secret method. This stone fetus. Luo Yan looked at the dragon-shaped stone fetus and found that although the dragon pattern on it disappeared, its dragon power was still there. It seems to be a special magic weapon. Another strange thing from the Shinto aspect, Luo Yan concluded. No wonder this special space requires the power of faith to enter it. It turns out that this is a treasure used to collect the power of faith, and the divine power space is constructed with it. Without the power of faith as the key to open the door, outsiders naturally cannot enter. It seems that there are deep secrets hidden in this power of faith. Luo Yan had also obtained a similar magic weapon before, but the statue on it was a human face Nagabody. So many races of creatures want to collect the power of faith, which is enough to show the special value of this power. But this thing is transformed by the thoughts in the hearts of all living beings, and it is very difficult to control. It is a good thing for individuals, but not for collective organizations such as sects. And this kind of thing has a disadvantage, that is, it is easy to collect, but it is also consumed very quickly. Over the years, Luo Yan has collected a large amount of power of faith through the Tower of True Cultivation, and it is almost condensed into physical body. But after coming to this demon world, in just a few months, because of multiple resurrections, the stock of many years has almost been consumed. Therefore, the advantage of the power of faith is that it can help the Dharma body to revive, but the disadvantage is also obvious. It needs to be absorbed by a specific magic tool, and the collection is slow and not enough. After all, it is a strange object. If it is sacrificed at some time, it may be of great use. Luo Yan waved his hand and collected the dragon-shaped stone fetus. Finally, Luo Yan searched this chaotic space again, and after confirming that nothing was left behind, he left here. Time passed, and 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. During this period, Luo Yan kept flying to the central area at a very fast speed. On the way, he met many strange but powerful aborigines. There was a straw mushroom with a pair of bamboo-like legs and a body surrounded by black arcs, running in the mountains and forests. At first, Luo Yan thought it was a magical medicine for transformation, so he wanted to capture it. But when he approached, he was struck by a strange lightning, and his body was charred and his hair stood upside down. It was very embarrassing. You know, Luo Yan is a master in the field of thunder, and his attainments in this area are extremely deep, but he still can't stop these black thunders that appear out of thin air. It is conceivable how powerful this kind of lightning is. And the straw mushroom with bamboo legs seems to be just an illusion, without any entity at all, and it can't be caught no matter how hard you try. This seems to be another kind of power in the field of thunder, which is treacherous, silent, and destroys everything when it falls. This scene that has never been seen before naturally shocked Luo Yan's mind, and then he began to observe and wanted to learn this alternative thunder mystery. In order to observe more carefully, he even ran to the front of this magical medicine, and then tried to gently pull its feet, checking it bit by bit. Such rude behavior and naked peeping behavior immediately aroused the ferocity of the straw mushroom with bamboo legs, and then awakened the companion sleeping underground, and chased Luo Yan. In a blink of an eye, densely packed figures of straw mushrooms appeared all over the mountains and fields. They jumped and shot out countless black arcs, completely covering the void in front. Faced with such a terrifying scene, even Luo Yan, who was used to big scenes, felt his scalp tingling, and then fled in a flash. One straw mushroom can break his dharma body. So many straw mushrooms gathered together, making it impossible for people to resist it all. However, after a brief observation and peeping, Luo Yan still understood a new thunder mystery. This thunder mystery is different from the previous tyranny, destruction and vitality, but a combination of negative energy and treacherous. This can't help but benefit Luo Yan a lot. I have to say that it is worthy of being an ancient demon secret realm passed down from ancient times. Any kind of spiritual plant is mixed with a most profound thunder mystery, with countless complex thunder patterns. Later, Luo Yan encountered an extremely large ancient tree, whose roots were thousands of miles long, with its crown rising into the clouds and its branches covering the sky. It was full of green and peaceful, like a fairyland on earth. It was accompanied by wisps of colorful mist, like fairy mist. If you get closer, you will find that in this ancient tree's domain, there is still a very strong breath of law, as if inducing creatures to enter. Luo Yan observed carefully and found that this area was quiet, without any movement, no sound of insects, birds, or beasts. He looked into the distance, and a flash of magic flashed in his eyes. Finally, he saw countless small bulges around the ancient tree. It was like a spore cocoon. The scene became more and more weird, making people feel trembling. It seemed that any creature that entered it would be affected by this law domain and then turned into a spore tree. After all, that area was full of dense parasitic spore trees, which made people gasp. Even Luo Yan, who was used to rushing around, galloping all the way, repelling enemies when encountering them, and killing monsters when encountering them, almost never took a long detour. But he wandered for a long time on the periphery of this ancient tree area. The more he looked at it, the more mysterious it felt, and the more he felt daunted. He did not dare to act rashly. This ancient tree was so powerful that Luo Yan did not have the slightest desire to fight. The overflowing aura was extremely amazing, so Luo Yan naturally did not dare to trespass, fearing that he would be deeply trapped in it and then be trapped. So he changed to another direction. The center of the little true dragon realm. It was composed of a continuous stretch of towering mountains, with dense vegetation on the mountains. The branches of some ancient trees were comparable to a small hill, and they were very thick. Straight up, towering into the clouds. The vines hanging from the ancient trees were all shining, like precious spiritual plants, emitting amazing energy. There are many demon birds that do not exist in the outside world, and they choose to build nests on it and use it as a habitat. In the forest, there are wild snakes with the blood of gods and demons that are dozens of feet long. They lie on the ground and pass by, spitting out long snake tongues from time to time, exuding a terrifying and dangerous breath, startling the birds in the sky. Not far away, there are many fallen leaves that are 1 foot in size piled together, which create a fishy smell after rotting. In the meantime, there are black worms that are bigger than humans, gray ants that are several meters long, round-faced spiders that are several feet in size, and 3-legged beasts that are more than 10 feet high appear from time to time, with a shining and vibrant posture. This is a primitive ancient forest, where many wild creatures live, which are very dangerous and brutal. If someone accidentally sets foot here, they will be attacked by them frantically, and then drowned by the sea of insects, and will never appear again. Luo Yan restrained his aura, descended to the top of the mountain, and carefully sensed the location of Zhang Cheng and others. There is a brilliant rune in his palm, emitting a soft light, and the place where the mark shines is here. Unfortunately, there was no one there. Luo Yan carefully looked at the forest, looking at the tall peaks that soared into the clouds. After comparing his senses many times, he was sure that he was not wrong. This is it. It seems that there is some kind of enchantment array that interferes with his perception, and the other people are trapped inside. Chi, a centipede with 1,000 feet long, found the breath of a living person, and then made a strange roar, like a silent thunder, which made people's blood boil. Luo Yan looked back and saw that the centipede with 1,000 feet was like a gilded cast, with a dark body similar to copper, and looked very fierce and fierce. Its 1,000 feet slid and rushed towards this side at a speed faster than that of birds. There were countless tiny brown eyes on its back, emitting strange streams of light, which made people confused. Crack! The light released by the brown eyes was blazing, like a small sun, directly corroding the surrounding forests, and they fell down with a rustling sound. The scene was horrifying. The centipede rushed towards Luo Yan, with a violent and intimidating momentum. Buzz! Luo Yan turned into a butterfly and escaped into the void, without fighting with the fierce insect. The centipede was shocked, and a trace of humanistic thinking appeared in its light gray eyes. It had just sensed the breath of a living person, which was very strong, but also very delicious. But when it approached, the breath disappeared. Luo Yan naturally ignored this strange beast. He was looking for the entrance to the enchantment. This small demon world has been closed for many years. During the long years, due to the changes in the laws of this world, many creatures here have undergone alienation and metamorphosis. Although their strength will not exceed the 5th level, the innate magical powers that come from alienation still make people feel extremely difficult. Because Luo Yan had sensed many times that there was a kind of terrifying creature living in this wild old forest, and that kind of breath was very oppressive and could not be countered by personal strength. Even he was unwilling to provoke it. I have searched all over this place, but I still can't sense the breath of the barrier array. Strange, is this barrier array so secretive? Even I can't sense it. Luo Yan looked at the mark on his palm. The light on it was extremely bright. Obviously, he didn't find the wrong place. Those fellow disciples were here. But he couldn't find their figures. So, did they enter a deeper alien space, or a folded barrier array? Luo Yan guessed. The general barrier array is easy to sense. It is a complex array that is cross-connected and combined together. It has many functions and utilities, but it is suitable for hiding the internal environment. The barrier array in a higher realm will build the building at a special node or in an alien space. The coordinates of that place seem to be close at hand, but in fact they are separated by millions of miles and are very far away. To enter these special places, either rely on your own strong strength to break through the space and enter it directly, or you need to find a specific coordinate through a medium and then teleport in. The stone tablet of God and demon body refining technique that Luo Yan encountered more than 10 days ago was such a medium. It was one of the keys to enter the inheritance place. It seems that I can only wait here, Luo Yan whispered. He knew very well that he was powerless, whether it was the ability to break through space, freely shuttle through the void, or the key to enter the enchantment. The former was impossible, and the latter was that he didn't know where to get it. After all, this was a secret place. Without the key to enter, Luo Yan was naturally helpless. Fortunately, this primitive area was full of ancient medicines, precious spiritual insects, rare primary ores, etc. Its resources were rich, and staying here was not a waste of time. Luo Yan could completely wait while collecting spiritual objects here. When Luo Yan searched for various spiritual objects and then filled his storage bag, he inevitably provoked some powerful creatures. The strength of these creatures was very strong, so strong that people just wanted to escape, without the slightest desire to fight with them. Just like the dragon blood magic tree before, it could chase the upper true spirits such as the 9 infants dragon clan and the patrolling yaksha all the way. If the power of the law had not changed much, Luo Yan would even guess that such creatures might have exceeded the limits of the small true dragon realm, breaking through to another realm. This is very similar to when Luo Yan was in the lower realm. On the surface, the strongest combat power of the major sects was just the ancestors of the god transformation stage. But there are always some old immortals who can live for thousands of years. Such a long time has passed, even a 1,000-year-old turtle should have reached the end of its life. But those old monsters can live well. It would be a bit inappropriate to describe such a powerful person with a realm of God transformation. After all, which cultivator in the God transformation realm can live for 3,000 or 4,000 years and still be energetic? 10,000 Spirits Blood. Luo Yan began to study the Dragon Clan's practice method. The so-called 10,000 Spirits Blood does not mean that he has to collect the essence and blood of 10,000 different creatures. It is a general term, because there are some rare bloodline factor fragments hidden in the blood of monsters. By aggregating these bloodline factor fragments and then refining them into one's own body, one can achieve the goal of gradually transforming the body. This has another name, called the return of the descendants to their ancestors. It is the most common thing for monster cultivators. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.